Well, good morning, everybody. We're now formally resuming our hearing for the long-term plan, and we are going to be commencing with Michelle Warshawski and Marie Wright from Your Bay, Your Say and the Titahi Bay Residents Association. So, Michelle and Marie. Oh. So it's 10 minutes, but I mean, given that you're two together and we're separate, let's just play it by ear, right?
Yes, we thought we'd save you a bit of time, and if Mari and I go in tandem, we might have shave off about 5 or 10 minutes. Be nice and early.
Go for it, whenever you like.
You're
waiting for that.
Thank you, Jack. All right, Morena, my name is Michelle Warshawski, previously Lawrenson, having just got married. I am a ratepayer, a co-opted member of Titahi Bay Residents Association and co-founder with Mari Wright of Your Bay, Your Say, a group bringing awareness and transparency to the reconsent process for the Porirua wastewater treatment plant. I am speaking just on one point of my submission, which is item 1, investing in infrastructure. And although this looks like quite a hefty document, it's just evidence of some of the points we raise. And this is for the long-term plan 2021-2051. I oppose investment in the Three Waters program as presented in the draft infrastructure strategy. I agree that it will be a high priority for the city, but only if redrafted to meet legal requirements. I seek budget prioritisation of the treatment and disposal of sewage above all else. The draft plan fails to identify the treatment of sewage as an infrastructure asset for which it is required to adopt an infrastructure strategy for a period of at least 30 consecutive financial years, as per Local Government Act, Section 101. It buries this requirement in a wider three-water grouping and fails to provide the transparency claimed in its supporting commentary. Prior to this plan, numerous local government official information and Meeting Act requests have been unsuccessful in disclosure of the true, up-to-date catchment area population of the Porirua wastewater treatment plant. This plan repeats that failure and lacks integrity. It fails to meet the legal requirement for probity as per Public Audit Act 2001, Section 16. Without this information, which is obviously paramount to infrastructure planning, there can be no credibility in the proposed $120 million expenditure on temporary storage septic tanks to allegedly cope with population growth, but does nothing to address the primary problem, which is a not fit for purpose treatment plant to treat increased volumes of sewage. And Mari will be speaking to this in her submission. The Council needs to be reminded that the original design of the Porirua Basin wastewater treatment plant in 87 for stage 1 was built in 1989 to last 25 years to treat a catchment population of 80,000, which was reached in 2012. You'll see this in Appendix A and B and C. Appendix B, page 18 of the Coastal Water Quality Report, previous employee of Porirua City Council Joanna Saywell is quoted in 2012. The population serviced by the plant has grown in recent years and now stands at around 80,000. Stage 2 of the original treatment plant design is to service a growing catchment population up to 160,000. Now, in 2021, the catchment population is over 100,000, yet the draft long-term plan fails to identify any financial budgeting to treat sewage for this growing catchment. Primary treatment occurs when wastewater flows through the miller screens, which removes any solids over 3 millimetres, but it is the secondary treatment which occurs in the aeration basin, which removes organic pollutants, and the UV for microbiological pollutants. Some investment has been made to upgrade the UV system, but there is no immediate investment to specifically increase capacity and to treat an increasing population and catchment in this 30-year plan. We referred to a technician's report from Hadley Bond, who worked at the Porirua treatment plant and submitted this report a number of years ago to Wellington Water and Porirua Council. In this report, there are treatment plant issues with the inlet tunnel, inlet screens, screens to aeration flow capacity, aeration process, clarification sedimentation, sludge dewatering and handling, and tertiary treatment. The technician comments, UV disinfection has little more effect than salt water on bacteria. The UV lamp's efficiency deteriorates quickly. They are expensive. They use a lot of energy and are easy to break. Broken tubes release mercury into the environment. See Appendix D and E for this. Important to note, in Appendix F, in 2013, the Consent Authority, which is the Greater Wellington Regional Council, compliance report, made comment that Porirua treatment plant was never designed with a UV in mind. Given the level of upgrading which needs to occur, which hasn't yet occurred and continues to be deferred, the $4 million proposed budget over the next 20 years for this treatment plant takes sweating the assets to a dangerous level, is grossly inadequate, and borders on negligence. And please see Appendix G for updates to date. So on January 20 this year, the UV system went offline for 11 hours, and again on the 23rd of March for 18 hours. Despite alarms in place, it appears the technicians were not aware that the UV system was not working and infected sewage discharged into the bay. This is not just 2 discharges, but 3 days of partially treated sewage spewing into the environment, just 700 metres from a popular recreational beach. And a map of that is Appendix G. Finally, I submit these questions to you under the Official Information Act. How much of the $6 million promised at a public hui on the 19th of August 2019 and in the pre-election report October 2019, as highlighted on this page, has been spent to increase the processing capacity at the plant to reduce discharges? How much has been spent to upgrade the UV system? Is the $6 million part of the $1 million promised over the next 10 years and part of the $4 million over the next 20 years for the treatment plant? Or was $6 million used to upgrade pumps and pipes in the network? Or will the $6 million be used to upgrade pumps and pipes in the network for the 2021-2051 long-term plan budget? Thank you for the opportunity to voice these important points and questions. Ngā mihi, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Do you want to follow?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Mari Wright. I live at 5 Toms Road, Titahi Bay, next to the Surf Life Saving Club for 53 years. I am passionate about our beautiful bay, and every time it rains hard, I am passionate about our beautiful bay and have seen an alarming increase of sewage discharging into our bay every time it rains hard. This is because the population has increased over the years, with greater amounts of sewage coming to the treatment plant where the discharge pipe is just 700 metres from the beach. I am an elder emeritus at St Timothy's Presbyterian Church. The Reverend Tony Wood and our congregation, plus the Afrikaans Presbyterian Church and Gospel Chapel, are also against the pollution of our beautiful bay. God's creation. Michelle and I have spoken at these church services, bringing awareness and transparency via PowerPoint presentations of these sewerage issues in Titahi Bay. I am an honorary vice president of the Titahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club. My son coaches the 14 to open age watercraft group, and they practice most nights of the week and weekends, also swimming across the bay. Most of these young people are lifeguards, including my grandson, who help patrol our beach during the summer months. There are 150 nippers aged 7 to 14, plus adult IRB boat crews, all training year-round, and residents who swim throughout the year. Michelle and I have also spoken at the Titahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, the Titahi Bay School public meetings, the Titahi Bay Residents Association, and the Titahi Bay Community Group to bring awareness and transparency to the health and safety issues of sewerage in Titahi Bay due to the close proximity of the sewage treatment plant. I am speaking on one point of my submission, which is item 1, investing in infrastructure. I oppose the proposed expenditure of $120 million on wastewater storage tanks when the primary problem is treating sewage rather than storing it. Just $1 million budgeted for 10 years and $3 million for the next 20 years to service a treatment plant which, at present, is not coping with inadequate capacity as mentioned in Michelle's submission. Stage 1 was built to last 25 years and reached its used-by date in 2014. Why is major investment not taking place now, but held back for another 37 years, not in my lifetime? I would like reallocation of the budget now for stage 2 of the treatment plant to cope with the catchment population growth, for commencement of installation of the ponding facility, the aeration pond, as an immediate beneficial alternative to the proposed distributed storage tanks. Wastewater storage tanks might provide a buffer to stem peak sewage flows in the short term, but ultimately do nothing to provide sewage treatment for a growing catchment population. And it is not clear in the long-term plan if there is sufficient finance to cover weekly sampling, monitoring and recording at the 3 beach locations in the summer months, and weekly in the summer months and fortnightly for the winter months, and if there is sufficient funding available for adequate pollution signs on beach entrances. The $1 million proposed in the first 10 years would be a failure of the Council to provide legally required financial asset management. Ultimately, the Council must follow the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, which does not allow discharge of human sewage directly to water in the coastal environment without treatment. Furthermore, Porirua sits on an active fault line. Megalitre storage tanks filled with waste are a potential environmental disaster and a major health and safety risk waiting to happen. In the early 1960s, when Porirua Harbour was reclaimed for the city centre, one of the first big builds was James Smith's, opposite North City Plaza, which was only allowed 1 story and a mezzanine floor due to the severe earthquake risk of being on a major fault line. Building megalitre septic tanks is a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you for letting me speak this morning.
Thank you both. Councillors, now open it for questions. Are there any questions? No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Graham, now your turn for the Titahi Bay Residents Association. So you've got
Mr. Chair, I've got some papers to table.
more papers, okay.
Just a brief thing.
Do you want to do it before or after your...
If I could do it before, if you wouldn't mind. What do you think?
So I'll
But
just...
I could start if you like. While
No, well, yeah, well, you can, but I'll just remind you that you have 10 minutes. A bell will ring at 8, and you can either carry on or stop and ask for questions. Okay?
Yep, okay.
All right, thanks.
Graham's submission is in the back of your file.
Right.
And I'm speaking to submission number 242. I suppose you've all got it.
Yep, we do.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name's Graham Ebbett and I'm the chairman of Titahi Bay Residents Association. By way of personal background, I've advanced trades in industrial instrumentation, electrical, 50 years of business, a technician engineer, REA, a senior member of New Zealand Electronics Institute, fellow of the erstwhile Institute of Measurement and Control, New Zealand, past Wellington branch president and ministerial appointee to the Engineering Associates Registration Board. I'm speaking to our submissions topics as itemised, not in order. So we've changed the order to do the simple things first, if that's okay. Sure. We oppose the $4 million for multi-use community facilities in Titahi Bay for the reasons given in the submission. Instead, we wish that $600,000 be allocated to help mitigate the loss of our historic community hall, the Marines Hall, that is. And item 6.1 in our submission, we oppose the sale of Moana Court for the reasons given. Basically, it can't be sold and must be offered back to the original owners. And items 1.1 in our submission, 1.2 and 10, we impose investment in the Three Waters program, the expenditure of $120 million on wastewater storage tanks and the balancing of the budget by rates as proposed for the reasons given and already explained by Michelle and Mari. That is primarily because of the existing wastewater treatment crisis with lapsed resource consent and impending failure of a financial strategy for at least 30 years to provide the capacity to properly treat the sewage. From an engineering point of view, we have sought information to consider the balance proposed between investment in the network and investment in the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. And I refer you to the table that you have in front of you. I've done a basic design parameter sheet, a single sheet, where we sought basically to try and get information to be able to assess the situation. If you look at the table, the magic down in the right-hand corner, the last box on the spreadsheet there, the magic number is the number that's been thrown around that the wastewater treatment plant will cope with 1,500 litres per second. That's the proposal. We've now, as of last night, received information on this table from wastewater, from Wellington Water, and they're talking 1,300 litres per second proposed. But anyway, we'll get to that. But from my point of view, as an instrumentation engineer, I think we need to be able to appraise this thing by looking basically at what the original design capacity of the plant was And the original design on the left-hand side, looking down that sheet, is stage 1, 80,000 people in the catchment, and stage 2, 160,000. The problem is that we start and look at that and then try and match that up with the 1,500 litres per second that's being proposed. There's no way of really understanding what the connection is. We're comparing apples with oranges and it means nothing, and quite frankly. To me, it's smoke and mirrors. So what we've laid out there is to look at the proposed design, which is the next one down. So we've got original design on the left there, the proposed design. What we'd like to see is the breakdown of the figures for what, and by comparison, the number of people that it's being designed for now, how many litres per second each person represents, and then be able to add it up and say, okay, well, that's going to be so many litres per second, and then we can compare that with what is actually being measured, or said to be measured, at the bottom. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward thing, and looking across the spreadsheet, you'd have catchment population, you'd have average flow per day, per person, litres per second, and that will be a very small figure, of course. It'll be 0.00 something, whatever it is, but it'll provide a conversion factor, and then multiply that by the population on the left, and you end up with a calculated figure on the right-hand column of how many litres per second there is for that particular number of people. You go down and you can then compare the total litres per second for, first of all, for the original design, then for the proposed design, theoretically, with no water ingress into the system, and then get the figure as being calculated now, as being measured now and proposed to be the future figure with water ingress in the system. And that way we can get an idea across the whole city of what the difference is between what's being designed for the plant in the ideal circumstances and what's being mucked up by a certain amount of wastewater, of stormwater going in the system. So that's the ideal world where we'd be able to technically look at the overall thing and just in a single sheet like that, just assess what the difference is and just what should be being spent more on network or more on the plant. That information wasn't received up until late yesterday, and all I've been able to do now is look at the second sheet there and look at what's being provided, and really it's not that helpful. Well, and my obvious preliminary comment is, and I've put rings around it, that the figure given for the current design of a population of 2,000 at 2018 is not 2021 as we were asking for, and it's wrong in saying it's 84,000 because we know from other information that it's got to be at least 100,000 even at that time. So a lot more information, well, not a lot more, but just basic information is required. Quite a simple little spreadsheet really for us to plug in and assess the situation. Now, going back to having looked at that, our situation is that without the current up-to-date catchment population, it's not possible for Porirua City Council to plan to, number one, avoid the discharge of human sewage in the coastal environment without treatment, New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, Policy 23, subsection 2, or 2, adopt a proper wastewater management plan, wastewater treatment plant infrastructure strategy for at least 30 consecutive financial years as required by Local Government Act Section 101B, subsection 1. Well, 3, ensure prudent financial stewardship planning effectively for the future, Local Government Act Section 14. Manage financial dealings prudently in the current and future interests, Local Government Act Section 101. Recognise that it has a significant problem, Local Government 256. Fulfil its statutory obligation and audit requirements, Public Audit Act Section 16. Apply under the Resource Management Act for continued plant operation without deception and with good quality infrastructure interpretation, Local Government Act Section 5. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, Graham, thank you. Do we have any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Morell.
In your submission, you oppose the sale of Moana Court, and you say that it belongs to the Army and should be offered back to them. What's your interest in terms of how that would affect the residents if it was offered back to the Army, and those residents would then future would be in jeopardy?
I'm just really repeating this process the council's been through twice that I know of in the last 30 years. The first time round, it was going to sell it because it wasn't making it was going to cost a lot of money. We found, in fact, when we looked at it, that it was trading at an operating profit. The second time round was when the council went through the process of trying to sell it and found that, in fact, it was going to have a real legal problem because it did have a legal requirement to be offered back because it had been acquired for the Army. And during the war, it had to be offered back to the original owner, and that was too big a problem for the council to cope with at that time. So I'm just repeating what the council's been through and suggesting that really it's not worth doing it all again. So I mean, our position is that we want Moana Court maintained for the residents.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Ford.
Chair, just a quick question around your opposing of a new facility for Titahi Bay. Yesterday we had the chair for Tirai Bay Surf Life Saving come in, and he spoke quite fondly of supporting Tirai Bay community facility, and they had already gone out to the community and had the support of the community. I'm just curious about, you're representing Tirai Bay residents, and we've got a big group of Tirai Bay via the Surf Life Saving who've gone out and engaged with the community. I'm just unsure who you represent in terms of that view.
Sure.
Thank you. If I may answer that. I think the opposal was more around when you plan to do it.
Okay, that wasn't clear in your submission.
Okay.
It was actually you opposed it.
Right.
Thank you.
The question.
Are there any other questions from councillors? There not being, I'll thank you for your submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, councillors, Rodney Strong? No, Daryl has withdrawn. Daryl Maddock. Is Rodney Strong here? Thank you, Rodney. You okay for us to bring you forward a little? Okay, thank you. So yeah, as it were.
Yeah.
You've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
And the bell will ring at 8, and so you've got another 2 minutes to keep talking or answer questions if you wish.
Sure. Thank you.
You've got a little bit of flexibility because of...
Yeah. But don't go for 20 minutes.
No,
Okay.
won't allow that.
Yeah. Damn. All right. So thanks for letting me come along and speak today. And I am here as an individual resident as well as representing the Aotea Residents Association. And the submissions that were made for both were essentially identical. So the viewpoints that I'm representing are for both parties. And just want to start off by saying that we recognise that investment in infrastructure is required. So that is not the issue from our point of view. The issue from our point of view is really what was in the long-term plan document itself, and just as importantly, what wasn't in the long-term plan document. So long-term plan documents, or any document that's a significant number of pages, like this one was, needs to be prepared on the basis that everyone will read every page, but on the assumption that that's hardly going to be the case and people won't. And that's why we have big, colourful summary pages like page 7 of the long-term plan. And so that sort of highlights some of the concerns that we have, and I'm just going to refer to that particular one there. So that talks about infrastructure investment of $800 million over 30 years. And a big chunk of that is the Three Waters projects. And there is a concern, obviously not just for Porirua, but for many councils around New Zealand. Our concern with the approach really is that the central government has got a Three Waters project which is going out for consultation this year, which may significantly change the amount of investment that local government needs to put into these things. And therefore, from our point of view, it would be more prudent just to hit pause on that for 1 year. The amount of underinvestment in pipes in particular has been there for decades, so 1 more year is not going to make a significant difference to what's required. And then that will give the council and residents a greater understanding and a greater clarity over what needs to actually be spent from a council point of view. And then the second issue we have with the page 7 summary is, so you're saying the infrastructure investment of $800 million over 30 years, to fund this will require 8.005 average rates increase for the next 3 years. So to fund this, not to start funding this, because we all know that 3 years of 8% rates increases is not going to fund $300 million in pipes. So that is not clear for the average punter who reads these things, that this is just the beginning in significant rates increases. And in fact, if you have to dig down to page 18 of the long-term plan, where it talks about an average rate impact of 4.1% for 10 years. And that's 4.1%, I'm assuming, because again, it's not clear, over and above the other rates increases that happen every year. So you're around looking at about 6.5% rates increases for at least 10 years. And given that Porirua has some of the highest rates in the region, you're then putting significant burden on the rates payers. And then just the last little thing on that particular page. So you've got 3 different medium house prices and what that would mean in terms of dollar increases. The highest medium house price you use there is $755,000, when in actual fact in September last year there was a Stuff article that the Mayor was quoted in saying that the average house price, medium house price in Porirua was $785,000. So that was 6 months before this particular document even came out. Even allowing for preparation time, this seems to dramatically understate what the rates impact will be for a significant number of residents. There are at least 6 suburbs in Porirua with an average house price of over $800,000, 2 of those with an average house price of over $900,000, and 1 with an average house price of over $1 million. So this significantly understates what the impact will be for the highest ratepayers in Porirua already. So we had Nick Leggett come and talk to us when he was mayor about why the rates in Porirua were so high, and the fact that the council doesn't own assets and therefore has to rely on ratepayers. And from our point of view, that hasn't really changed in subsequent councils since then. And the onus still seems to be on the fact that we will, if we want to pay for anything in the council, we're just going to put our hands out and the ratepayers will have to cough it up. There doesn't seem to be any other ability or outlook to look for alternative funding methods, which comes to the last kind of point really, and that's around what's missing from the document, and that is strategic direction. So there seems to be a case for, we need to spend this money and this is how much we need you to cough up for it. But there doesn't seem to be a real look at economic and strategic direction on what other funding options can we do, what can we attract to Porirua that will provide a decent amount of rates income or income for the council that will lessen the burden on ratepayers. Because there seems to be this assumption from the council that ratepayers will just have to fork it up. And we do. But because people have a higher valued house doesn't mean that they have a lot of cash in hand. People with higher value houses generally have higher mortgages. They generally have higher insurance and other outlays as well. So asset rich and cash rich are not the same thing. So the fact that the council seems to be content to just keep putting their hands out and going to the well doesn't sit well with the Residents Association or with a lot of residents around Porirua that we've talked to. So there needs to be investment in looking at what other forms of income can the council get into it if we want to pay for these things. That's it from me.
Rodney, do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Weehapi.
Thanks, Rodney. Just with the extra or other forms of income, did you as an association have any ideas of what we could do at that capacity?
Well, I mean, obviously we're not business experts, but, you know, it's how outside the box has the council looked for these things. So, for example, you know, just off the top of my head, there is a significant recycling issue within New Zealand. So could the council part fund or look at getting invested in a recycling plant and then take the recycling material from other councils and get paid for that? So there's opportunities like that. Obviously, we don't have airports, we don't have things like that. So, that, you know, it is who in the council is looking outside the box to look for these things.
Are there any other questions? Sorry, just a question, Rodney. Do you realise that we have been required, I can use that word, to come up with a 30-year strategic plan and strategy and financial strategy and ignore what's happening in the Three Waters area? So we are doing that because as a prudent operator of all our infrastructure, that is the best thing to do, and that is also what we've been told.
Yeah, look, I appreciate you've got requirements around 30-year plans, so I'm not suggesting that you should have delayed the 30-year plan preparation. But, you know, there's other infrastructure that needs to be fixed with roads and things like that as well. So I'm just suggesting that what could have happened as part of that 30-year preparation was not go for an 8% rates increase for the first year of it. And then by the next year, there would have been some clarity, and then therefore you could just flow that through. So the work still can be in the plan without looking at that upfront initial hike of rates.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Trillin.
Kia ora, thanks, Rodney. It's just a follow-up question from Councillor Weehapi around the alternative funding models that you'd like us to look at, and particularly around that example you suggested. Obviously, if we were ever to look at doing anything like that, that would require substantial upfront investment, and that would require investment of ratepayers' money in order to do that. So I just want to clarify that I understand what you're saying. Would you like us to be looking at options for using ratepayer funds to invest in potentially profit-generating enterprises in order to subsidise ratepayers in the long term? And if that's the case, what sort of period of time would you be willing for us to use ratepayers' money to do so? So I assume less than 10 years based on what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And that was just an example of the sort of things that we're thinking about. And effectively it is, what can the council do that's not just putting your hand out for the ratepayers? So anything like that suggestion would require ratepayer investment, and it would then need to come down to the business model of what the investment would be, and whether that's a solo investment or whether that's going out in partnership, and you know what the return on investment is, like any business that you go into. So it's kind of hard to answer that question without knowing, you know, when you get to the actual specifics. But I would think that, you know, if you put something in investment in, there will be an initial upfront, like anything that you do for a business or build a new house. There's a big investment upfront. But over the long term, if that's going to have a direct impact on reducing rates increases or subsequent rates, then that's going to be a good thing.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillors, should I say? If not, Rodney, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your submission and for coming along. We got the Surf Life Saving New Zealand, Charlie Cordwell. So you've heard, Charlie, that 10 minutes, bell at 8.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity. At Surf Life Saving New Zealand, we welcome the opportunity to be able to talk a little bit about what we do. And it's a complete pleasure to be able to do that for an organisation we believe genuinely adds value to local communities right across the country. I suppose the first thing I wanted to say was thank you very much. The ongoing support that we receive from the Porirua City Council is excellent, and it enables us to be able to provide a service on the beach down at Titahi Bay, which generally enhances the lives of the local ratepayers. So there are a few things I would like to reinforce that were in my submission, and just take a brief opportunity to do that. Last year, in the 2020-21 summer, we did approximately 1,800 patrol hours down at the beach across the summer period. Now, the first thing I wanted to say was that the council funded approximately a third of that, and that was the midweek service that ran from December through to January. And on top of that, our guards are out on the beaches in a volunteer capacity at the weekends. So if you look at it simplistically, for every hour that's being paid for down there on the beach, the ratepayers are actually receiving 2 additional hours of volunteer time, which makes the contribution that it's made excellent value for money. The second thing is that we try, wherever possible, to employ local youth down there during the summer. These are trained lifeguards who go through a pretty rigorous process to get to a standard where we allow them on the beach, but also they have to go through a pretty rigid assessment process in order to be able to get a job. And we think that's something that we want to do. It was even more prevalent across the central region, which I look after under the COVID scenario, because we didn't have lifeguards coming from overseas wanting to work. So that pushed a lot of our guards to be able to upskill themselves, and they will benefit from those qualifications going forward. And we think that's important. Local people working on local beaches, it's a good thing. In the summer previous, we did just over 900 what we call preventative actions. So we're not just about grabbing people out of the surf when they look like they're going to drown or pulling them out of rips. We're about proactively looking for opportunities to educate the public on the dangers of the beach as well. Now that might mean pointing out, hey, the sun's out, put a hat on, all that sort of stuff, swim between the flags, look out for rips. And so we're trying to educate people on being proactively looking after themselves and looking after themselves in that environment, rather than us being, if you like, the ambulance at the end of the cliff. In a funny way, if we have to do a major rescue, we feel like we've failed. People should know where they should be swimming, and people should know the dangers of the environment which they're actually in. So that's a very, very important part of what we do. There were 979 of those last year, and involved approximately 300 people coming down to the beach at Titahi Bay. As a sideline product, we're running a thing called beach education in schools. This sits separate to the agreement we have with council, but approximately 1,000 school children go through a one-day beach education program. It costs $15 plus GST per, and we're taking them through all sorts of things around what to look out for in that marine environment. As the population of New Zealand grows, and as the population becomes more culturally diverse, we are seeing a lot of people coming to New Zealand, or immigrants, and some of the times mum and dad have never been to the beach. So we see it as part of our role, education in that space. And very often the availability of things like swimming lessons is not as prevalent as, say, when I went to school about 40 years ago. So it's an important part of what we do. There's an obvious spin-off to the ratepayers of Porirua and to the visitors of Porirua in terms of a healthy lifestyle by having a safe environment on the beach. You go down there in the summer and you know that there's lifeguards there. It encourages families and encourages individuals to get out of their houses, get away from boxes like my kids, and to get down there and to experience a healthy lifestyle. So I suppose what I'm saying is, no matter what, in our opinion, and I think a lot of people will agree with us, no matter how you look at what we do, it adds exceptional value, not only in terms of what we're delivering, but also in terms of the spin-offs associated with providing the service. We are asking for a small increase on the back of some costs which have been incrementally growing over time. This will be about a 10 to 12% increase over what we received last year, and that will enable us purely to be able to keep that service going. And about 85% of the money which is supplied goes straight to the guards for salary and wages. And the overhead is largely covered through additional fundraising that we're doing outside that, as well as my very respected friend John Wesley Smith from Titahi Bay Surf Life Saving Club. So thank you very much. I hope that we can work through some of the requests that we've got in the submission that we've provided, and we're looking forward to keeping people safe in Porirua next summer as well.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Charlie. Yes, questions from councillors. Councillor Morell has a question for you.
Yeah, two questions. First of all, do you pay your lifeguards the living wage?
We do at the moment. Well, we do, because a lot of our guards, Wellington City Council gave us enough money to do that. It was a condition of our contract, and we have guards working both at Titahi Bay, Oriental Bay and Lyell Bay. So in order to bring everybody in line, having them on similar pay rates, we do.
Okay. And you're looking for, I think, $5,000. I think you're an extra $5,000 to
correct.
fund extra hours. What's the availability in towards that in terms of sponsorship from businesses or local businesses in other areas? Do you get support from local businesses?
We have been very fortunate this year, or in the last budget, we're now government funded. Now, what that means is a significant proportion of the operating costs associated with running Titahi Bay Surf Club are now covered but by government funding. Basically, that means they don't have to fundraise in order to keep the lights on. There is significant support from Gaming Trust funding, which is largely again goes into the club environment, and we use that to be able to train our guards to get them to a standard when they can actually apply to be guards on the beach during the summer. It roughly costs about $500 to train a lifeguard from start to finish, and that's with the actual qualifications, and the training is largely done by volunteers. The club itself gets incremental sponsorship from a variety of different sources. And so the answer to your question is yes. But the 26,000 which we're asking for in this submission really will focus solely on that paid service and being able to run it effectively.
Any other questions from councillors? Sorry, Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Charlie. Thank you for your submission. I have one question. Could you comment on what you feel is the reputational harm to Porirua if we cannot make certainty of services during that summer period that is consistent with every other beach to do as paid surf lifesavers across the Wellington region? I'm
probably not in a... I suppose internally it does create some frustration. If I look at the 6 councils which I'm currently doing similar submissions to at present, it is a frustration of myself and of the local club itself. I think where we like to focus is on the beach. So in the event that we have to cut the service short and there's a major incident, I suppose the first thing that the press always ask us is why is council not funding a service at this particular time? So I suppose I'm less concerned about what some of the frustrations are internally, or not frustrations, but more concerned about what would be the likely fallout from a PR perspective in the external environment with the ratepayers and with the press.
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, in your list of what actions you took at the beach over the previous year, I see it was mainly preventive action, 1,000 odd. Is there a breakdown of what those are? Like you were saying, some of them were Sun Smart advice.
Yeah. We don't currently keep sort of specifics on that, and sometimes one preventative action can be like moving the flags because we notice a rip, and that will mean 200 people are moving down the beach. Generally, they would involve managing the area which we're patrolling in order to minimise the potential risk to those who are at the beach themselves, probably somewhere around the 80 to 90%. We are moving to more of a tablet-based or Wi-Fi-based reporting functionality, which will hopefully provide even more specific data. And from there, we'll be moving potentially to a more TTA-based, specific-based patrolling mechanism rather than the generic model which we have at present. But it's a wee way off and all dependent on you know what.
Any other questions, councillors? There being none, thank you very much for your
Thank you all for your time.
All right. Charlie. Grace Boycott. Thank you, Grace. I don't know whether you heard, but you've got 10 minutes.
Yes.
And we'll ring a bell at 8. And if you want some questions, then you can finish at 8 minutes and we can ask some questions. Or if not, just carry on.
Awesome. Kia ora tātou katoa. My name is Grace. I'm 20 years of age and I live in Porirua Bay. Compared to most, I wasn't born or raised in Porirua or any place really. Having both parents in the military, I come from all over. I had the fortunate opportunities to experience the world at a young age, right up until last year returning from America. This left me with an accurate comparison, and the one thing that sits heavily in my mind is the natural beauty and unique talent that we encounter on a day-to-day basis here in Aotearoa. One of my favourite places to view art is Wellington City, or what I like to consider as a drive-through museum, because simply all you need to do is look around. Art is not only colours on any canvas, it is a therapist for most. Expressing yourself through art is powerful, and for some, the only way that they know how. Creative youth who suffer from mental health need to know that they're heard and accepted, and this can be achieved by allowing them to share their hidden wonders. My proposition of placing a graffiti wall in Porirua comes from my passion for art. I believe that achieving this can lead to not only less vandalism, but will also light a match of joy to any artist taking part or citizen walking by. An example of amazing art and colour is the Laugh Lots walls. I have seen the joy this wall brings to toddlers and all the way up to the elderly. This form of art is authentic and marinated in talent. Each stroke of paint is time, effort and emotion that constantly gets covered due to it being simply in the wrong place. Art, for me, has helped me a lot as I personally suffer from mental health, and art has been a way for me to find the joy in everything. I believe that placing this wall would be so beneficial for anybody that were to walk past or anyone that were to take part, as it gives you an opportunity to share your talent, share your thoughts, but not only that, gives youth a panel or an opportunity to express themselves in a way that they may not have even known how. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Do we have any questions? Yes, Mayor Baker.
Thanks, Grace. That was lovely. Have you thought where in the city you'd like us to put it if we decided we wanted to put one in?
Yes, so I thought, well, similar to the one in Waitangi Park in Wellington, they have one up by the skate park, and I think that would be a great place in Porirua, as it was very youth central, but even just having more colour there would even attract more youth, and it could just be a great hangout, yeah.
Any other questions, Councillor Morrell?
Yeah. How does it work in terms of or your understanding? So if I'm a graffiti artist, I go along and I do my bit. How long does it get to stay before somebody else comes along and wants to change it? How does it? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
I'd say that when I put a little bit of thought into it, I thought a month sounds like a really great time for something to be up, everyone notice it, and then it change. that's just people driving past or people having their art up for a month is still a nice amount of time for it to be seen by everyone, and a short enough amount of time for it to be cycled over. So they would have 12 different artists or multiple artists in 1 year, and it would display, I think, a lot of different art, different passions,
Any other questions? I have a question, Grace. Do you know from other areas how much a graffiti wall contributes to reducing graffiti elsewhere in places?
I actually haven't put too much thought into that, but I'd say that research could definitely be done in what has been prevented since then. I think more research into the Waitangi Park wall and what's happened there and what's actually helped since maybe could be beneficial.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Sayuli.
Just going along with Ewan's comment, how often is that taken down and then re-canvas, new canvas put up? Do you know?
I feel like I should. I feel like I should have looked into that, but no, I'm not too sure.
Oh, good. All right. Any other areas that you know? I mean, how often?
That's the only one that I know of, and I'm pretty positive that that's actually the only one in Wellington region. I know that there's so many of them in Melbourne. I've heard from a friend of mine who used to live in Melbourne that he just loved seeing the colour everywhere. You would find it all around you, and it was just beautiful. It was amazing. Yeah.
No other questions, councillors? Thank you very much, Grace, for being brave enough to come along and give us a verbal submission. Thank you. So that Sue Shotter for Citizens Advice Bureau. Hi, Sue.
Hi. Got Jacqueline Ward here too from the Bureau.
Okay, Jacqueline, that's fine. You've got 10 minutes, so and at 8 minutes we'll ring a bell, and that could give us some chance to ask questions if you want.
Okay, yep, fine. Kia ora koutou. I'd have to say I really like that idea. So I'm Sue Shotter and Jacqueline Ward. We're representing the Porirua Citizens Advice Bureau. So firstly, on behalf of the CAB Porirua, thank you for the opportunity to present here today and for Council's support of the CAB today. To date, it's so appreciated. It's through this support that the CAB can continue to service our community. At the CAB, we understand that infrastructure is a crucial part of this long-term plan, and we also believe that there needs to be a balance struck between spending on infrastructure and spending on families and communities. The CAB wishes to continue to be one of the non-government organisations and community groups growing a partnership with the Council to improve the overall community wellbeing. Council's current grant to the CAB finishes 30 June this year, and we are seeking a further 3-year grant starting 1 July as part of this long-term planning process. You all have a copy of our submission and supporting documents, and I hope that these have given you a comprehensive idea of who we are, what we do, and how we operate. The basis for our submission is that having an active and viable CAB in Porirua is a positive and financially appropriate decision for the Council to support. The CAB receives no government funding, and we are dependent on successful grant applications. And while we're very proactive in applying for grants, the nature of grant fundings means that there is no certainty that we will be successful. Our proposed agreement with Council will provide us with a level of certainty to enable us to plan ahead with a degree of confidence that we can keep the office open. What we are proposing in our submission is for Council to ensure funding for the CAB in the form of a 3-year operating funding grant to the amount of $60,000 per year as part of this long-term plan. We will continue to actively source funding from community grants to cover the rest of our budget, and a budget for our next financial year has been provided as part of our submission documents. We believe the CAB holds a vital and unique role within the Porirua community, and through this role, we help improve overall community wellbeing. We are unique because we are one of the few places that offers people the ability to sort through any issue and provide them with the tools to help themselves. We offer confidentiality, we charge no fees, we have no time limit, and offer a drop-in service. Face-to-face, we also offer services over the phone and via email. We are wholly run by trained volunteers with one part-time paid junior administrator. We are looking to employ a manager in the next financial year as the current operating model is not sustainable long-term, with board volunteers carrying a large administrative workload. We achieve a lot on a small budget, but demand does outstrip what we can provide at times. The CAB wants to go to the community rather than the community having to come to us. We wish to expand our service in Porirua East, to meet with and talk to senior students at schools, to provide services to prisoners in Arahata, to speak to employees in large local employers such as supermarkets, spend time at Whitiraya and other places around town. As outlined in our submission documents, working together with the Council will allow us to strengthen our operation functions to be more efficient and effective, grow our team of skilled volunteers in size and diversity, paying particular attention to the needs of Māori and Pacific communities and migrants, be more accessible through outreach services in areas of greatest need, and opening hours to meet community need. We'd quite like to have the opportunity to open after work hours on 1 day a week or something like that. Raise awareness of CAB services through a more visible presence, promotional materials in different languages, and stronger connections with community organisations and events. We would provide valuable insights and regular reports to the Council. No other organisation deals with so many people and so many issues in the community. We also see the ongoing value of the CAB working alongside Council and emergency management, as we did last year. We note that a PricewaterhouseCoopers report on the Wellington CAB in 2019 states that CAB services help funders reach harder to serve people more effectively and inexpensively than funders can in-house, preventing greater vulnerability, building communities, and gathering data for actionable insights. Over the past 4 months, we have provided support to 1,571 clients, plus holding budgeting, benefit advocacy and JP clinics. In the last 12 months, we provided support to over 4,000 clients. This is actually down quite a bit from previous years because of COVID and the time the office was closed. We would like to give the community certainty that we'll be here in the future, and a 3-year operational grant from Council will help us provide this certainty. Without Council support, it is likely that we will need to reduce our services and worst case scenario close within 2 years. Instead, we want to partner with Council to grow our services. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sue. We have a question from Mayor Baker.
Sorry, I just want to check that I actually heard you. At the moment, we're 20K a year, I think, our funding, is that right?
25.
25. And you're asking for an increase to 60 a year?
Yes.
That's a huge increase.
It is, and the reason that we are asking for an increase because, say, we want to employ a manager because it's just not sustainable the way we're held. 3 years ago, I understand it was 40,000. I understand 3 years ago it was reduced to 25,000. We are asking for 60,000 because we believe that we can do a lot with 60,000. We will believe we can get grants for another 60,000. We would like our budget to be 120,000 for next year. And that way we can increase Porirua East services, we can go out to the community a lot more. Really interested in getting into the schools, talk to senior students.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Duncan, Councillor Sayuli, and then Councillor Morell.
G'day, thanks for that. It's great. I commend the work you do. I see your budget, 25,000 for rent and power and 75,000 for salaries. Are you talking about a $75,000 salary for a manager?
No, we're talking about, at the moment, we're looking at the best way to do that, but we, at the moment, are thinking that we would keep a paid part-time administrator and a part-time manager. Okay. At the moment, we only have one paid-time administrator, so our salary is pretty small. Yeah.
And the rent you're paying is $25,000 a year?
Yes.
Yep. Have you looked at other avenues, maybe like Whitireia or somewhere like that, to get an office where you could actually probably get the rent down?
I understand, and I've been the chair for the past year, so we haven't in the past year, but I understand previously that they have spent quite a lot of time looking for other offices. We definitely would quite like to be able to move to a ground floor office as well, would be really, really helpful for us. We like being in the CBD because that's where the foot traffic is and it's easier for people to get to us.
And finally, has government given a reason why it doesn't come to the party on this?
No, not my understanding is no. I know National Office spend a long time in discussions with government, and it is frustrating because just about every government department now has a line on their website, contact CAB, see CAB, so it is frustrating.
Councillor Seawood.
Thank you. Hey, just a question. You mentioned Arahata. Did I hear you?
Yes.
Arahata. Have you applied at all to the Wellington City Council or even to the Ministry of Justice, kind of going along with Council?
How we're not in Arahata yet, but we will be soon. How we got involved is that the Upper Hutt CAB has provided services in Rimataka Prison for many, many years, and they have come to us and said, would you be interested in providing a similar service at Arahata, which would involve us going into the prison probably around about once every 6 weeks, talking to prisoners, probably initially prisoners who are near release, and just they will give us any questions they want to know. We'll go away and then go back and answer them. It's been very, very successful in Rimataka, so we're very keen. Arahata and Corrections are very keen for us to be there, but no money coming forth at the moment, but it's an avenue worth exploring. Oh, that's right.
Was that a question? It's your turn to question now. Oh, it's finished. Oh, so, okay. Councillor Morell, then Councillor Trillan.
Thank you for what you do. I certainly appreciate what you do. I mean, about 40 years ago, I was involved when you were in the central city there. But with creating a new job, would that qualify for some sort of government subsidy? I mean, they're giving away money left, right and centre. And for job creation, would that be seen as an opportunity?
Well, we haven't actually looked at that, but that's something worth considering. But at the moment, we have, when we're looking at employing a manager, we would have to use our funds that we've got, apply further for grants, which is what we have done in the past for salaries and for rent, because we simply, we don't get any other funding.
Right. Councillor Trillan.
Kia ora, thank you. I had two questions. First was just a clarification around, so I saw in an average year of about 5,000 different interactions. Is that 5,000 different people, or is that 5,000 different individual interactions? It might be a smaller number of people.
It would be a larger number of people. It's 5,000, what we call interviews. So 5,000 people have either come through our doors, rung up. Interviews might be 5 minutes because it might be a simpler request, or it might be kind of a week. I've had an immigration issue that sort of went on for a week. So it just depends. And often even one person might come in, but it affects a family or a whānau. So, yeah.
Cool, thanks. And the other one was, so I know you said in the absence of council funding that CAB would probably have to close within 2 years. What sort of impact or how, to what degree would you be able to continue to operate if we weren't able to do that full 60,000, but we were able to, say, continue to do the 25 or maybe even the 40, I think I heard that we used to do a few years ago? What would that look like?
We, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that we would we would be able to continue as we are, but it takes a toll. Just for an example, I'm chair of the board. I have been for a year. I am working in a volunteer role at least 30 hours a week. I could work easily for 40 hours a week because most of that is on management time. Now, I don't believe that's sustainable. I'm happy to do it in the short term, but I don't think any volunteer organisation should expect their volunteer chair of the board to be working at that length. Jacqueline is our funding manager, a board member, very, very involved. You've probably been working up to 20 hours a week as well. The board wants to get out of the operation, move out of the operational role and do what we do best, which is talk to the community, go and meet stakeholders, promote, make our presence aware and work at that governance level rather than the operational, because I think we're working and there's nothing wrong with what we're doing, but we could do a lot better if we could move out of that operational role.
And and of course, we do constantly apply for grants, but none of that is guaranteed. We apply several times a year to lotteries and Nico Foundation and others, but none of that is guaranteed. What we're looking for here is some guaranteed funding.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, yes, we
Got time.
plenty of time.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a fan of what you guys do in the community. I am curious. You've got you want to engage more with the people in the east, but you've got an office down here in the CBD. I know you've got one that's opened recently. I'm a fan of collaborations, and I do wonder if you have sought to collaborate with local churches. There are spaces in the east that you can utilise that would be free of charge. Have you looked at those sort of options?
We actually are using premises that are free of charge in Porirua East. We're in Bedford Street, a space that has been provided to us, and we get support from Porirua Union Community Health Service. So we do have their support. Next week we're doing a session with migrants in conjunction with Porirua Union Community Health Service because we know that that is a need in that area. So we have free space with officers, interview space, which has been pretty good for us. We could not have afforded to pay for rental up there. We also had support from Porirua Rotary for all of the equipment that we needed to purchase to be able to set that up.
Cool. And then you also mentioned that you want to improve your engagement with local Māori, Pacifica, Asian. I know that I'm often fielding calls where people need legal support and I can't give them the support, but I can give them the language. I can help break that language barrier down. Can you speak to how you're trying to improve that engagement with our Māori, Pacifica, the Asian migrant, those groups of people in our community?
What we would like to do is exactly what you said, is meet with the local churches, with more of the key organisations up in the east and collaborate with them, because I think that's really important. I agree with you. I don't think we should be in isolation. And in fact, I think that's one of our points of difference. We try to know as much about the community as we can so we can direct people to the best place for them to go to get help. The other thing with opening an office in the east is that we really want to try and get a whole lot more volunteers from there, because we don't at the moment, and that's one of our key objectives, so that help with language, help with culture. Migrants, we're kind of connecting with a few people around migrants, but would like to do more there. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Sauli.
Thank you. Just going along with Councillor Ford, how is the uptake in the east since you've been there? Just out of curiosity.
Slow. However, we're doing all that we can to promote it. We've put posters in many areas, the health centres, the library, Wesley. So we're advising people we're there. We did a presentation to one of the health centres recent to staff. We are at the moment working on an advertorial in the Kapimana, so the intention is to let people know that we are there. So it has been slow uptake. We've just had our signage put up there, once again paid for by Porirua Rotary. So we expect it to infiltrate into the community, but yeah.
It will take time, and we know that. We've got with Porirua Union House. We've got next week. We've got a group of Syrians coming through. Hopefully, we will have in the next couple of weeks a group of Colombians and one of
Burmese yeah.
people. So we'd like to encourage people to do more of that. Yeah.
Well, I think we've had a few questions there and answered some of the questions that we had, which is good. So thank you very much, Sue and Jacqueline, for coming along.
Thank you. Happy to provide anything else if anybody needs it.
Just a few minutes till the next person arrives.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of minutes, maybe 4 or 5 minutes before the next to come back in. Inga de Boer, I assume you're Inga. Come in and talk to us, or come up to the... Yep, that's very good. So you've got 10 minutes.
Yes.
And a bell will ring at 8. And so if you want us to ask some questions, you might want to finish there, or if not, you can go on for 10 minutes. Okay, your time starts now.
Thank you. I'd like to give the word to my partner, Pim Engels, and I'll do the writing. He's just better at it than I am.
No pressure. Good morning. Thanks for having us here. So we read the long-term plan with great interest for Porirua Council. A few things that we felt applied to us, so we decided to put in a submission. We live rural. We have a rural section up Paikakriki Hill Road, close to Pautanui. And there's a few components that reflect to the section that we have as part of the long-term plan. It will remain rural, but the rates for rural are proposed to go up by 5%. I think it's from 75 to 80%. Now looking at your data in the long-term plan, and what expenditures the rates are used for, we could see that the water-related cost is like 45%, I think, of rates that ratepayers pay. And for rural sections, those costs are already carried by the owners of the sections, because there's no mains or water arrangements that are provided by council, which is fine. However, that would mean that as ratepayers, we would be double charged. Like, we're already carrying the cost of those supply services ourselves, and then having to pay for those services in rates feels unfair. And I think that's probably also a key reason why there was a price difference for ratepayers in residential areas versus the rural areas. So it's one of the key things that struck us a little bit as unfair, and something that we feel we wanted to raise our voices about. Another component is, last year we've had a pretty challenging year as a country. We've got a few friends that have had to remortgage their houses to keep their businesses going. A lot of people are under financial pressure, and in general, a rate increase doesn't fit that economic perspective, from my perspective. So a lot of people are struggling, and having to carry more cost is probably not what people are expecting or would like council to put forward. I think that's not unique for Porirua, but the reason that we felt we wanted to make a component of our submission around that is that we felt there was no attention at all to long-term cost reduction. And Porirua is one of the 10 most expensive councils in the country, and I feel out of that it would be, I think it would be well received by people who live in Porirua to see a specific line item or component that addresses long-term cost savings, to try and get Porirua back into more of a mean level of cost for council in New Zealand. I think those are the two main components. I hope that that was a bit of an understanding of why we felt we wanted to put those forward. I guess as ratepayers, it's not always fun to have to put those on the table, but based on where we are as a country and based on where we are in Porirua Council, we felt those two things should be considered and heard.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Trellin.
Kia ora, thanks very much. In terms of, so the broad thrust I see is that overall rates are too high, and particularly rural, but obviously if we wanted to bring rural rates down, we'd have to bring rates down generally. Is there anywhere that you see in council spending that you feel council is spending too much or over-investing, where you'd like us to dial back in?
So it's a good question. I'm not a CFO for council at all. So I can't really answer that question without really going into the books. I don't feel that's my job. But it did trigger something I failed to mention earlier. I think, so one of the questions in was it in submission process, was around fair pay. I think so, and I think we're pretty much the same. I think people should be paid fair. So if people do a job, they should have a good paycheck for doing the job. What I would expect is not to, across the board, try and reduce pay. I would prefer making hard calls, because we're not talking about sort of a dollar and a cent here. It's like 20% compared to average for council rates, if I look at the data on Tax Union, I think, website. So this would require, instead of putting time and effort in looking at a Whitby art centre, put that money to actually do a bit of research and figuring out what the hard calls are that need to be made, and maybe put that forward to the whole of for ratepayers to go. There's like, if we want to reduce costs, it's going to be a hard conversation to be had. These are the things that would amount up to the size of cost that would bring us back to sort of a mean. But that requires a bit of homework. You can't just go, oh, just sort of across the board reduce wages, because I think that's not fair for people doing a good job for council. I think it's more about sort of a few hard conversations to be had about the key topics that we would then need to not have as a service from council, for instance. Was that a good answer on? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wehapi, and then Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. You mentioned in your submission that there are no parks, playgrounds or community facilities within 15k radius. Are there any facilities in the whole of Porirua that you do access as a family?
Yes, we do, but probably not as much as people who live residential, which is also fine. I mean, that's a choice. Living rural, you just live in rural. But there are basic facilities that we use in Porirua. However, because of where we live, our kids go to school in Paraparaumu school, so sometimes it's easy to go to a library in Paraparaumu, just because I have to pick up books and stuff that's sort of closer by. So yeah, I think that's the answer. We mainly, most of our time we spend on our section working. So.
Okay, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks. Look, you mentioned earlier about the comparison of Porirua rates with being the highest of 10 other, or in the top 10 rates. And then you say in your submission that you think it's not fair that we raise your rates differential from 75 to 80, rather you think it should be down to 55. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I understand Wellington just sees rural rates the same as every rate. Is that the case? I think they pay 100% in the Wellingtons.
I don't know how much rural Wellington has, so I don't know if that's a fair comparison. You're mentioning two things. So on average, a rate increase where everyone's pretty much under the pump a little bit financially, I think that's something that doesn't fit or doesn't feel right. And the differential between rural versus residential is a separate topic. And that's more about, again, looking at the data. If rates are spent 45% on water-related cost, and those costs are already being carried by rural ratepayers privately, then that's doubling up, and I don't think that's fair, regardless of what Wellington does.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Councillor Hayward.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your whakaaro. Thank you. I'd actually like to hear more about your own circumstances to contextualise your submission. Tell me about how large your property is and currently what you pay in rates. The actual amount per year.
Oh, so
I know that. So we have a section. We don't have a house on it at the moment, but we're looking into building a house there. So that's why we know a lot about what we would have to do privately. And for our section, we pay about $1,450. It's about 15 hectares. Yep.
15,
15.
So 1.5, yes.
Of course, that would go up considerably once there is actually a house established there with all the facilities.
So in terms of actual cost, that's the rates, but everything related to track maintenance, culverts, stormwater, pretty much everything else, the water management on the sheds and that kind of stuff, that's something that we carry privately, which is a lot more than $1,500 a year.
Okay. No other questions, councillors? Thank you very much for coming in and, fronting up with your submission verbally. That's good. Good to get the feedback. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you for having us.
now. We are just waiting for Windley School, so we have Lyndall Bremer for Life Flight Trust. You can come up and do your presentation. That would be great. Thanks very much. So, sorry, apologies. So if you're here in these two seats here, are the green lights on?
Yes.
Great. And so just so you know, you've got 10 minutes. A bell will ring at 8 minutes. So if you want us to ask some questions, you can finish there, but we finish at 10. All right?
Lovely.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Away you go.
Thank you very much. Kia ora, everybody. I'm Sebastian. I head up the fundraising efforts at the Life Flight Trust Rescue Base, and this is my colleague Lyndall.
Yep. So, hi everyone. I'm the Direct Marketing Manager at Life Flight.
Lyndall does a fantastic job heading up our grants activity. So thank you very much, Councillors, Mayor. We appreciate the opportunity to present to some very dear friends of Life Flight and hopefully continue on the great relationship that we have with the Council. So very briefly, those of you in the room who, just so you're aware, what we do offer for the local residents here is the Life Flight Westpac Rescue Helicopter. We also provide an air ambulance service. So the very short version of that is our sole purpose is to save lives. We help people when there's really no other option, and we get them to the care they really, really need to save their life and to give them the best possible health outcomes. And to do that, we need a lot of good friends like yourselves. So I'll just flip over. What we'd like to do is just touch on what your support achieved last year, briefly touch on what we're forecasting it could do over the year ahead, and take any questions at all. We'll have questions at the end, but also if you have any during, feel free to interject. So very briefly, COVID last year was quite a remarkable thing, obviously for all of us and for your community, particularly in our line of work where we will go into somebody's home. They may only have 17 minutes left to live. We don't know the full medical history of the person inside, and doing that in a safe and rapid manner was a hugely challenging thing for our organisation. At the same time, also a lot of our fundraising efforts were totally curtailed. We had our annual street collection cancelled at short notice due to distancing. We had to cancel our open day. We had to cancel our gala where we raised quite a lot of our funds required to keep the service going. So that's where regular ongoing funding, like what you could offer us, becomes even more important at these times. So we're very grateful for that because fundraising got turned on its head. Part of the support that you gave us went towards quite straightforward things like PPE, but also additional staff. We had to clean down our aircraft after every mission. The deep clean could take up to an hour and a half. So at 2 a.m. when you come back from flying a sick baby, it's not the right thing to go and do several hours of cleaning. You have to get some rest so that you're not fatigued for the next call out. So for that activity, we required extra staff, and all of that came at a cost. So we really appreciate your help. We flew about 160 people during the initial lockdown, and we didn't miss a beat throughout the rest of the pandemic. So something that we're really proud of, and hopefully something that you're proud of having been a part of. So thank you for that. All yours.
Okay, thank you. So as Seb's mentioned, Life Flight are absolutely delighted that we can help people in the Porirua region in their time of need. Your terrain can vary. You've got people out, walking, running, mountain biking in the bush. You also live close to the sea. People are doing water sports, water activities. Things can happen. So just looking at the statistics here, this is just looking at the Porirua mission statistics. Accidents, responses, search and rescue make up 19% of your missions. Emergency air ambulance response to medical events, 16%. Babies and children requiring transport to specialist medical care is 19%, and adults requiring that urgent air ambulance transfer to specialist care is 46%. Getting somebody who needs us to hospital by air can improve their outcome dramatically, which is something that we're absolutely delighted to be a part of. We can have somebody from Porirua to the helipad at Wellington Hospital in 7 to 10 minutes, as opposed to by road ambulance that could take 30, 35 minutes via road, and that's with no delays, no peak hour traffic and so forth. And that's also taking into account that the ambulance can actually get to the patient. Often the helicopter is there because they can't.
Cool. Thank you, Linda. Whoops. getting a bit overzealous on my clicker there. Let me just briefly outline what the investment goes towards. So as you see at the bottom, we do have a really dramatic funding shortfall for our activity, and we're forecasting for the year ahead the shortfall to help all of the Porirua residents that we predict will need our services is going to be around $98,800. So it's not an insignificant amount of money, but if we talk to those people's mothers, those people's daughters, even those people, their neighbours, I'm sure they'll agree that it's a bargain that we still have those people here with us today. The money goes towards things like maintenance. I'm sure you can imagine that's really important for an emergency air service, having our aircraft in tip-top shape. It means that every time we push the starter button, without fail, they start. A warrant of fitness on our helicopter can go up to $250,000 on a bad day. So maintenance is a huge part of where some of our funding goes. Training, equally important for us. Some of the activity that we do, it requires a really high level of currency, like, for example, winching someone off a boat in the dark into Tahi Bay. It's something that you need to have practiced very, very frequently if you're not doing it during your day job, during call-outs. So there's a whole currency program that we have where people need to conduct all of the activity that we need to do within X amount of days. And if they don't, we get the helicopter in the air, we get the planes in the air to give them that full scenario training so that 24/7 they're ready to go. Fuel. Safety equipment, and on top of that, we have a few extra things that we have on board, like locator beacons, like our flying fire retardant suits for our crew, and so forth. So all of that comes at a cost, at a shortfall of about $98,800, and we would love some help with that for the next 3 years, please. Just briefly, so at 240 kilometres an hour in our Westpac Rescue helicopter, we can be here in about 7 minutes. And could pretty comfortably land in the car park outside on the road or in a park nearby when needed. And you'll see around the region we can get to places like Paraparaumu or Kapiti Island in 15 minutes. So we can be everywhere pretty quick. With our plane, we can get little baby up to Starship Hospital in under an hour. So it can all happen very rapidly at full intensive care. I'll hand back to Linda.
Okay, thanks, Ed. So I'm just going to finish off with a couple of missions. The first one, actually, I haven't got a photo up there, but this is Arvitage, a little girl who was born at Wellington Hospital just less than 2 years ago. After the birth, everything seemed absolutely fine, but it soon became apparent that she was a very sick little girl. The right side of this little baby's heart was growing bigger than the left. It was causing high output cardiac failure. So the only option was to airlift Arvitage to Starship Hospital, where the neonatal cardiac team is located. So Dad Depreet and baby Arvitage were taken to the Life Flight base soon after and flown to Auckland. Mum was too ill after the birth, so had to stay in Wellington. Depreet said even though the flight took less than an hour, for him it was minute by minute, just willing this little baby to live so that they could get up there and get the care that she needed. Thankfully she did. They made it to Starship Hospital and she was taken straight in for life-saving surgery. 3 surgeries later, the family returned to their home in Kapiti, and she's now about to turn 2 in July and doing really, really well.
Thank you.
One last one. Oh.
Is that our 8 o'clock, our 8 minutes?
8 minutes.
Okay.
Yep, we've got 2 minutes.
Should we
open
finish
some questions?
Yeah.
Look, we'd love to have some questions, and obviously we want to finish with a big thank you. We really do appreciate the support and the long-standing relationship. We really hope it can continue. We certainly do need all the help we can get. Does anybody have any questions?
Yep.
Please.
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, look, thanks for that. I don't know whether I missed it there. The 98,000 shortfall.
Yes.
Is that over 3 years or annually?
Per annum, annually.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Yes,
Please.
Councillor Hayward.
Just following up from Councillor Duncan's question, the shortfall, is that with the expectation of a $10,000 grant from the council being accepted or without that support?
That's without that.
Okay.
Obviously, we hope that it is accepted, but that's without that. We don't take anything for granted.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Tron.
Thanks. Yeah. In terms of access to the service, is this free for the users, like Wellington free, or zero cost, or how does that work?
It's absolutely free to everybody we fly, and that's a cornerstone of what LifeFlight's been about from the get-go. It's an equitable service. We really want everybody to have access to that care, so it's free.
And so just to follow up from that, so that means funding from organisations like us would allow you to continue to make sure that that service is free for everyone who needs it?
Absolutely. It falls on the community in one way or another.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It's just a quick question.
Yep, one quick question you can have.
How much funding do you get from the government?
So we have a number of different agreements with people like ACC, with people like the DHBs, and with some of the services that we support, like the police, and it's a fee-for-service type of model. So when we support those agencies with a call-out, we can send them a bill. Those bills make up around about 50% of what it costs to save a life.
Right.
Does that answer that? Thank you very much. I think we're at
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sebastian and Lyndall.
Thank you for the support. We really do appreciate it. Have a good day.
Great. Thanks. So now we have Windley School. It's on page 393, councillors, just so you're clear about that. Can we have Windley School? We've got Mayor Tamara O'Reilly and one other, have we? Oh, three others. So
We want three sitting and one standing, or?
393.
Can we pull the mic down?
Can you what?
Pull the mic down?
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah, use it.
Speak into the.
Yep. You know what you're doing. You're on.
All right. Kia ora koutou to the Mayor Anita Baker, Deputy Mayor Izzy Ford, and councillors of their respective wards. I'm Joshua Wolf.
I'm Jordan Chiu.
I'm Mayor Tamara O'Reilly.
I'm Adam MacDonald.
And we've come from Windley School today to present our submission that will benefit not just our homeless community, but the lives of many. It will provide a safe haven for people who need it most. Homeless people may be worried about being judged or hurt by others. Marino is supposed to be harmonious, hence the name Marino, which means calm in Te Reo Māori.
Why Marino? Often homeless people have to depend on donations and have no place to stay. This is where Marino... Oh, wait. Is it working? This is where Marino... Wait. This is where Marino comes in. Marino will provide all human needs. With Marino, we will come to them, making it easier to access. Marino should be in Canning Street because it's our community and we live there.
Marino can better serve people living on the street, making it easier to enter and allows people to come as they are. They can know that they are protected and safe instead of feeling like they aren't alone with no support and have to stay like that.
What would be the cost? I think the cost of the project will be around $2 million for the first year, since the cost of the building and equipment will be around $850,000 to $1 million. At the highest, it'll be $1.5 million. But if you were to pay the doctors, it'd be $800 to $1,360 a day. Food should be relatively cheap, and some could be donated by people. Clothing such as jackets, hats, gloves, blankets, medicine, and a bag to carry everything would be pretty good for when they leave. And it shouldn't be too expensive either.
Why you should invest in it. It provides a safer community knowing our members are being taken care of, and this makes sense for everyone. It will generate more jobs, which is just what we want after COVID last year. The closest thing to this is Salvation Army, and we need more variety and to show our duty of care. Homelessness tarnishes the image of this city, and making it less desirable to live here and less desirable to visit. Marino would be so cheap that you could take it out of one of your planned buildings and do it in the foreseeable future. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, you're taking over my job. That's all right. Other people are trying as well. Mayor Baker.
Thanks, Josh. It was just as impressive when you came to the forum, the youth forum as well. Whereabouts are you talking about putting it in the east? Have you actually thought about which area you're talking, or a field, or I'm sure one of you has, seeing you've costed it so well?
Yeah. It should really be in Cannons Creek. What else did I say?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Jeff Haywood?
Excuse me, I'm doing the...
He's going to be the future mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. So who was that was going to ask the questions? Councillor Haywood, yes.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your whakaaro me, your concept of manino. It is a great idea in terms of the naming of it is suitable. I would love more questions to ask. I'm not allowed to ask them right now, so I'll come back and have a kōrero with you separately. The question I do want to ask is, how many individuals who are currently homeless do you think manino would serve as a part of this concept? How many individuals?
Well, hopefully most of them, that's sort of the goal. But we're thinking maybe around 200 probably, maybe. Or maybe 100.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions, Councillor? Councillors? No. So it just remains to thank you very much for coming in and giving us your submission and your idea. So that's now concluded, and you can go back to school.
Can we use the photo, Josh, that we took?
Yes.
Can we put it up? Would you like it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much for putting that thought in and coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So Plymoughton Residents Association, that's a hard act to follow, but come on, Caroline, you can do it.
Never worked with dogs or kids. Time it was dogs, this time it's kids.
This time it's kids.
Yeah. Kia ora, everybody. I like the Life Flight presentation too. Now, we understand that PCC's Village program, which has won international awards and national recognition, and we think is the program that has actually revolutionised the relationships between council and communities in this area, is under threat. Before the Village program, the relationship between councils and communities, when I came here 13 years ago, it was very adversarial, and council were difficult to access. The first PRA meeting I went to, I felt like I was walking into a war room. I did expect to see Winston Churchill with a cigar sitting in the middle there, planning and plotting. Since the Village program came into being, firstly with Ian Barlow, then Bill Inge, they have facilitated a relationship revolution. Both of these guys are PC savvy and they're very practical dudes. So they have worked with communities to help them plan and implement projects that are dear to their hearts and that reflect the unique qualities and the heritage of each of our villages. It's given people a voice and a way of expressing that voice. The council was now, after a few months of this program being introduced, actually coming out and working with communities and things were getting done. And it was a very exciting time. And over the 10 or 12 years it's been going, relationships have developed and all sorts of interesting relationships between professional tradespeople, professional landscape designers and all those sorts of people, volunteers, community groups, and it has facilitated a whole lot of people getting together and working together. The output of the program has been much, much greater than the assets that have been produced. It is these relationships that have been established, and it's the identity and the pride that each village, each area has, the social cohesion, and the two-way communication between the council and communities. Let's look very briefly at a few projects in Plymouton that are examples of what's happened in every area and how they've facilitated those changes that I've just mentioned. Which button do I push? That one? No, that wasn't it.
The right, is it?
Yes. Oh, right. So the Heritage Trail is a really good example. All different sorts of sub-communities in Plymouton got together. People researched, they wrote stories, they shared stories, they sourced photographs. They developed the heritage web content, which is extensive. They condensed that down for placards. They worked with Bill to get the plaques on all the sites. People of all ages got involved. School kids used it as part of their curriculum. They made murals about the history. And older residents have participated in lots of ways, including we've been started an oral history program. Taupo Community Park, Taupo Crescent Park, this area is on the Camborne side of Plymouton. It's involved Taupo Crescent families, St Teresa's Catholic community, young children, and it's turned an unloved area into a vibrant community space. And artist Rachel Bedingfield, who's the good-looking one in there somewhere, she worked with all those kids to create that mural, and that started us on a relationship with her. So we now document all major projects we're doing with Rachel and kids in Plymouton. So they're all in the rail underpass where most people don't see them at the moment. But that's been a really great outcome from that too. So this is a very well-used area now, and it's fantastic. And the murals we've produced with Rachel include things like promoting pest-free Plymouton and the Heritage Trail and the new domain development that's happening. Karihana Park was started by a resident who was also on the PRA who has a grandchild in a wheelchair, and he realised that this park was not accessible. He and a team of residents transformed that place into a fantastic playground and paths right through it, made fully accessible, and with a very creative project where families in Plymouton could buy a $150 paver, and then when a tranche of pavers was installed, then all the rest of the paving could continue. So that project has involved hundreds of local families and schools, kindergarten, professionals, volunteers, landscape working bees, local tradespeople toiled away there and put in a fully accessible drinking fountain so it can be used by disabled people, dogs, people on their hind legs, all sorts of things. And the community worked hard to get grant funding to also complement that project as it does with other ones, so we don't just go smack bang. And this project was very much driven by the relationship between PCC through Bill and others, and through the PRA and the team of people they put together. Plymouton Railway Station, the feather in our cap, opened on the 10th of the 10th of the 10th, and more than 200 volunteers spent 2,000 hours restoring this heritage station. And great relationships between organisations, professionals, volunteers, community groups saved this heritage building. And this was in the day of Ian Barlow with his creative and practical solutions, and of the late Ian Harwood, who was a creative, a money raiser. And so this project harnessed all sorts of resources in the community and is a nationally significant volunteer project. The men's shed, which is gone already. Yeah, the men's shed. This is another PCC PRO project that's had enormous social benefits, not just the stuff they do, but, you know, for the people involved and for the groups they help. They work very much with environmental groups. They make pest traps. Here they are going off to Mana Island with nesting boxes for those little fluffy birds there. That's a bird with a beak. And they also produce all sorts of environmental and gardening products and things like lizard hotels so that endangered lizards can breed safely in everybody's garden. And they also help a lot of other non-profits in the area. An example of a tiny project that we've done in the village program that's had huge benefits to the community is this Welcome to Plymouton sign, which went into the new motorhome park in Ulrich Street. Every business contributed to it, and it suggests to people if they want food or any of the services or products available in Plymouton that they walk through the domain, enjoy the scenic splendour and spend up. And that has had a huge effect on these people coming into the community. It's fantastic. Beach signage is another thing we did. We didn't like the hodgepodge of ancient signs all contradicting each other and saying, don't do this, don't do that, and don't do that. So we spent quite a time consulting with the community and getting things as positive as we could get them, bearing in mind they have to conform to bylaw language, etc.
2 minutes.
Okay.
If you want questions.
Yep. Okay. So all of those things worked with groups in the community. The seating project, we don't need to go back into that again, but that was $1,500 a seat, 3 years working with Massey University and Massey University students, trying it out, finding the seats, and then having them made by local tradespeople. Great relationships between the students, the community, the family donors, etc. And the very first project we did way back in the day was converting Cafe Corner, and what a change that's made to Plymouton. We've got a congregating area. Later we put the flax fence up and dog clips. So you've got the early morning dog walkers there from 6 o'clock, the after school kids, etc., etc. So many of us have spent all those years, 12, 13 years, working with PCC, maintaining those relationships, and we would really like you to think about the fantastic communication benefits that the village program has brought into being, as well as the creation of fantastic community assets.
Thank you, Carol. We've got time for some questions. So
yes.
Have you finished? Any questions, councillors? Trillin.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you for the presentation. So in regards to village planning, do you feel that if we were to continue with the village planning program, we would want to keep it exactly as it currently operates, or do you feel there are things that we could do differently within village planning, whether that be the way in which it operates or the degree of funding, whether that be more or less than it currently is? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think there are lots of ways that this can be done, and I think the recent hearings we had about the dog park showed that up, that in our community we've got these tremendous resources of people with knowledge and experience that can be tapped into to help across all our villages. So there are, we've got experience at certain sort of things and so have others, so there could be a lot more sharing, which we did start doing when Claire Giblin did hold a few of those forums, and that started happening. I think that way we could rationalise it and cut expenditure, but just by not reinventing the wheel.
Any other questions, councillors? Just trying to. I've got a sort of question. Do you know? Speaking of the Plymouton underpass and what's going to happen there, that the Mana Station underpass is also available for, even though it's slightly out of your area. No, these people are already set up to do it, so
well,
carry on.
For a small fee, we can do some project management for you. But that's what I mean. There is actually synergy there, and a lot of us have worked together and know each other, and I think that would be a way that could make this work even better. And to have people like Bill and Ian there who are pragmatic and practical people but know how the council works, so they can get access to the right people to answer queries. Having that two-way communication system is absolutely invaluable, and I'd hate that, which is one of the major benefits of the village program, I'd hate that to be closed off, because it's so important when you need to know something in a hurry and let people in your community know something in a hurry. You need to be able to get the right information from the right people.
Thank you very much.
That's a pleasure.
Thank you for coming along and
Nice
talking
to
to
see
us.
you all.
Indeed. Okay, now we have Titahi Bay Intermediate. So we've got More than one? Yeah. I can see that.
However you want to work it.
No. She's going to give the names.
If you guys stand, then we can swap again. And when you want to just introduce.
They can introduce themselves.
Yeah. Is it okay if I take a photo of them?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so TJ, when you're ready, you can start. Just come in nice and close and sit down if you want to.
So welcome along, everyone, and I assume you're going to introduce yourselves. So you've got 10 minutes, and at 8 minutes a bell will ring, and if you want us to ask some questions, then you just need to finish before your 10 minutes so we can squeeze a few questions in. All right? Away you go.
Hi, I'm TJ, and we're here from Titai Bay Intermediate to talk to you about our ideas. My school is part of the YELP Young Environmental Leaders Porirua project with other schools from our local area.
I'm Waimahi. I'm Kahurangi. Salofa, my name's Amelia. We all agree with you about fixing the wastewater pipes because we want it to be safe and clean so we can play and swim in our beaches and streams, like Kahutia Stream, which is on Oniposo Park. We also think that the stormwater is very important. It is very important to keep our stormwater and our other waters controlled. If the stormwater is not treated, it can affect our harbour and our beaches. So we'd like you to make plans to treat more stormwater by using wetlands, nets on pipes, and other ways to stop our stormwater from going to the places where it shouldn't go.
We agree and fully support the plan to spend money on the stream bed planting program. We know it costs a lot of money, but we think it's worth it because rubbish will get caught in the plants, stopping it from going into the streams where people walking by could pick it up. The trees would help with erosion control, and in future landslides they would help by catching the majority of the big rocks and chunks of dirt.
We think it's important to plant more trees in the city and in our parks that make spaces that are nicer for people and help with climate change. They create shade for people and home spirits. We'd also like to see more community gardens. Many new homes are being built with little or no yard, so no space for a garden. Many families in our community have a low income and the startup costs of a garden would not be achievable for them. For those lucky enough to have the needed space and money, they may be living in a rental property, so they might do the mahi and not get the treats. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish and you'll feed him for a lifetime. Community gardens help to get people outside and provide them with lifelong skills along with healthy and free food.
We would like to have a rainwater tank next to our school garden, so we don't have to use the water from the tap because plants don't need tap water. It would stop all the stormwater from running straight into the drain in the harbour. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions for the young people? Yes, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, the stormwater tank for your gardens, you already have a garden, already have a tank there. Are you not able to use the water from that tank, the emergency tank that's there?
No.
So the water just sits there in that tank? Really? Yeah, well, imagine if it's sitting there for 2 years with not being drained.
It's not a rainwater tank.
Okay.
Not
So you would like a similar tank set up at your garden?
Yes.
Yep, makes sense.
Any other questions, councillors? Oh, Jeff, sorry, you need to hold your hand. That pencil is very thin and I can hardly see it. That's better.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, ngā tauira. Thank you for your whakaaro. My question is, if council approves additional funding for repairing and planting around our waterways as a way of treating silt and sedimentation as well as anything else, this might be a leading question. Are you up to the job of helping us plant it out?
Yeah.
Sweet, done.
So, the direct reply, well done, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, all that's left is to thank you for coming along and making your presentation verbally to us, and for the work that you put into thinking about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to Mana College Young Environmental Leaders Group. And is it Lily Rogers or is it a group of you again? Two of you. You can introduce yourselves. Thank you very much. So you know you've got 10 minutes, questions after 8, or when the bell rings if you want.
Okay. Kia ora, everybody. My name is Jack, and this is Lily. We're from Mana College, and obviously we're part of the Young Environmental Leaders Porirua group with these guys. We're like the senior kind of leaders in the group, and we've just come to verbally present to you guys for a bit more impact. So Lily's going to start and just build off their kind of riparian planting speech.
Hi, my name's Lily. We love the fact that you've included riparian planting in the long-term plan, although in your climate change strategy, you state that you're going to investigate opportunities for carbon capture on council-owned land. Cost-saving initiative to offset biodiversity, recreational opportunities may be achieved. Basically, meaning you are going to plant trees on council land. For this, you'll need to employ someone to plant said trees, which will cost you money, obviously. I am part of few environmental groups, as I've said, and we are more than happy to plant trees for free. At the moment, you have trees without planters, and we are planters without trees. So let's work together. We get to contribute to saving the world by planting trees, and you get free legal labour. It's a win-win, right?
Another idea we've looked around is in your climate change strategy, you've talked about how the Spicer landfill is creating lots of greenhouse gases, and that through the emissions trading scheme you have to offset those, and that's a $1.2 million expense to the council each year, which is a hefty amount of money, and this doesn't need to be a big expenditure. And you've outlined a great idea around composting hubs, which we commend, but we've looked at it and we've thought about this, and we're thinking about composting hubs, and this is a great idea that I think we think about lots in the future, is having hubs for great things, but I feel like it's not good in the short term. It's a long-term game that you're playing for that, and these greenhouse gases are going now, which is obviously degrading the climate and everything. So we want to propose the idea of having a commercial compost in Porirua. Commercial composts will be like more efficient than compost hubs because they're doing it commercially, so it's hotter, meaning less greenhouse gases are produced in the process of breaking down food wastes. And so this will obviously hopefully lower that overhead for you guys of that 1.3 million significantly, meaning you can put it elsewhere, such as the riparian planting projects, and also reduce greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So it's kind of a win-win as well. So I'd just like you to look at that, think about it. And we were also, Lily's next, sorry.
All right. You've said that you want to put children at the heart of the city, as they are essentially the future. The submission process is creating quite a bit of a barrier to children being the heart of the city. It was quite badly timed, as it's right into the school holidays, so it was really hard for us to meet. Also, 16 schools came to the youth forum, and out of that, only 4 out of 16 actually submitted a submission for the long-term plan. So we think this could be big.
Yeah, we think it's creating a big block for tauira like ourselves to come in and try and influence you guys and our city in a positive way. And we've got a few suggestions on how to fix that. Firstly is lots of councils around have a youth council. I know this is a big idea that's probably been brought up a lot, but it's really important, I think, as a youth, that we have more youth voice in the council, and that's what you want, because you want youth in the middle of the council. And at the moment, I think the submission process for the long-term plan, but also in general, youth engaging with the council is a bit hard and kind of not quite working, it's a bit stagnant at the moment. Another way would be to have like a youth forum or like kind of advisory panels from youth to be helping you guys, or yeah. Sorry, I'll just check my notes. Stormwater. Okay, so stormwater. All right, so this is a really big one for us. We love that you've put away lots of money for the Three Waters project and fixing the pipes, getting the wastewater treatment plant, and you've put like quite a small amount compared to that towards stormwater, and we think stormwater is actually almost just as important because it's obviously rain coming down, but it's picking up all the sediments and gross stuff off the roads and running into our harbour. And we all know here in Porirua, our harbour's looking pretty paru. So we need to clean that up. And obviously that's one big way to do it. We strongly suggest put more money into that. A few kind of key areas we were thinking about is our roads. So we have State Highway 1 going right beside our harbour. There's lots of things like swales, like kind of ditches near roads where there's like sort of riparian planting almost. And these are to soak up or filter all of that stuff coming off the road and stopping it getting in our harbour and affecting the biodiversity and like ocean acidification and all that kind of stuff. Also, another kind of area we were looking at was Plymouth Farm. I know this is a controversial topic, but right above Taupo Swamp, obviously. And we know there's this beautiful wetland going in near our school, and we feel like Taupo Swamp is already like a haven for biodiversity, and building Porirua, or Plymouth Farm, above it, and not doing anything to mitigate like the runoff from all the roads and infrastructure being built up there into Taupo Swamp, which is like amazing, is a bit silly, to be honest, because it's going to affect everything that's in there. And so we suggest like making some sort of filtration process kind of down that hill and that bank, whether that's wetlands or riparian planting. I think that's us. Any question?
Yeah. Are they?
Sorry.
Gosh, these young people are really good at taking charge. I like it. That's very good. Sorry. Yes, we have a question from Councillor Hayward for you.
Kia ora, Jack May, Lily, he tauira Kōrero. Thank you for bringing in your story and your whakaaro for today. I have a two-part question. The first one is, and I hope the council staff will hear this one, would you also support increased enforcement of the rules we have to prevent sediment and silt being released into our waterways from construction? The other part of the question is, as part of a forum independent of a long-term plan, would it be useful for councillors to have that information as a dedicated space well before the long-term plan process begins? Kia ora.
I think both those I totally agree with. Like, having a youth forum, whether it's connected to the long-term plan or just in general, is important. Any more connection that we can have with youth in Porirua City is important, because at the moment I feel like there is not much. In terms of the enforcement around sedimentation, definitely anything we can do to reduce the amount that's going into our harbour, fully support.
Thanks. Councillor Trillin.
Kia ora, thanks very much for coming in, and you're right, it is tough for young people to engage in this process, so thank you for making the effort to come along. We do genuinely really appreciate it. I have two questions I'd like to ask. The first is in regards to riparian planting, so you've said obviously you support that and you'd like to see more of it. One of the options that we may be considering is whether or not we spend more money to try and do that project faster. So right now the proposal is going to take about 43 years. Is that something that you would support, us increasing the money in order to get that planting done faster?
Definitely.
Yep.
I suspect that might be the answer. Just wanted to get you on record. The other was I saw in your submission that you wanted to see more biking and walking around the city. And I was wondering if you had any ideas, particularly in your community, for specific projects or specific areas that you think really need better biking or walking infrastructure.
I bike to school. I like walking around the bay, but it's really scary biking on the roads at the moment because there aren't very many cycleways, and I think that this could definitely be remedied by putting more in. I knew that most of the people who came in aren't very supportive of paid parking, but if we did do that, then that could potentially finance cycleways around the bay, which would make it more, there'd be more of an initiative for people to get out on their bikes and feel safer, and that would also reduce people out in their cars and reduce the emissions.
Yeah, one more thing while we're on transport. So I know the time's low, but
Go for it.
in the climate change strategy, it said that the council was looking at making its fleet electric, and including that expense or looking at it within the long-term plan. And we've looked through and we haven't seen any any funding for that in the long-term plan. So, yeah, just why is it not there?
Thank you.
Fair enough question. Music to Josh's ears. But sorry, I shouldn't make. Are there any other questions, councillors? Yeah, Councillor Ford.
No, just a quick note probably for our staff. We're always looking at youth panels, and we do actually have a youth panel that we engage in to give us advice on stuff to do with youth. But I wonder if our staff could take note of these two who have volunteered their time to come on board the youth panels. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Duncan, last question.
Yep, mine was commercial composting. Did you have an idea in mind, something like up at Spicer Landfill or something like that? Was that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, because like we say, at the moment, food waste in Porirua, it's either being composted by people by themselves in their own backyards, or it's going into the landfill. So doing that in a more efficient way could be connected to Spicer, could be like a council asset to own it, collect it like recycling possibly, and almost like, you know how you got to pay for rubbish bags? Could be the same thing. Could pay to have your compost taken, and then almost making money out of it.
And final question, in the list of extra suggestions you made, incentivise electric stuff. What's the electric stuff?
That was around, I think, mainly transportation in terms of like people using cars, trucks, all of that, incentivizing using e-bikes, electric cars, electric skateboards as a way of getting around rather than using fossil fuels.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in and for your volunteering and the thought that you put into your submission. So thanks a lot. So now we have Jeremy Collins. Yeah. So Jeremy, you've got 10 minutes altogether. We'll ring a bell at 8 minutes. And if you want questions, then you need to leave a little bit at the end, just so you know. Yes, we see that. Thank you. You just need to talk and it'll pick you up.
My name's Jeremy Collins. I'm a conservationist and a forester and a carbon farmer from Patanui. So I've been doing that for 40 years. So I just wanted to speak on the long-term plan and the way it addresses the need to safeguard the harbour, which has very much been my heart for the last 40 years. One of the means outlined in the plan was repair and planting along the side street line on the streams. Unfortunately, the plan fails to recognise that the bulk of the catchment is rural land and fails in many ways to engage with the community and, more importantly, with the rural landowners and the rural ratepayers. And I have given you what I think is a 21st century vision for Porirua City for conservation. And I think this is probably the way forward for the harbour particularly. The present model of biosecurity on the regional level has largely failed. This is due to getting the lack of buy-in from the rural landowners to make this work, and also not having resources from the rural ratepayers to fund the biosecurity work. This has led to a situation where the natural biodiversity on the private land in the Porirua Harbour catchment is at the point of collapse from both pest animals and pest plants. This is not only a failure for our unique native biodiversity, but for the harbour and for the community values. To have any hope of sustaining, let alone enhancing our native biodiversity to save the harbour, we need to change our conservation biosecurity model. We need to rethink the policy tools we use to find sustainable ways to ensure that our unique biodiversity flourishes on private land so future generations can share a strong relationship with it. This buy-in will protect the forested areas of the harbour catchments from pests, leading to reduced sediment flow into the streams and harbour in generations to come. The key to making this work is to shift the focus from the regional government level to the local government level and the community. And why, you might ask, why this is important. This would drive change to give financial incentives to the private landowners and community to work together on conservation goals through a strong rating policy which only this council can give. Porirua City can set both lower rating differentials and granting rate relief back to the rural ratepayer to reward good conservation practices. By creating a new lower rate differential, for example, rural conservation, and granting rate relief, this Community Council is the only council that can offer an enlightened rate policy to encourage private landowners to carry out conservation biosecurity work on their land. This policy would also work with landowners with SMA on it, their land, by giving them reward and compensation for looking after it, such as carrying out pest control work, which I would like to make the point of, which would be much better than a rule-based policy which the council is presently going down. In my submission, how you ask, in my submission we talk about Porirua City appointing a catchment coordination management person. This role would cover a number of functions. One would be working with the landowners to develop land management conservation plans. This would involve pest animal control plans which require multiple owners working together, since the present problem exists across multiple land tenancies, which is too much for one landowner to manage, and I'm experiencing that myself personally at the moment. I've got a large goat population explosion happening all around me, and it's like a chocolate box. My land is fully protected and fenced, and like a chocolate box, all the pests are heading towards it. So I'm spending a great deal of time and money trying to control this problem. The catchment manager would be able to engage contractors or even the regional council to carry out pest work. For the council, the catchment manager would have a reporting role back to councillors and management on the recommendations for rewarding the landowners with the council's incentive rating policy. A clear path back with audit processes in place. I'd like to add, what can be given can also be taken away. Bad behaviour. The cost of this. I would like to say the cost of continuing along the present path of doing nothing would be far greater to the environment than what I have proposed. To use my own personal rating history, at present we already have council rates relief on our land given over to covenants with the Queen Elizabeth Trust. This is almost half the land we own, so one would think it would be half the rating valuation in dollar values. This is not the case. Being what is termed unimproved land, its land value is very low. Excuse me. Out of the $500,000 total land valuation we have, its value, the covenant land's value is $100,000 only. So the rates are collected and paid on the remaining $400,000. The cost of this rate relief to the council is really low, but the value the council gets out of my time and material costs in conserving this area far outweighs the rate relief given. I have outlined what I believe is a conservation vision that places the landowners at the centre of involving them to take action by the council in both incentivising and giving them the tools through education. The present damage to the catchments of the harbour is unsustainable and has led to a really unhealthy situation with silting and sedimentation of the harbour. This is leading to a loss of biodiversity in the harbour, streams and the forests. This will only get worse with climate change bringing more heavy rain events. I will use as an example of what happened during the last large rain event in November 2020. This caused the stream beds on the neighbouring lands to scour down 1 to 2 metres during the storm. What the scouring did to the harbour and sediment loading is unknown, but the amount would be excessive under the present GW freshwater plan. This excessive sediment loading can only be corrected with private landowners getting on board and following good conservation practices. We have demonstrated this with our own conservation practices, leading to our section of stream having no damage, the reverse of what has happened next door. To stop the damage to be continuing, the council needs to empower the private landowners with rate incentives, new rating differentials and help to regeneration of the catchments. By shifting the focus of biodiversity conservation on private land from excessive rules to one based on education and rating incentives gives back ownership to the landowners to continue to invest their time in conservation of the land. We need to to empower those who have ownership in the private rural land in the Porirua Harbour catchment to guarantee the survival of the native biodiversity. As a final note, with this council declaring a climate emergency last year encouraging a healthy forest on the city doorstep, fixing carbon over the long term would be an excellent start to addressing this concern. Quoting the draft advice from the Climate Change Commission, it asked for the need of 16,000 hectares of new native forest planting per year by the year 2025. A further 25,000 hectares of new forest per year is needed up to 2050. These native forests would come from planting and from natural reversion. The call from the Climate Change Commission could be answered by this council by activating its climate emergency motion, by empowering the private landowners in creating both new and conserving areas of natural reversion in the rural area, with a new rating and appointing a catchment coordination management person would be a great start. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that's a bit jumbled, but
that's all right. Thank you,
my
Jeremy.
thoughts. I'm not a orator.
No, we understand the sentiment. I have a question from Councillor Trillin for you.
Cheers, thanks very much. I had a couple of questions actually in terms of the way it would work. I think this is a really interesting idea in principle actually that I'll be interested in hearing a bit more about. And in terms of the way in which it would work, do you see this as being something that an individual landowner would apply to the council to say, I believe I should qualify for this, whether it's a differential or a rebate or however we looked at doing it, and then that officer you talked about would go and investigate the property? Is that sort of the process you think would happen?
I think the council needs to appoint that person, and then that person needs to go out and talk to each individual landowner and get them on board. And that's why my submission, I proposed that Kōrero stream catchment. Being small, with a small number of landowners, would be an easy one to do as a trial project. And a lot of that land actually goes over into the Horokiwi catchment and back the other way into the Porirua Bay catchment, so you're capturing a number of landowners, and that would seed further growth into the adjoining catchments.
Okay, cool. Do you know this idea? Is this something you know of? Whether it happens anywhere else, or is this a novel idea that as far as you're aware?
I know across the country, landowners are getting together. Rural landowners are getting together and forming what's known as catchment committees, and they're working together as a group on the whole catchment instead of individually. Yeah, so it joins the catchment together in the same actions, like that stream catchment I'm talking about all the upper catchment of that is actually forested now, but it's in a state of collapse. So it could be quite easily, with pest control, managed and brought back and healed and be, active in helping the harbour.
Cool.
If you can follow that, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for coming in and giving us your verbal submission.
If you guys want a site visit, I'm quite happy to host. I've got a meeting with the Queensland Trust representative this afternoon. He's doing an audit, 2-yearly audit on all our covenants to make sure that we're following the rules. And as I said, that we're at the moment we're battling a huge pest problem over there. And I've given you some photos at the end of there which shows what the forest is looking like now, even though I think your officers have said it's in a healthy state, SMA-wise, but on the ground, it's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's... yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much
again
for your time, you guys. As I said,
those ideas.
Yeah.
So, next submitter is Wendy Leary. Wendy, can you? And you've heard the 8-minute thing.
Absolutely, I should be well done by then.
Okay.
Can I ask before you start, did we get the corrected notes of Wendy's? There's a note at the back of this submission saying that we had the rough.
So hopefully you got my...
Assuming that.
Yep.
Yeah, I was assuming that.
It will be very messy if it's not. Is it the right one? I hope.
Carry on anyway.
Anyway,
right?
so I'm speaking. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm number 298. As you know, I'm Wendy Leary. I grew up in Titahi Bay and still live there. My family home has been there since 1956. I've grown up with the city and have been attending council meetings since the 1970s. And I note, looking at I've seen all the mayors up to present in action and observed decision-making in action. And I would just like to say how much improved things are than they were in the 70s. It was very misogynistic, and clearly that's not the case now. So it feels much better to be speaking now than it did then. I will be speaking very briefly to this hearing because I'm aware that the issue that is close to my heart, others have spoken before me and presented facts and figures. So what I want to do is just give a heartfelt perspective of a long-time ratepayer and resident. I do appreciate it's always difficult to balance budgets with conflicting wants and needs. I mean, it's the same at home. As our city leaders, ratepayer representatives and paid employees, you must always be mindful of the difference between wants and needs, the must-haves versus the nice-to-haves. What the city really needs now is not what will make me look good or get me re-elected, but must lead your decision-making. Needs must always come first. There are many nice-to-haves raised in the feedback submission document, but adequate short and long-term planning of basic infrastructure is of paramount importance. In my childhood, we would have to look to see which end of the beach in Titahi Bay to swim to avoid the shit. It saddens me that now the situation is unchanged for my grandchildren. After many decades, this is unacceptable. Thus, my response in the submission form, get the shit out of Titahi Bay first, comes from that place. Shit is a public health issue. Forget about multi-million-dollar band-aids such as holding tanks. Be brave. Take on the primary problem now. Take it head on. Sewage and stormwater are two separate issues, each requiring substantial investment in new and existing infrastructure. I have spoken previously at a public meeting around that, so I don't intend to. For those of you who've already heard, I won't be repeating what I've said many times before. With all the proposed new building projects in the future, we need a realistic and cost-effective solution to meet the demands this will create for our sewage treatment plant infrastructure. So, in summary, I'm against the funding of the nice-to-haves, performing arts centre, community facilities and village planning, until the must-haves in basic public health issues have been resolved. That is me.
Oh, that's it. Oh,
That's it. I said I'd be brief.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you're brief. Any questions, councillors? No, there being no questions, I think.
Right.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for coming in, taking the time.
Thank you.
So, Russell Morrison. No need to talk to you about timing either, Russell. So,
No.
when you're ready.
Hopefully not. Good morning. My submission doesn't offer any opinions on most of the questions listed in your feedback form because I don't feel that I've considered those issues sufficiently to be able to make an informed judgment. I've very briefly mentioned reservations I have about water meters and parking fees, but I don't want to discuss those today. Instead, I want to concentrate on the 3 items that I've elaborated on in the attachment to my submission. These are the village planning program, the harbour and catchment restoration proposals, and thirdly, the need for support from Porirua City Council in getting a walkway/cycleway constructed around Pātini Inlet. First subject, village planning program. I can understand that some councillors and council officers may struggle to understand the strengths of the village planning program and may think it would be more logical simply to absorb village planning type requests into the annual and long-term planning processes. As I say in my submission, however, this would effectively be a return to the past, and in my experience, trying to get those sorts of projects seriously considered in the past was very difficult. Moreover, there was seldom the same community buy-in, goodwill or scope for voluntary input involved. I recommend that the village planning program should be retained and strengthened. The last thing people from our communities want is to have to contemplate even more of these types of submissions, particularly when they know from experience that the chances of success are so remote. Second subject is harbour and catchment restoration. I strongly support greater investment in infrastructure as a means of reducing pollution of the harbour, and I'm a great fan of riparian and other planting aimed at protecting the harbour. In fact, many years ago I was given the honour, along with Dame Margaret Shields and the Chief Executive of Transit New Zealand, of being asked to plant the first 3 trees or shrubs in an area chosen to trap sedimentation from the just designated Transmission Gully project, somewhere at the end of Flighties Road. I don't think anyone doubts that undertaking planting measures to minimise sedimentation entering the harbour is a top priority, but such measures can be expected only to slow down the rate of infilling. They will not stop or reverse the infilling process and will not be sufficient if we want to maintain or extend the life of the harbour. If we were to rely solely on such measures, because of perceptions that other measures are unaffordable or ecologically unacceptable, we would be condemning the harbour to eventual extinction, at least as a recreational asset. I don't believe most of the community would be comfortable with such a negative or defeatist strategy. In fact, previous harbour strategy and action plans for the Porirua Harbour did not simply rely on reducing sediment loads. They made provision for other actions such as, and I quote, sediment monitoring and investigating options to reduce/compensate for the effects of harbour structures and other works on harbour dynamics. I know that some of this has been undertaken, but the longer it takes to implement any measures as a result of the monitoring and investigations, the more extensive those measures will need to be in the future and the greater the ecological impacts will be. I've mentioned a few things in my submission that I think need to be given greater hearing by Porirua City Council, such as hurrying up the release of the Harbour Strategy Review, which was supposed to be out last year, re-engaging the community on the sort of issues mentioned in my submission and hopefully covered by the Harbour Strategy Review, pushing for changes to reduce restrictions in the Regional Council's National Resources Plan, doing modelling to determine the effects of tidal restrictions around the Parramatta bridges, and undertaking further investigation/action to counteract the increase in algae and black swan numbers. If you wish, I could show you some photos which would explain what I'm talking about there, or the reasons for those. I'm guessing that Nigel Clark raises these sorts of matters regularly within the council, but I've not been able to identify anything in this long-term plan that mentions funding for anything other than infrastructure and riparian planting in relation to the harbour, that is. The Mayor will no doubt recall that in her column in the Kapimana News on 27th of April, she spoke of a particularly memorable meeting at Tirapara Arena with pupils from 17 Porirua schools. If I may respectfully quote you, Anita, you finished the column by saying, "On Porirua Harbour in particular, these discussions left me in no doubt. We must continue to do better. Without the harbour," one kid told me, "there is no Porirua." Her words were not lost on me, and I promised them, as I promise you, that nothing is a greater priority for me as Mayor than restoring and improving our harbour. And that's why a significant portion of our proposed new spending focuses on doing exactly that. I have no doubt at all about the Mayor's sincerity, and I welcome the significant measures in this plan. But as I suggest in my submission, if we really want to restore and improve our harbour, we will need to do a little bit more than improve infrastructure and carry out riparian planting. Turning to the last subject, which is a pathway next to the inlet between Patanui and Parramatta. In my submission, I've touched on a little of the background to this project, starting with Porirua's strategic walkway proposal in the year 2000, which identified a walkway around the Patanui Inlet as its #1 ranking. Despite the fact that Plymouth Rotary and PCC have since managed to almost complete such a pathway adjacent to Grays Road, there doesn't appear to be any mention in the long-term plan of any plans or funding to complete the job. I have also suggested in my submission that the only way it will ever be completed is if everybody, and particularly the council, makes it a priority during the State Highway revocation negotiations with NZTA on completion of Transmission Gully. Regardless of whether or not the State Highway status is revoked on State Highway 58 or Parramatta Road, I believe it is imperative that Waka Kotahi, NZTA, is required to construct a walkway, cycleway alongside that road as soon as possible. For decades, NZTA and its predecessors have ignored their statutory responsibility to make this a safe and efficient highway, and the road will never be fit for purpose, either as a state highway or a local arterial, without safer cycling and pedestrian provision. I've elaborated a little on the arguments for this in my submission. Suffice to say here that the Porirua community will have every right to be disappointed if there is not support from all parties, and particularly the council, in insisting that Waka Kotahi comes up with funding for this project. I believe that the project and the possibility that some seeding money may be possibly required from Porirua City Council should be clearly identified as an important priority in the long-term plan. Now, finally, on this subject, I came across, if I can find it, a Maori saying in the Dominion Post a few days ago, which I thought was appropriate in this context. I won't expose you to any feeble attempt by myself to pronounce the Maori version, but the English translation was, "If I dream alone. If we dream as a collective, we can achieve our dream." Bit of wishful thinking, perhaps, but thank you for the opportunity to express these views.
Thank you, Russell. Councillors, do you have any questions for Russell? No. Thank you, Russell, for coming in and putting those things together and speaking to us in person. Thank you very much. So, Andrew Weeks, I notice you're here, Andrew, so now you've got 10 minutes. A bell will ring at 8. So if you want any questions, you can finish at 8 or you can continue talking. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you here today. I'm not going to go through my submission, but I'd just like to comment on one or two of its underlying themes. There can be little doubt that we live in utterly unprecedented times. It's the devastating impact on communities of COVID-19, major job losses in all but the public sector, reduced household incomes with fewer wage earners per household, a 3-year public sector pay freeze, which one suspects may well yet be extended to include local government, growing evidence of major household inflation, and the imminent changes to local government enforced by central government. However, what we can be certain of is that local government will look very different in the next few years. The Three Waters and the RMA resource consenting are most likely to be the first cabs off the rank. We equally understand that the current government will almost certainly continue its past practice of divesting activity and responsibility to local government, no doubt, as usual, without the associated funding. That has been a problem that local government has faced for decades. I think I can say without fear of contradiction that we all care about the wider Porirua community. And I urge you as councillors to make a bold statement to your voting public about your vision for the future. Because make no mistake, whilst officers have put a huge amount of work into preparing the documentation for this plan, and it is huge, the public perceive this as your vision. It's not the vision of officers, it is your collective vision. I am of the view, and I may be alone in this, but I'm of the view that there are some fairly serious flaws in the plan. It covers a 30-year horizon. The law requires 10. And given the uncertainty with which local government is faced at the moment, I suspect it might be rather more prudent to stick to the 10. It seeks to lock in, and I pick those words carefully, a 30-year increase in rates at somewhere between 2 and 4 times the rate at which modelling in assumed increases in disposable income. It expects to pay its staff, quote, over the odds. The need to get good people, but it looks to do that. And it also looks to increase full-time equivalent employees by a mere 25% over that 30-year horizon. That is in a world where jobs are constantly under pressure as we see greater use of technology. It fails, and I'm sorry to bring this up yet again, it fails to address the question of efficiency and effectiveness, something that other businesses, including core government departments, are enforced to look at annually. It continues with past levels of expenditure on non-core activities, despite the open concession across the country that local government has sadly failed to invest adequately in core infrastructure and roading. So those other areas have been overfunded, probably for decades. I had hoped to see that some of that funding would be transferred to core rather than saying we need more money, we'll just slam the rates up higher. It seeks to invest in what I think are some fairly dubious capital projects, which will, in all likelihood, have the same impact on the ratepayer as that major investment into Rapraha Arena. When that was ticked off, that was going to break even. It's subsidised between 60 and 80% per year by the ratepayer, almost certainly as a result of less than effective management. And on the other side of the coin, I also put to you, perhaps the plan does not put enough money now into fixing up that infrastructure. There are very few things that are more important to the community than the environment these days, particularly the younger elements. And I would happily see more money being put into infrastructure now. I urge, if not beg you, to do something that councils have had difficulty in doing for a long time. And that is do what the legislation that founded you envisaged. It envisaged that you, and not officers, were in charge. It is your legislative duty to take control. Recognise the uncertainties of the times within which we live and make an appropriate statement to the voting public. The sort of things that you may like to consider. Certainly, if I were a councillor, I would only endorse the first year of the long-term plan, clearly noting that the out years will be subject to substantive review and material revision as soon as we understand what the shape and scope of local government is going to be. I would eliminate all non-essential capital expenditure, and there's a fair bit of that, particularly in the long out years. I would urge you to instigate an effectiveness and efficiency review and link with that some work on the relevance of what is being done to your agenda. Certainly when we dealt with core government some 20, 30 years ago, there was not a single department who in the debate over what they should have appropriated didn't say, but we've always done that. And government's answer was, you might have always done it, but actually it's not as important to us now as these other things. I would love to see you fund part of your infrastructure through a reallocation of existing funding that is currently in areas that have been traditionally overfunded in the past. You may like to lead the local government group before central government applies it to you. Adopt the same wage freeze for local government officers and officials as has been done in central government. I would require a redrafting of the LTP to the extent that it shows no growth in FTEs. And I would look at a plan that only has a 10-year horizon, given the huge uncertainty with which local government is faced. Were you to adopt these measures, it would clearly demonstrate to communities and your voting public that you're taking your election pledges, and virtually every one of you said you would spend responsibly and you would minimise rates increases, not lock in huge increases for 30 years, and that you take your governance duties very seriously within a framework that will, without any doubt, witness huge changes to the role, the scope and the duties of local government. Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have a question? Yes, we do, from Councillor Trillin.
Thanks very much, Andrew. I just had a question in relation to the 30 years versus 10-year time frame that you've been talking about, and I believe the word that you used was prudence. I know one of the things that you and I agree on is the historic underinvestment that we've had in core infrastructure, and you mentioned it a bit here. But my question is, do you not think it would be more prudent for long life infrastructure like pipes and roads for us to plan for those over a greater period of time, say 30 years, to make sure we have the upfront investment that we need?
Thank you for that question, Josh. I agree. I think that the planning will be done by the talented people you've got in the organisation anyway. What I question is the wisdom of publishing it now. Given the uncertainty, I would only publish the short-term stuff, the 10 years.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Councillor Weehappy.
Thank you. Just very quickly, it's a question to clarify. So when you were talking about wage freezing within Porirua City Council, you did realise that we do have a lot of staff who are also ratepayers, who live in the city that could also be faced with an increase of rates?
Yes, I do. And you also have a lot of officers who don't live in the city who won't be faced with this sort of increase in rates. The reason I put the issue of the wage freeze on the table, it was deliberately meant to be provocative, because I suspect, given the position that central government has taken on the core public service, that is likely to be pushed down the track, and you may like to consider whether it's appropriate to do that.
Any other questions, councillors? No. So thank you very much for coming in, Andrew.
Thank you very much for your time.
So, Ian McLean and Kate Drever. Joint. Welcome. And I don't know whether you heard, so you've got 10 minutes. Bell rings at 8. Right. And you can either finish and get questions or keep going. So, your call.
Thanks, Ross.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here with Ian to express our opposition to the proposal in the long-term plan to disestablish the village planning program. I've been on the Porirua Bay Residents Association for 14 years, and Ian's been on it for 11. Porirua Bay's village plan has always been at the heart of what we do. It provides the framework for the work of our association, and it gives us a mandate to operate. I was deeply involved in the review of our village plan that took place 10 years ago, and over the last 2 years, I've been working towards the next major review. We regard our review process as an important part of our long-term engagement with our community. Our goal is to understand our community's values, beliefs, concerns and aspirations so we can represent them honestly. When we stand before you, the Regional Council, Waka Kotahi, or any other agency, we know we are speaking on behalf of our community because we asked them what they wanted and we listened. We don't always get what our community wants. We couldn't stop the closure of Muri Station, and we're only now getting some of the road safety projects for which we fought for years. But with our community's backing and in genuine partnership with Porirua City councillors and staff, we've achieved a lot. When we walk around our village, we can see the Potanga Roa that represents our relationship with our marine environment and acknowledgement of Ngāti Toa as mana whenua. Not only our skate park, but the mural painted by our children. The thriving food forest where not long ago there was a rough paddock. The growing trail of information bollards that tell our history. These are just some of the visible impacts of the village planning program. None of them was achieved by money alone. They also took planning, dedication and hard work of residents. Village planning funding is highly effective in leveraging the capabilities and contributions of communities. Our community has changed in the past 10 years, and we know it's time to check in with a formal review to ensure all voices are heard. The review process so far has included presentations at our AGMs, including bus school students, feedback from individuals and focus groups, a community workshop, development and user testing of an online survey, discussions with Porirua Bay Hub about alignment with their work, and development of a communications plan. That community workshop was a major turning point for us. Our plan has always begun by addressing the vision and values of our community ahead of any requests for new projects. But now residents have told us we need to look much further into the future. There are many changes coming our way. More residential development to the south, population growth across the city, the opening of Transmission Gully, the popularity of Te Araroa Walkway, sea level rise, and climate change affecting the foreshore, economic and social changes across Aotearoa. These changes are coming over the next 20 to 30 years, and we want to capture them in our next village plan. We want to think well into the future and to think broadly about what our village could be like. What do we want to preserve of our existing community, and how do we take advantage of the opportunities coming our way? These are the sorts of questions we are asking in the survey we have just launched. These are the sorts of questions communities all around Porirua will be asking as they look to the future. And they are the sorts of questions council should be supporting communities to answer. The Village Planning Program provides a framework within which those critical conversations can take place. They enable a genuine partnership across our city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So for those of us who have been very involved with the Village Planning Program for many years, we're really very, very committed to it and the great things it brings to our city. So not just the things that are built, but the genuine community democracies that have grown out of it. And the way it's given a voice to communities in a way we didn't have before through the village plans. And the process Kate's just described a perfect example of how it allows people to be genuine like placemakers and community visionaries. We know the program is not perfect. There have been issues with the Village Planning Program, particularly with the delivery of projects and what was funded. So for a year ago, there was a huge backlog of projects funded to the tune of about $900,000. So the project's been so successful, it's actually surpassed the council and community's abilities to deliver. Now, when the council decided a year ago tomorrow to put the program on hold for 2 years, we all received an email from Justine that said, quote, Council would like us to review the Village Planning Program prior to 2022, and this is where we'll come and talk to you and seek your views on the program, discuss what's going well and not so well for all those parties. Well, we accepted your decision on the basis of that assurance. A review would be a good thing, we thought, in light of some of the weaknesses of the program that we've seen. And if we'd thought the council would have reneged on that promise, we would have opposed that decision. So to find that the council now wants to do away completely with the program without the promised review that involves the communities, a kick in the guts for all the hard work untold people right across the city have put into the community over many years. So presenting us with a yes or no decision, particularly when we know there would probably have been councillors who may have already made up their mind to get rid of the program, it's not the genuine consultation we were promised and expected to be involved in. So we've always believed that the Village Planning Program is much more than the capital funding. So the money is important, but the support the communities get from a dedicated group within the council is the true value of the council's input. There have been other sources of funding, and we've used some of them in the past. And other community support organisations like Internal Affairs could help fill the funding gap, but they don't know Porirua City. They don't know us like Porirua City Council knows its communities. However, as we can see from the backlog of projects, there isn't really a problem with a shortage of money, but a capacity, both within communities and council, to actually deliver the projects. The support of the village planning team has been invaluable. They have supported the community organisers, brought other resources to the projects, and helped us negotiate relationships and agreements with other organisations. So for instance, before we could start work on the Porirua Bay Community Garden, we needed to organise an access agreement along Miri Station platform with Kiwi Rail, obtain $5 million in public liability insurance, that's a requirement of both Kiwi Rail and Council, which the Residents Association pays for, and get a licence to occupy the land from council. So the village planning team, Bill in particular, were essential to us achieving those things. It would have been extremely difficult and possibly more costly without him. And this sort of liaison happens with most of our community initiatives. So the team performs an essential connector role between communities and other groups and organisations. We believe getting rid of this team would remove an important part of the council's community development ability and leave our communities worse off. We think that the focus on capital funding in the long-term plan shows the council doesn't really understand what village planning is truly about. The village planning program has been an enormous success and it's stimulated a massive growth in community democracy and development and has released a vast reservoir of energy, enthusiasm and labour from within the communities. It's empowered people so they can take the initiative to make the places they live in into the places they want them to be. So going ahead with the program, as it presented in the long-term plan, could do a lot of harm to the relationships between council and the residents groups that are part of it. We believe the village planning program should be reviewed, but that review must include a co-design exercise between council and the communities that are part of the program. So all our communities should be actively involved in designing a replacement that will benefit everybody who lives in Porirua. Doesn't mean the sort of consultation we have here where you ask us what we think of your proposal. It means the sort of active engagement through workshops and design exercises where we, the communities, say what we want and help you design a workable system. If you do that, it'll give you the buy-in you need and continue to allow council to leverage the energy and the labour of committed people and communities. Our communities have invested a huge amount of sort of time, energy and thought and passion into this program, and we don't want to lose what we have. And so we call on the council to fulfil its promise of a year ago to involve our communities and give us a genuine voice and role in the future of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you both. Do we have any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Ford.
Just a quick one. Thanks, guys, for coming in. Yesterday there was a similar view to get all the residents' associations together to come up with a solution for the village planning moving forward. I know you did mention just the villages that are currently involved with the program. The ones that haven't but do exist, associations, are you suggesting that they shouldn't be involved in the...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we know that it's, you know, we've got, 14 residents groups in the city, and when the program started there were 4. And the new 10 are sort of pretty much stimulated by this. So if there are others who want to be involved in it, absolutely, yeah, they should be there for everybody.
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, for the village planning budget, how much of it goes into looking after those extra walkways, parks and things you create after it's created? Because we actually make a rod for the back of the parks division and having to maintain all these things. Is there a set part of the budget goes to that?
Well, no, that just goes into your normal operating budget to sort of maintain it. But, you know, one of the things that should come out of this is that, well, I mean, is that people can sort of adopt those sort of spots to look after themselves. You know, if people are involved in it, you know, if the council gets a project and it funds it and gets its contractors and it kind of sort of does it, then it's kind of a bit of a council sort of a thing. But if the community is involved in it themselves and people take some ownership over these sorts of things, then they can actually, you know, actively involved in maintaining and looking after these areas.
It's not always about new work either. It's about maintaining what's there in a way that's appropriate. As an example, the goat track down the end of Rafiti Road down to the beach. We didn't want some fancy new thing. We just wanted what was an informal track made a bit safer. And so that's all that's involved.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? So thank you both for coming in and being very clear about what you want. And you've given us food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So Claire, is it? Claire Carruthers from Wellington Free Ambulance. Have you heard the 8-minute bell?
I have.
Bing. Yep. And so if you want some questions...
Wonderful. I've got a presentation coming up shortly. Thank you.
That's fine.
Um,
I just... Go for it.
Start. Kia ora, hello. So I just introduced myself. I'm Claire, and I'm the brand new Director of Fundraising at Wellington Free Ambulance. Started in January this year. I'm going to do a very short overview of what we do, and then talk specifically about how we provide our service in Porirua. So, as most of you will know, Wellington Free Ambulance is the only emergency ambulance service in Greater Wellington and Wairarapa, and we are the only ones in the country who are free. So our big mission is we're here to support a healthy and equitable society. Our 24/7 emergency paramedic service covers from Wellington to Porirua and the Kapiti Coast, the Hutt Valley and the Wairarapa too, all the way up to Mount Bruce. We look after 1 in 10 of your friends and family every year, so we're ensuring we provide the best possible care to all of our patients. So you'll either have been in an ambulance, know someone that's been in an ambulance, or someone that's been helped and looked after by us. The next slide. Do I do the slide?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, there's a clicker right there. Yes,
This one?
yes, that's it.
Yep.
Thank you. So the next slide shows what happens with the support that we get from all of our supporters, and in particular our 8 councils. So although we're known for ambulances and our paramedics are often needed to drive under lights and sirens, these urgent life-threatening jobs count for less than 20% of our work. By far, the biggest part of our work is for low acuity jobs, people that are struggling with things like chronic pain and illnesses and the fragility of age. So we do last year alone, so this is a 12-month statistics, we answered more than 102,000 111 calls and saw our crews respond to over 48,000 emergencies. That's the lights and sirens. Thanks to our dedicated team of paramedics, patient transfer officers and communication centre staff, we're able to ensure patients get the best possible care. So just to look at that, we've got over 350 full-time staff at Wellington Free Ambulance. It's 180 paramedics, 52 patient transfer officers, 50 communication centre staff, and more than 70 event medics. And with that, 66% of all our patients are transported to the emergency department, 3% not to emergency department, but 31% were treated at home. And that's something very special that we're trying to work on now, creating that, seeing if we can look after and treat our patients at home and not the need to go to and from hospitals and the delays that that can entail, particularly with looking after our patients. And this is where the Porirua station comes into its own and becomes one of our busiest stations. So I'll just talk now about you specifically. So our Porirua ambulance station is well loved and highly utilised. It is one of 9 ambulance stations across the region and is one of our busiest. Paramedics rostered on Porirua 1 and Porirua Plus, a number of patient transfer officers, all start and finish their days here every day. One of our 3 rescue vehicles is based in Porirua also. The station also hosts our regional training room for new and current recruits. We don't do that anywhere else. So your station is really the heart of our 9 ambulance stations. Throughout winter, we also have an additional vehicle start from Porirua called Porirua 20, helping us to care for patients with low acuity injuries. In the last 12 months, we have attended 8,118 emergencies from Porirua Station. And this is thanks to your support, which enables us to be present in your amazing community. We also have a unique service in Porirua that is available if someone's condition is serious and urgent but not life-threatening. This is where we're looking after people at home, and this starts from the Porirua station because James, who's the person in this slide, James here is one of our community-based urgent community care paramedics. They're called our UCC paramedics. They are trained to assess your condition and make professional clinical decisions about the best course of action. They may be able to treat you safely at home, especially if you have people around to help and good care in the community. They might transport you to a medical centre or to a hospital. But if your situation is life-threatening, please know that James and our other team at the call centre will send our closest and fastest resource, and that's our ambulances with lights and sirens to get to you. This year, the other incredible thing that we did out of the Porirua station was this initiative. So this year, we were the first ambulance service in New Zealand to trial a new revolutionary model of care. Our extended care paramedics, including those on the UCC in Porirua, can now perform blood tests with point-of-care testing. using an iStat, which is what you can see the paramedic holding in this slide. Using an iStat analyzer, paramedics can test blood, gas analysis, lactate levels, electrolytes, renal function, and basic hematology, with results available in just 2 minutes. So that's a lot of times historically you're going to a hospital to get all those results. We can do that now here on the spot. So this is helping support referral pathways and clinical decision-making, reducing treatment time for our patients, which is an issue across our health in New Zealand. So the next slide will tell you a little bit about statistics specifically for Porirua. So in the last 12 months, this is what we have spent, actual dollars, on running a service dedicated to looking after our residents and communities in Porirua. I did have to fact check this being new, but close to $500,000 on consumables and drugs, over $80,000 on fueling our fleet, close to $20,000 on linen for our stretchers, and also replacing oxygen and medical air also cost close to $9,000. So we are an expensive organisation to create a free healthcare to all our patients, emergency healthcare. I'm going to keep this very short in case you do have questions. But the last slide is a thank you for all the support that you have been giving us. It's amazing. We can't continue to provide a healthcare for free or keep the free in Wellington free without your support. So this is increased funding. On average, you support us with 58 cents per person in Porirua, and we're asking for $1 per person in Porirua. A lot of other councils have increased to that $1 funding, and we'd love to see you match that. So that means you're giving us around $30,000 a year, and that would increase to around $46,000, $47,000 a year. In the last year, we helped 6,387 people in Porirua. That's about 13% of our total workload. On average, each time we send out an ambulance to someone in need, it costs around $650, which means it costs over $4 million to run the service in Porirua. Wellington Free Ambulance receives government funding from the Ministry of Health, ACC and DHBs, which is around $33 million. Other funding comes from events and our relationships with Whitireia. We need at least $39 million a year to maintain the service to a high standard and remain free to patients. We believe it's important for local councils to contribute to keeping the cost of this service free to our community. And then I do hope that you will see that we are in need of increased funding from all our councils, and your support of increasing from 58 cents to $1 per person will have an enormous impact on not only keeping the free in Wellington free, but will directly affect the service that we can provide in Porirua. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Claire, for coming along. Councillors, do we have any questions for Claire? Sorry, who was first? Because I was looking the other way. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kylie, Councillor Weehapi.
So this isn't directly to do with money, but I did want to ask that 11% miscellaneous, is that due to alcohol and drug abuse?
We do have that, but I don't. Where are you seeing the 11%? What? Here. So, yeah, that is exactly that. I didn't bring that up in our slides, but I do have it here. And then, of course, our need is increasing all the time, and it's due to population increasing, more people moving to the city, returning Kiwis. We don't have the statistics on it yet, but January and February were our busiest months in 7 years. And we're finding out now the data on why we were so busy in those beginning of this year. And the contribution that we get from government has stayed the same for several years. So we're needing increased funding from across the board. We are going to government too for increased funding. We're going to our donors, stakeholders across the board to make sure that we can maintain our service. And really what it does, it supports our paramedics, supports them so that they are not 24/7. Yeah, our ambulances are 24/7. We don't want our paramedics to be 24/7. They need a break.
Councillor Ford.
Thanks, Claire, for coming in. I just wanted to confirm you're asking for $16,000 extra on top of the 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's going from 58 cents per person on average, depending on the population, to $1 per person. So it's a commitment to $1 per person in Porirua.
Oh, yeah. I just want to confirm the figure is 16,000 because $1, depending on what the population is, might be 20,000.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
16 is what
Minimum
you're asking
16.
for. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Sayuli.
Thank you. I do. with the money, the 39 million, is that just for the Wellington region? Was it
Yeah,
total?
Wellington, Kapiti, Wairarapa, up to Mount Bruce. So that's for all of our region.
And sorry, I didn't quite catch the breakdown, but what's the breakdown in terms of where that money goes to in terms of salaries and equipment? And
So the government funds our core business, so our salaries and all of that is funded by our core business, and then we need to raise close to $6 million per year in external funding, donor support, councils, anything that's not government or ACC or DHBs to make up that 39 million, which keeps our service running. So we have a core business of our salaries that are met, but then anything that's innovative in paramedic care, for example, treating patients at home, having innovative technology on our ambulances, that's all extra. At the moment, we're wanting to replace our ambulances, for example, with the brand new state-of-the-art defibrillators, which are much easier to use, and that's a $1.7 million project that sits outside of any government funding. We have our rescue that I mentioned comes from the Porirua station. That sits outside, again, of government funding. But the people there are highly, highly trained paramedics that work with emergency and police and get into those remote areas, mountain bikers, trampers, walkers, even to places where our helicopter can't get to. So we have lots of areas outside of just a core business that we need funding to be an emergency ambulance service.
Thanks, Claire. Councillor Trillin, I'll allow Councillor Trillin and Councillor Duncan.
Well, thanks very much. Two very quick questions. You mentioned a lot of other councils have moved towards that $1 as opposed to 58 cents. I was wondering if what councils in particular and to what degree are we an outlier currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, I've got 4 other submissions next week, so I'm hoping they will move up to $1 per person. But Hutt City do $1 per person, Masterton do 95 cents per person, but they're considering going to $1. It just hasn't been confirmed yet. And South Wairarapa District Council also do $1 per person. So out of the 8, we do have 3 that have already confirmed, and I've only gone out this year for that increased funding. So those 3 have said yes, and then I'm hoping all 8 will.
Cool, thanks. And my other quick question was, in terms of the long-term funding prospects for Wellington Free, has there been any signalling from central government on ambulance funding as part of the recently proposed health reforms, or is that something you haven't heard?
Not yet. So it is something that we're in conversations with and discussions with, and there's going to be sort of more clarity when we have a budget announcement towards the end of May. But it is in conversations. But even if it was to go ahead and we were going to be a fully funded ambulance service that matches with the DHBs, you're looking at least 10 years away from that happening, from our internal conversations. But we haven't had the conversations with all the DHBs and government yet. But it is looking that is a conversation that will be had. Whether it's something that we want is a totally different scenario. Whether we want increased funding from government but not 100% government funding is also a case that we would put forward. But we're just at conversations. We don't have any business cases for that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, a quick one.
Yes, sorry. Look, I noticed the fuel bill there is huge.
Yeah.
Are there any plans within the free ambulance to convert to electric?
Do. So we have a sustainability plan that we're aligning with our strategy at the moment. At the moment, our strategy is looking at the next 5 to 10 years, and I'm trying to move the organisation to looking at the next sort of 30, 40, 50 years, having a longer term approach. So we are at the moment, but to be 100% honest, we've just got more pressing needs at the moment. We're not meeting our patients that cardiac arrests, people that are dying, there's increased violence, there's a whole lot that we need to sort out. But we are having conversations, particularly with our suppliers of fuel, who are also looking at more sustainable ideas and initiatives in the future. So yeah, we would love to have a electric fleet of ambulances, but again, that would it's funding. It's all down to funding.
Yes.
Just want.
We understand that.
Yeah.
No,
I was just going to say, I just want you to note that Tommy's Real Estate gave $75,000 last year to the organisation.
Yes, thank you very much. I just had a great conversation.
That's not just that's not just you. That's across Wellington.
Yeah,
Tommy's across.
4 officers.
4 officers. Yeah. Well, there you go, Council. Thank you very much, Claire, for coming along and giving that. We know that Wellington Free Ambulance is a great service because some of us sitting around here will have used it, and those dear to us as well.
1
so
in 10.
we understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Phil Teal, you've been sitting there for a long time, Phil, Fish and Game, listening to us. And I won't need to talk to you about 8 and minutes, etc. So go for it.
Thank you, and I do realise that it's pre-lunch, so I'll try and keep it quick and keep you guys going.
It's after lunch you have to worry about.
Yes, strategically, it's probably quite a good place. Yeah, my name is Phil Teal. I work for Wellington Fish and Game Council, so we're the body the statutory body that's responsible for managing the fish and game resource. So my focus is going to be on Porirua Harbour, and it's not going to be trying to ask for a lot more money from Porirua Council. It's probably a change of emphasis, support, and some of the things that you're doing. I think there's quite a strong vision for improvement of the harbour, and Ngāti Toa has quite well articulated that. And even though we might word it slightly differently from a different organisation, we share the same vision through different eyes. So it's actually it's positive that at least Porirua City Council is moving forward with some of those issues. I'll take the submission I made as read, but I'll just emphasise a few points regarding the stormwater infrastructure. And in the funding, the emphasis has probably been on the wastewater aspect, where I think there's probably a certain amount of looking at the existing stormwater system to make sure that the best practice is undertaken, and some of the practices which could be improved won't necessarily cost a heck of a lot to the council. So it's probably looking at what innovative options there can be. It's like collection of roof rainwater, so you don't get pulses of sediment coming down. But I'm sure that you're all aware of whether it's urban or whether it's from the rural area, there's different pulses of sediment which just flow straight into the harbour. Now, how does that affect some of the resources that Fish and Game manage? Things like black swan, which one of your earlier submitters mentioned were potentially coming on to reserves and that sort of places where they interact with humans. 80, as a rule of thumb, 80% of their food comes from water, and it's not terrestrial in nature. So that's the general rule of thumb. Now, if you cover the areas that they're feeding in the harbour, basically they'll have to switch to something else that they can feed. So if the sediment comes down, covers the eelgrass, which they're nibbling on, they'll end up trying to go somewhere else. So that's where they're almost forced onto the land in that intertidal zone. So it's something where the numbers of swan are very stable, and it's through the central New Zealand. That's the population that we manage. So that's you've taken Nelson and up to Wairarapa and the Manawatu, and that's one population. Now that's really quite stable. So it's not as though we're getting an explosion of numbers. It's just where they're positioned. Now that's we're probably causing them to use different situations, and this is just another reason to try and improve the harbour habitat long term. Now I know that there's certainly some efforts being made. I've actually got 3 or 4 boxes of reports of how degraded the harbour has become over the years, and I've got 3 or 4 boxes of plans to actually improve the harbour, which obviously there's been lots of thought in the past, and I am aware of a KPMG recent review of the harbour strategy, not public yet, but it's something which you guys have been involved in actually looking at things. So that's positive, but it's also frustrating from the outside of knowing what's actually happening to actually improve the harbour. And that relates to the amount of sediment and the contaminants getting into the harbour itself. So there's been opportunities which I think probably have been lost, but hopefully there's still momentum to request it. As central government funding up in the Kaipara Harbour, there was $100 million set aside for improvement, and that's probably the level of magnitude that really needs to happen in this harbour. So in some ways, I'm disappointed that the regional council didn't take much more of a stronger lead in this. You got a tick to you guys. You've actually put an application in, but it's also something which, if you don't get it, then it's basically the amount of effect that you're going to be able to have is probably going to be a positive, but not to the extent that we really need. So there's also a lot of work being done on the whai tour committees, which identify, they had 74, I think, recommendations, which a lot of those relate to the regional council, but you can certainly leverage off a lot of that for improvements. And I encourage you to work with that within your current operations and just make sure that's well enough resourced. The other quick aspect is just incorporating, promoting more than actually doing, is promoting wetlands within the urban and rural environment, particularly the rural environment, where you might have stock exclusion or riparian zones, and that's sort of something which has been promoted a long time, just plant the edges. That has positive effects, but is it enough? Probably not, and it's making sure that the wetlands which you put into those areas, and that's can be constructed wetlands or basically ones which are designed to strip nutrients. They can have sediment retention, they can buffer floods, so that's going to reduce the amount of pulse of sediments getting into the harbour itself. So that's the main points that I wanted to just re-emphasise, and if there's any specific questions on the submission, feel free to ask, and certainly it's a positive on some of the awareness that the council has, but we're not doing enough, and it's a simple summary.
Councillors, yes, Councillor Hayward, question.
Kia ora, Phil. Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your submission and the points you've raised. My question is an operational expenditure matter. What commentary would you give around Council's recently revised bylaws around reducing sediment in our waterways, and whether or not you would agree that Council should be doing more in terms of its enforcement measures in the operational expenditure therein?
Well, I'd consider, thanks for the question, I'd consider any of the new rules that relate to new subdivisions good. But there's obviously that's going to be the existing pulses of sediment coming down through the suburbs which have been long-term existing. There are a lot of green ways of looking at how to manage those, whether it's having swales around entry points or trying to reduce the pulse, because basically you put it into a concrete environment, it's all going to come down at once, and that just increases the erosion on the side and everything, all the sediments coming down at once. So obviously you see that coming into the main part of the harbour, not and the inlet urban inputs, but certainly into the main harbour, and that's sort of something which I think it's promoting a different way of doing it. There might be some subsidies longer term, but it's something which I think it needs another look of what's there now, or else you're just going to be tinkering with a little bit at the end at the new stuff. Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, thank you very much, Bill, for coming along.
Thank you.
And waiting as you did.
No, it's all good, and enjoy your lunch, and hopefully you have
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Rana, you've got 10 minutes and a bell will ring at 8. So if you want questions or whatever, then finish a little bit early.
Okay then, great. Wa tēnā koutou katoa.
Yeah, it is on. I'll just yank it towards you a bit.
Yes.
Yep, but not too close, you're fine.
Tēnā, you want the facials with that?
What song are you singing?
You don't want me to sing.
No, thanks.
I'll leave that to Simon. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to come and talk to the long-term plan submissions. Ko rānei wenera pārai taku ingoa. I'm the chairperson for the Te Pai Porirua East Regeneration project, and I'll let Simon introduce.
And I was here yesterday, so I don't know if I need to introduce myself, but thank you for giving us time to do this.
So we're supportive of the initiatives that are in the long-term plan, but we just wanted to give you some context about who we are and why we support the direction that the long-term plan is heading in. And so our purpose for the regeneration project for Porirua East, so we're the community advisory panel for the project, and we've been ministerially appointed with the support of the City Council. So the partners under the regeneration project are Porirua City Council, Ngāti Tō Rangatira, and Kāinga Oranga. Kāinga Oranga. Yeah. And so our purpose is upholding the vision and the values of the project on behalf of the community of Porirua East. And so our vision that we have is te whānau o te hāporo o Porirua East noho nei ringa o te tūmanako o te whakapono o te whanaungatanga kotahi ko ora te whānau ko ora te iwi. And that's talking about that the whānau of Porirua East live in a high quality and safe environment that promotes relationships, unity, the strength of families and the strength of communities. And what we see as our areas of focus, because we couldn't deal with everything across the community, was that we look at the utilisation and access to effective and efficient healthcare, that we have a focus on housing because it's initially a housing-led project, that education and skills within Porirua East is important, and having a sustainable environment. And so from that, we have the opportunity to report through to Minister Woods around those areas of focus, and we have an appointment with her next week. But we wanted to just say that we support, or which elements of the submission that we support, particularly. We support the whole, everything that's being suggested, but with some focus areas. So we support the investment in the three waters, the drinking water, wastewater and stormwater. And we know that for Porirua East, the investment underground is as important as the investment above ground. And so we know that we've had to wait slightly because there has been the need to go back and seek additional funding for the underground infrastructure work to be done. And we know that the government has announced that there is additional funding, but we're still waiting as the community advisory panel on exactly what that means for Porirua East. We've been assured that there'll be something, but we're keen to be part of that. And with that comes the drinking water, the wastewater and the stormwater investment. So we are extremely supportive that there is a focus on that area. Yep, should I carry on? We are extremely supportive of the protection of our harbour and our catchments, and that's because we know that our harbour is the crown of our city, and a lot of people come to Porirua and because of our harbour and the value and the potential that our harbour brings. So we are supportive of protecting our harbour. With that, we are also supportive of having multi-use facilities across the community, but in particular, we are supportive of the Cultural Arts Centre and having a Cultural Arts Centre within Porirua City. We know that we have strong connections with Whitireia and the performing arts, and we know that there are, with particularly our Pacific and cultural communities, that we have arts that are being taught and refreshed and renewed across our community. So having somewhere where we can showcase the performance for our, particularly our young people, but for our community and on behalf of our community, we think is really important. The other point that we support is we know that there is, so we support the reduction in the hours at Te Rauparaha Arena, and that's because that's if we could push a bit more support up into the east in relation to the impact and the risk around this decision being minimised for the city centre and being increased in Porirua East, then that would be beneficial for the whole city. We also support the living wage for contractors, and that's well, I think that one really speaks for itself, kind of thing. So in relation to our submission, those are the focus points that we support. If you'd like to know around the areas that Te Pai are going to focus on in relation to reporting through to the Minister, then we're happy to tell you what we are monitoring on behalf of the community, but we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Rane. Do we have, I don't think we need an update yet, it's probably the wrong forum for that, but any specific questions for Rane and Simon? Councillor Duncan.
Thanks, Rane. And look, in your submission on page 2 of your submission, you've got the support for an 8 million funding of the long-term plan for multi-use in northern Porirua. You don't support that, but you say we believe the resource is best placed and needed in Porirua East. You're aware that we've already allocated 8 million?
8 million.
You know that's already been allocated?
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
We know that what 8 million could buy 3 years ago is possibly not what 8 million will purchase today. Yep.
Councillor Trillam.
Kia ora, thank you. Just in relation to the statement in your submission under other feedback, when you said that the focus is on infrastructure and not the people, whereas the focus on culture and people, that's quite different, I guess, to a lot of the feedback we've been getting, and that a lot of people want us to focus more specifically on infrastructure. And I'm wondering what things in particular you would be looking for above and beyond the proposals around cultural centres and things like that you would like to see in the people or culture place.
Well, that's where we talked about, we know that there's a lot of fragmentation of service provision and delivery across our city, and Te Pai wants to have a focus in relation to Porirua East for that, but we know that if we can sort it for one part of our community, then we can sort it across our community. And so having streamlining some of our social service support, as well as access to education and development and things like the construction academies and the work that's going on with Rove around education and things like that, and with the skill bases and the skills hubs that are being developed, we think those are really important. And yeah, I think it's really just streamlining some of the processes that are currently available for people. The infrastructure is really important, but the way that people experience our city is important as well. And the City Council has an advocacy role, and hopefully eventually the government will see that it's got a more of an active role in that part of our community. But for Porirua City Council, I think the councillors and over the years still see that
the pathway of experience and access to services for our city is important.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Very quick. Kia rānei me Simon, kia ora moto whakaaro I tēnei rā. One pātai. You've made it, your views very clearly known on extending the living wage to contractors from Porirua City Council. Can I ask, would you also be extending that kaupapa so that those who are employed under the project in Porirua East, of which you are members overwatching, are also keeping and manakiing the workers who do that mahi as well? Kia ora.
Yes. And along with that, social enterprise, or, you know, the social procurement processes as well to support our particularly our young people in our city and those who are on benefits.
Great. Well, thank you, Rane, and support from Simon for coming along and answering our questions as well as giving your points of view. Thanks.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
So that brings us to Mark Neeson. Mark, you're going to bring up Lindsay as well. Yeah. So Mark's from Te Awa Rua o Porirua Harbour and Catchment Community Trust and Guardians of Paeatanui Inlet. That's a real mouthful.
Two different things.
I know.
And we're changing too. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the 8 minutes. And
yes.
Yep,
yes.
Fine.
So we're going to divide our presentation into two. Then I'll cover the first part on the harbour, and Lindsay, you cover the second part of our submission on climate change and rural aspects.
Very good.
Okay, so I'll lead off. I think the gist of our submission really is about what is not said, and the lack of context in which what is said is described to the public. So we have made some observations in our submission on aspects of the council's long-term plan that we support. So I won't cover those; they stand as is. I think of the points of concern that we want to raise here are the expenditure on the three waters and the harbour are proposed without any overarching harbour plan. Now, further on in our submission, we actually say that in 2018, it was in the long-term plan for that time in our submission, we noted that the harbour strategy and action plan was to be reviewed in 2020. And we asked that it be actually advanced through to about 2018 or 2019. That didn't happen. But then the 2020 review hasn't happened either. So what we have in this long-term plan around the harbour and the expenditure is some proposals, say for example the riparian planting, which exist in the context of what? There is no plan. So the question is here, it would seem to be that the council has some ideas as to what it could do and is going to put some money towards it, but no one else knows whether that's a good idea and whether there might be other priorities that might be better fitted for the expenditure of that money or additional funds. Who knows? It's almost a question. So I used to work for the State Services Commission, and one of the mantras there was, we're from the Commission and we're here to help, and everyone would laugh. And it's almost like, we're from the council, we know what we're doing, trust us. But we don't know, because we don't know what your plans are in the long term. So we want to really emphasise and encourage the council to take the initiative and advance its work on a harbour strategy and action plan. It's been sitting in abeyance now for 2 years. We represent aspects of the community. We'd like to be involved and assist the council, but we don't know what you've got planned, if at all. So you're proposing to spend 1.5 million per year, 1.4 million per year for 20 years on riparian planting. But as I said, is that the best use of your money? And that also assumes that you're getting outside funding as well. So it does so in the long-term plan under the harbour context or priority, there are 3 points that you make, and one of which is improve policy, regulation and enforcement. Nothing is said in the long-term plan about what does that mean? What sort of policy improvement are you looking for? What sort of enforcement are you looking for? So we're asking the council and the councillors here to ask council officers to assure yourselves that the council has the resources that it needs to ensure that it can deliver on that undertaking to improve regulation, policy and enforcement. We understand that currently there's 1.4, 1.5 FTEs devoted to the harbour planning and strategy. We believe that more resources are required in order to achieve greater gains to protect the harbour. We're asking that councillors be assured that the council, that is an adequate and resourcing of council to undertake all the objectives and priorities that you have set out in the plan or that you would like to achieve in the absence of a harbour action strategy. So we, sorry, I think so the key there is making sure that there is sufficient focus and resources in that regulatory enforcement area. Now, when we ourselves and members of the other community organisations and members of the public submitted on the Plymouton farm, we were assured that the outcome of that would be that the council would be adequately resourced to ensure enforcement and monitoring. Well, we want to know that that is actually going to be resourced from now and into the future at the level of which the development in that area and including around the harbour is going to be achieved. I think what I'd like to sort of finish on, because that's a pretty clear statement, is that councillors, when they ask, when you receive a report on the long-term plan and the submissions, that you actually ask officers to report on what is going to happen and when. Okay, I asked this in the context of, in the 2018 long-term plan, there was a statement in the officer's report that it would undertake, the council was going to undertake a cycling and walking strategy. I'm still waiting, and I'm a interested member of the public. I suspect that the idea was dropped off the work program, but no one knows. So I'd like to see, we have raised some questions, we have asked questions that require a direct response. If not to us directly, then in the report to the council on the responses to the submissions. And I'd like to see a timeline around each of the actions that we have requested. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
I'd like to talk about two things. One is both affecting the Pāotahanui Inlet, as it happens quite noticeably. First is climate change. The proposals in the long-term plan are to generously put are very short-term. There's no way that what you've written in this plan is going to take you anywhere for the next 30 years. And what appears to be absent to me, it's a few words you could interpret to direct one's mind towards it, but adaptation is one of the biggies in this whole area. In the case of Pāotahanui Inlet, we face over the next 30 to 50 years sea level rise that's going to change the shoreline significantly. Not only that, it's going to affect big infrastructure. Grays Road, for example, is going to be inundated. It already is part of the time. State Highway 58, which you'll get to inherit at some point, has similar problems. Water supply, sewage disposal, stormwater, all these things are going to be adversely affected, and you need to start doing something serious right now. Your climate change strategy doesn't take us any further either. So sorry folks, you're going to have to do whatever you can to put adaptation and its consequences, both for the ecosystems of the harbour, but also for your own infrastructure and the society's infrastructure, right up front. And if you don't start now, you're going to run out of time to do anything. There's some very big issues there. Second one's the rural environment. The inlet is mostly rural. What happens on those mostly lifestyle blocks has a big effect on the inlet, particularly nutrients, fine mud, sediments of various types affect the wildlife. Again, we want to see incentives that help those mostly lifestyle block people understand how they can manage their land. We'd like to see things like rate relief where people engage in environmental protection and preservation. We think it's an area that you haven't perhaps concentrated on enough, and you should have a much more serious look at that. I'll stop there.
That's good, because you'll give us an opportunity for questions as we're behind. Councillors, do we have any questions? One from you, Councillor Morell.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what you would suggest that we do with Grays Road regarding climate change. How can we prevent climate change affecting the likes of Grays Road?
Well, you either have to move it somewhere else, which is probably the preferable solution, or you have to put a lot of work into raising it. The causeway bit that goes across Ration Creek is in fact the most likely to be affected, and it has a consequence which affects the whole wildlife of the inlet, namely that when sea rush, which will get pushed up against Paotahanui village and eventually probably extinguished because of the rising land, the only place it's got to go is Ration Creek, which is behind the causeway, of which there's a very narrow bridge. So you can either put a lot of money into raising that and putting more bridges and things in, or you can move it. But that's the sort of big decision, millions of dollars worth of decision you have to start thinking about now.
No. So thank you.
Add to that.
Quickly.
In our submission in the 2018 long-term plan, we suggested that the council and the regional council buy the farm in the Kokako Valley, and then you can Kako stream. Then you can actually move the road up the stream over the ridge, and there's an unformed legal road which goes from Machikaraka Point up into the back.
Yep.
So there are options.
We are aware of some of that. Yeah. So thank you both for coming in and taking the time to give your submission, your main points to us verbally. So thanks very much. Can we have Chris Pace, please? Thanks, Chris. You will have heard the 10 minutes and the 8-minute bell. Yep, if you want questions.
Am I on now?
You are.
Good. Thank you. Kia ora.
Just forward, please.
Forward and back. Thank you. Yeah, this is quite apt that I should follow on from somebody that's brought your attention to climate change, because my focus here will be on climate change. I'm going to show you a series of slides here, about 16 slides in all. The first 4 slides I'll focus on for a little while, and then I'll go through the remaining slides quite quickly. If you have any questions, and should we run out of time, I've also added my email address to the bottom of this show, so you can come back to me with any questions. And this is only 10 minutes to talk to you about a topic which is huge. And I'd be quite happy to come back and talk to Porirua City Council and your senior executive managers about climate change in more detail if you wish me to. So this first slide is one. These several slides actually were presented recently by Professor James Rennick, and I've stolen some of his slides just to give you some idea of who James Rennick is if you don't know. He is Professor of Physical Geography at Victoria University, climate scientist. He's also a Climate Change Commissioner, and he he received the Prime Minister's Award for Science Communication in the last couple of years. So slide 1. Well, maybe a little bit to take in here, but this is showing us how temperature has risen since pre-industrial times within the atmosphere. And the thing to notice here is where that blue arrow is showing there is just showing you how climate change has really started to accelerate. That is representing the year 1987. And in 1987, Dr. James Hansen presented to the United States Congress his findings on greenhouse gas emissions. James Hansen is was a NASA climate scientist. That expose resulted in the formation of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and resulted also in UN leaders being united in coming together on action for climate change. Various leaders gave representations at that point. Now, I don't need to say much about what's happened beyond that because you can see quite clearly from that graph we've gone from a temperature rise, an average temperature rise of 0.4 degrees centigrade up now to, in 2017, we're about 1.2. We're getting on now for 1.3 and 1.4, and it won't be very long before we get to 1.5. You can bear that in mind for the remaining presentation. Second effect of climate change is the increase in sea levels. And this graph shows us how sea levels have increased up until about the year 2017. And you can see here that we're at about 2017, that's about 4 years ago, we were approaching 250 millimetres, 25 centimetres, which doesn't sound much, but we'll go on to the next slide, which is the scariest slide I've seen for a long time. This slide actually tells you what the effect of those sea level rises is going to be. And we are now at about the 30 centimetre level in that table. So 100 years ago, we were getting these events every 100 years, events that occurred pre-industrial times, events were occurring every 100 years. When we've got sea level rise at 30 centimetres, which is more or less now, we're getting to see those events that occurred every 100 years pre-industrial times every year. We're projecting that by the time we get to 1.5 degrees centigrade, we're going to be at 50 centimetres, and we're going to start seeing those events twice a month. Now, these figures are not my figures. These figures are taken from the Parliamentary Commission for the Environment report. So these are serious figures. So if you're worried about Grays Road, well, you should be worried about Grays Road, but you should be worried about a lot of other roads as well. Centennial Highway, for example. The motorway going down, as it does now, along Mana, through Mana and down across the harbour, and all of the infrastructure that lies underneath those roads. So that's where we're heading, and we're almost too late to actually reverse that, so we're going to be there. This is the presentation. This presentation was actually made in Kapiti, which is where James Rennick lives. And this is just giving you some idea of where we are with that. This is what we can expect. Damage to coastal properties. You know, you had a submission yesterday from a poor woman who lives in Karihana Bay, who now has been flooded 3 times out of 4 years. She lives in trepidation every time it rains now. Every 10 centimetres of sea level rise triples the inundation occurrence. So each 10 centimetres, so we've got another maybe 25 centimetres to go, we'll be having triple occurrences. We're talking about increasing high temperature extremes, warping of train tracks, integrity of the road surface where it's melting, viability of horticulture, agriculture where we can't grow crops anymore, increased frequency of flooding, high water table, more ponding. So even if you replace the infrastructure, it's not necessarily going to give you solutions to the problem. And the responses which James Rennick and the Climate Commission are recommending in some places is we need to retreat from the coast, improve drainage, change land use. So I hope that's scared the pants out of you, because when I saw this slideshow, it certainly scared the pants out of me. Little slide from the United Nations. Need I say more? This is what the United Nations are saying right now. UN Environment Programme. If we had acted in the year 2009, we would only be needing to decrease our emissions by 3.3% per annum. In 2019, we needed to decrease them by 7.6% per annum to get to the 1.5 degrees centigrade warming. We're now in 2021 and we're still on the same track. This is a report, you might think, oh, well, it doesn't really matter too much. This came out earlier this month. Global assessment, urgent steps must be taken to reduce methane emissions this decade. This decade. And we're still pumping emissions into the atmosphere from our tip. New Zealand emissions, this is a Guardian report earlier in April. New Zealand emissions rise as government vows urgent action. So we're still on the rise. This one was on Tuesday this week. This is the New Zealand Herald. The big dry. Drought hits farms hard as winter looms. These are farms on our east coast where they have had such a dry summer that they actually have not been able to put in seed to feed their sheep for the winter. So we're in trouble because those sheep are going to have to be killed off and sold prematurely. So this is an argument that people often give to me. We're just a small country, we don't need to act. Well, we're on that graph, on a per capita basis, we are fifth from the right on that graph. This is OECD countries. So New Zealand is nowhere near squeaky clean in terms of its emissions. This was what I took off of your website, saying what we're going to do about climate change response. And you'll notice there that climate change response comes out on the pie chart. It's so small, it doesn't even record as 1%. In the climate change response, we've actually got statements like, over the next few years, still in the early stages, do not have any significant capital proposals, and climate change is a long-term issue. So where is the urgency on climate change for Porirua City Council? What can you do now? You can show leadership, you can set the example for the community to follow, you can educate your electorate, you can act in ways which are consistent with support for its young population, allocate budgets for things which are already in your climate change strategy, such as car fleet replacement. You can add additional resource to monitor Taupo Swamp so it's not choked up with debris from the new development of Plimerton Farm, and you can allocate provisional funding based on what other councils are doing. You can look at Kapiti Council who've been at this now for 10 years and see what they've spent over the last 10 years. So don't wait to allocate funding to this. Get on with it. These are more statements that you've made in the long-term plan. You are proactively responding to the climate crisis. I couldn't find it. Advocating for and providing a safe, healthy and thriving community. Ask that woman in Karihana Bay how that's going. And putting children and young people at the heart of the city. Well, you've got a lot of young children here who are extremely stressed about climate change and they want to see something done about it. There's a few links that you can follow. The first one is about debunking the climate change denial stuff, which is just rubbish and does not follow any sort of science. Thank God we didn't do that with COVID. The second one is the Margaret Thatcher address in 1987, where she addressed the United Nations and had everybody on her side. I don't agree with Margaret Thatcher's politics largely, but I do agree with this one. And since 1987, what have we had? Just the oil industry trying to undermine everything that was said at that 1987 conference. And you can also look at more details from James Rennick on that Kapiti Climate Dialogue. And I'm sorry I haven't left much time or any time for questions. But we've got Hannah who's following on after me, and she'll tell you a lot more about climate change.
How long have we got? I don't think we do have any time for questions.
Well, I'm certainly happy to answer them if you've got.
Well, no, and I think people can ask those questions separately. Maybe if you hadn't, I'm biasing myself here, made the assumptions that we're climate change deniers, we would have had some time for questions, because that's the impression that I got, and you're not talking to climate change deniers here, so.
Well, that was certainly not an impression that I'd intended, that you are the climate change deniers.
Thank you. So that brings us to Hannah Pilkington-Ching. Thank you very much. Do you want to come over this side to take a photo? Okay. Yeah.
Just come over.
Yeah, just come over behind here. Yeah. So, Hannah, you've heard the drill.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou, ko Hana Takuingoa no Te Tahi Bay Aho. Ka temata au tēnei kōrero ki ngā mihi. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te atua, nau I hanga te tai o katoa. Kia ranginui atu nei kia papatuanuku e tākoto nei tēnā korua. Ka whangaia tātou e te whenua te awa me te rangiora. He mihi nunui anō ki ngā tangata I whakatakoto rā I te aro o kaitiakitanga. E mihi ana ki ngā tangata whenua o Porirua ko Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Me mihi ka tika ki te haukainga a Porirua City Council. E mihi ana hau ki te pumahi o ngā kaimahi mo te kaupapa o te rānei, he mahere hei Porirua. Ko te tino kaupapa o taku tū ki... ko te tino kaupapa o taku tū ki konei, ko te haere o ngā mahi o te climate change. He pātata tēnei kaupapa ki tōku ngākau, nā te mea, ki te kore tātou e te aki I te taio ina e nei, ka ngaro mea te taio. Tēnā koutou katoa. I feel like I hardly need to share after how awesome the kids from Te Tahi Bay Intermediate and Mana College were this morning, as well as the submitters before me. I want to talk about what they shared, particularly what the kids said about protecting the harbour and doing better to make this process more accessible for children and young people, as these are things I fully support but don't necessarily have time to go into. I started with those acknowledgements in my shaking reo Māori to ground my submission in what is most important. I want to acknowledge the blessing that it is that we are sustained by the environment, and I wanted to honour kaitiaki that have gone before us. We have genuine responsibility to limit our damage on the wider environment, and the impetus for this in the climate crisis is greater than ever. This is the most urgent issue for us, as so clearly communicated by Chris just now. Yet in the long-term plan, Porirua City Council avoids any commitment to mitigation actions, so this is what my kōrero is addressing today. You might not be climate change deniers in kōrero, but in actions you might as well be climate change deniers. You say that children and young people are at the heart of this city. I challenge you, do you value them enough to place them at the heart of decision-making? I wasn't old enough to vote in the last local government election. We aren't able to choose who makes decisions, so we depend on you to listen to our voices and be open to change. Please look at what we have said to you over the past few years and take seriously those of us who are able to contribute to processes like this. 2 years ago, myself and Piato Hohaia presented a petition to Porirua City Council. The petition had two demands: to declare a climate emergency and to take urgent climate action. I want to acknowledge Josh for his support of this kaupapa as well. The petition gathered nearly 400 signatures in a short space of time, supported largely by young people, and this represents only the tip of the iceberg. This petition has more signatures than there are submissions to this long-term plan, and I ask that you consider all of those individuals as you make decisions. Porirua City Council declared a climate emergency, symbolising its supposed commitment to act with urgency. So what followed on from this? Formation of the climate strategy began, te rautaki o te ao hurihuri. We had a group of young people that gathered multiple times to input into the strategy. From my perspectives, our priorities were expressed fairly well in the most recent version of the climate change strategy. However, as mentioned throughout the climate change strategy, much of it is dependent on funding through this long-term plan. Young people came to you and you agreed to act with urgency. You have a document that already outlines a plan for climate change mitigation action, and you plan in this plan to fund these actions through the long-term plan, but you have not. The long-term plan doesn't allocate any funding to reducing our emissions. It seems like the recommendations of the climate change strategy have been ignored, and all the input from rangatahi leading up to this point. I implore you to readdress funding for the climate response in the long-term plan. The longer we wait to pick up this wheel, the more immense the task will be.
Climate change mitigation is an investment in the future which we all need to make. As an organisation, you hold significant responsibility, and even more so as a government organisation. As elected officials, you're obliged to hear what your communities care about and do what you can to action it. You are going into debt for infrastructure reforms, so there's obviously no issue with borrowing for investments in the future. You can go into debt to reduce our contribution to climate change. You can treat climate change with the importance that you claim to. I'm going to go over some different parts of the climate change response in the long-term plan, specifically the emission analysis and adaptation measures, and then I'll give some examples of actions which should be added. I might mention that the second section is a bit longer than the first section because there's not much in the first section. 300,000 for emissions analysis cannot be the only climate change specific funding in the long-term plan. There is no valid reason to hold a funding climate action just until we've got all the stats lined up nicely. The science is already so clear as demonstrated, and effective solutions have already been outlined. In 2017, Porirua signed on to the local government leaders' declaration committing to reduce our emissions. So I don't accept the argument that we need more information before we even start to take action. Analysing our emissions and taking action can absolutely occur simultaneously. I understand that this long-term plan recognises climate change in terms of adaptation resilience. However, we've got to be kidding ourselves if we think a genuinely proactive response to climate change only means mentioning its effects on our city. That is scraping the bare minimum and completely undermines Porirua City Council's kōrero to show leadership in facing the climate crisis. Let me just quote the climate change strategy. Strong early action is justified. We intend to act now to minimise the impact of climate change and to prepare for the unavoidable changes which will affect Porirua. We need to not just prepare for the crisis, although that is so important, we also need to minimise its impact through minimising our contribution. I was a little bit taken aback earlier today when Councillor Leggett made a joke about how stoked Councillor Trillin will be that we have been referring to the climate change strategy. And I was taken aback because I didn't think that would be a niche minority thing for a few councillors to be in support of. Supposedly proactively responding to the climate crisis is one of Porirua City Council's main strategic priorities, but there is very little to back up those words. The climate change lens doesn't seem to amount to anything more than factoring the consequences of climate change into infrastructure decisions. In fact, I just read a submission by a climate change denier who congratulated Porirua City Council for, I quote, continuing to keep a lid on the climate control aspirations of those who have given themselves over to the IPCC political agenda. The long-term plan's climate response is so weak that it has been congratulated by someone who believes carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. Is that really the camp that Porirua City Council wants to be in? I'm now going to outline some key opportunities we have for climate change mitigation, which can be addressed in the long-term plan. I don't think I have a lot of time left, and I won't have time for questions, so I'll go over them briefly and in more detail as given in the papers which were handed around. We can accelerate the City Council electric vehicle replacement program. As mentioned, this was an action that was supposed to be looked at in the long-term plan. Council should commit to 100% electric vehicle fleet by 2030. The methane emitted from Spicer landfill can be reduced by providing organic waste collection, like many cities in New Zealand do, or at the very least community drop-off points for organic waste, commercial composting facilities, as mentioned by Jack and Lily earlier today. I'm glad to see the intention to fund the riparian planting scheme, even if external funding isn't received. This is so valuable not only for protecting our harbour, but also as it is the only action proposed in the long-term plan which reduces our contribution to climate change through carbon sequestration. When it comes to these issues, earliest action matters most, so I fully support that the planting program would be accelerated to be completed as soon as possible. Finally, I support the introduction of paid parking, but with funding of accessible and sustainable transport options alongside it. The revenue from parking should be ring-fenced for these purposes, and Lily spoke earlier today about the benefits this would offer. I also made some notes on the paper about the importance of equity to go alongside that, because council shouldn't be benefiting from putting in paid parking and not providing accessible, equitable, sustainable alternatives alongside that. There are so many more effective actions which could be taken for climate change mitigation. Many have been covered by other submitters, and there's more on the list on the paper. I want to thank those of you who are and aren't in this room who have been advocating for what I've said and more, and aren't necessarily recognised for this. I want to thank those who work to uphold the voices of the marginalised in this conversation. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou ki tō whakaronga ata. Thank you so much for your attentive listening. Kia ora.
Thank you. So we have time for some questions. Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Hannah, for your whakaaro. My pātai is, can you give some commentary on whether you think that the Wenera to Onipoto shared pathway would be both considered a climate change mitigation and adaptation because it encourages non-vehicular use of transport? Kia ora.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I fully support it. Yeah, obviously that is one action which Council is currently in the process of implementing, but it has taken so much effort for that to be recognised and actually put in as it said it would. And that's just like one example of something we can do, and people have had to work so hard to prove why it's valuable.
Any other questions? Josh.
Thank you very much for your submission. I think you raised a lot of very good points that we'll be listening to. The question I have is that one of the criticisms I often hear when talking about potential mitigation issues at a council level is that that's not the job of council, that's a central government thing. Mm-hmm. What do you say to that?
I think that mitigation is the responsibility of anyone who is emitting greenhouse gas emissions and has any amount of ability to reduce them. And so I think that involves both small businesses, huge businesses, local government, central government. Yeah, and we're never going to get through this if we're all pointing at the other person who should do it. Yeah, frankly, it doesn't really make sense to me that rates are received from everyone in Porirua. So there is money, even though it is going to other things, and yet it has not been prioritised for climate change. And then council goes, oh no, not my responsibility to deal with my own emissions. Yep.
Okay. I don't think we've got time for any more questions. So, but thank you very much for your coming here, Hannah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, councillors, we now move to the Porirua Pacific Service Network. Jason Ataira.
And Caroline.
Oh, and Caroline, sorry. Yeah. So, Jason and Caroline, you have 10 minutes. After 8 minutes, a bell will sound, and you've got another 2 minutes, but if you want to leave time for questions, you have to take that into consideration, okay?
Thank you. We were informed that we had 20 minutes.
Sorry, they do.
Oh, I see it here, yep, okay. Yep.
I'm anticipating hopefully we'll be a bit shorter than that. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Ballot 18.
Sorry, that was my fault. I didn't.
Ballot 18.
Sorry, ballot 18.
Yep.
Talofa lava, malo nei, kia ora ana, whakatalofa atu, whakalofa lahi atu, malo e lelei, ni sambula, noa ia, as it's Rautuman Language Week this week. My name is Caroline Mariko and I'm part of the Porirua Pacifica Services Network. I am introducing the VAR and Te Ole VAR as a platform in which to lay the foundation of a developing relationship between the Porirua City Council and the Pacific community when engaging in consultations and submissions or other council business. This platform is how to nurture and sustain a meaningful relationship with the Pacific community of Porirua in any matters with the Porirua City Council going forward. We lay a whala or a Samoan woven mat between us to represent the VAR, a space that holds us as separate entities and things together, a space that unites us in that it has context and gives meaning to things. Fundamental to the concept of the VAR is how the relationship between the Pacific community and the Porirua City Council is nurtured and sustained. Within the VAR are the Pacific core values: family, respect, service, inclusion, spirituality, leadership, love, relationships, belonging, and reciprocity. These core values underpin who we are as Pacific peoples and more specifically, who we are in our own Pacific ethnic groups with our cultures, languages and identities. The values underpin how we engage, our interactions with others, behaviours and code of conduct. Te Lewa, or nurturing relationships, means that it acknowledges and values the space between us. It means valuing relationships and the obligations of care. Our relationship cannot be a one-off transaction, and it is important that we use the wā to share results and learnings. Te Lewa also means that families and communities must be engaged or involved from the start. We reflect on how we can effectively engage with our Pacific families and communities, that relationships are reciprocal, that there is sustainability in any engagement, and that groups or communities are supported to access information and knowledge to respond effectively. Now that the mat has been laid before you between us to explain the space and the relationship that we have, I now hand over to Jason so that we can now present to you within the wā between the Pacific community and the Porirua City Council. Whawhai.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jason Ataira tōku ingoa. Today, normally I say I'm speaking on behalf of Tarangi School, but today I'm speaking on behalf of the Porirua Pacific Services Network. For those of you who are unaware of us, we are a Pacific group of Porirua and for Porirua, and specifically and unashamedly for our Pacific peoples. Our organisation has representation from areas such as education, health, legal services, social services, and everything in between. We are totally voluntary. There is no fee to join us, and we do a lot of work in our community to support our families. Sadly, in speaking to our group, nobody had a point of reference in terms of providing feedback from our Pacific community voices into a long-term planning process for council and understanding the submission process. Which is why we've opened today talking about our Pacific cultural values, so that hopefully we can have an influence about how, in our first of 5 points today, we're going to address culturally inclusive practices. I look around the room and I do find it disheartening, and it does make me feel like a bit of an alien in Porirua when the only Pacific taonga I can see in the room are the ones that we brought with us. And my challenge, but with that challenge comes support, is an offer to see if we can help you address that. So please take us up on that opportunity. Great. We hope that more people would come to this if they felt like the room reflected them. There are 3 areas that we address in terms of the work we do with the Porirua Pacific Services Network. They are addressing equity, scaffolded advocacy, and growing resilience in our community, and our points will reference those as we go through today. So the first point that Carolyn's really laid out is around the culturally inclusive process. The second point we want to move on to today is specifically talking about investing in infrastructure in the water, and the point that we'll raise there is whether this is a rates rise by stealth or the privatisation of utilities, and we want to make sure that we're really clear that we still support in terms of paying for water. These are the services that you provide us, and we're here to support you with that. We also want to be really clear when you talk about a rates rise of just over 8%, but we're going to move the cost of water to a different fee, that's not a rates rise of 8%. It's still an increase of more than 8% to our community. So we want to be just cautious that we're keeping that picture in mind as well. We also want to be really cautious about the privatisation of utilities. We have the Utilities Disputes National Body work with us as well. And one of the issues that we're concerned about is if we go down the line of putting water meters outside every house, which we're not opposed to, that the ownership of that those water resources remain within council and they're not sold in the future to fund some future endeavour. We also, under that infrastructure rebuild we'll talk about in my third point around how we'd like to see that roll out. So we're not opposed to paying for water at all, but we're just asking you to consider the costs of both of those are the costs that our people pay. And so please don't talk about one without talking about the other. We also want an assurance from council that we're not going to sell those that infrastructure once it's in place. Point 3, this is if you've read the submission, it's something that comes up again and again. So I'd like to promote the idea of a circular economy. We have a wonderful opportunity. We receive rates from all of our ratepayers here and would like to see that money stay within the local economy for as long as possible before it cycles out into somebody else's economy. And so there's a lot of points in there. I'll just touch on a few. Would love to see, basically, in 20 to 30 years when you do your next submission, that we're talking about how the local Porirua business and employment opportunities has grown as a result of our last 20 to 30 year plan. It's an opportunity for us to grow local businesses, and who we're going to talk about doing the work today could be apprentices in the next few years that end up owning the businesses that have grown our own economy in the end of our 20 to 30 year cycle, and as we build into the next one. So every opportunity to look at having that money recycled back into the economy should be explored. I'd love to see opportunities for when you're tendering for any of the works, that there is an expectation or a weighting towards how many apprentices of Porirua born or Porirua residents are in those contracts. I'd like to see a weighting towards Porirua businesses being included in your tendering process. So if they are a local business, they should get better preference than other local businesses. If I look at Wellington City Council, when they looked at their water meter listed companies, there were 2 from Porirua of about 28. And so we do need to think really carefully, are we going to support Lower Hutt and their economy, or Wellington City and their economy, or our own? I'd love to see the opportunity for local organisations to get on board with some of this process. If we're looking at planting trees and looking after our catchment, how can we support our local rugby clubs, our local schools, our local community groups, so that that money cycles into the efforts that they're doing, because all of their work goes back into our community. It will be a little bit harder than just giving it to somebody to do as a job. But the idea is that the money will recycle back into our community more often. I'd love to see the idea of community taking ownership of some of these areas. And so the only way for us to do that is to grow the solution together and address it together in groups. If I move on to my 4th point, we want to have a conversation about inequity of community facilities. There is a central government push, and it makes total sense to centralise some of your fundamental resources in a community, and I understand that you've got transport hubs and connections that support that. When we're starting to look at, for example, our cultural arts centres and multi-use facilities, I wonder if there are communities, no, I don't wonder, I'll take that back, sorry. There are communities who are better able to access our current facilities than others. And if I look at my own community in Porirua East, it is a chore for my families to get to Pack and Save to get groceries. And so the poorest in our community end up buying groceries at the dairies at the highest prices because they don't have access to the facilities that the rest of us do, and the resource in terms of transport to get to where they need to go. If we continue to centralise these resources, then those who are able to access the existing resources continue to grow, and those who are marginalised currently will continue to be marginalised. So I'm here to advocate for decentralising of some of these resources, and I think the Cultural Arts Centre is a perfect example of that. We already have Te Raupaha Arena, which is a beautiful facility. We have Pātaka, which is a beautiful facility. I'm not sure of the added value of putting a 3rd beautiful facility right next to where the other 2 are. 80% of our Porirua Pacific community live in Porirua East, and I think it's a far better place to be putting a resource such as our Cultural Arts Centre over on the east side, so that our community are more able to access that and engage with it. I think there's an opportunity for saving money, but you didn't hear that today. If we're already looking at some of the hubs, which are brilliant ideas, why are we not looking to join the hub and a cultural arts centre together? So it's one set of staff in terms of your operating costs instead of 2. It's one space instead of 2, so you'll have savings in that sort of area as well. I'll just point back to the conversation about, and of course building those come back to our previous conversation about the circular economy that we're looking at our local businesses and local apprentices through there. One last point I would raise about the Cultural Arts Centre and multi-use facilities, and it comes back to, I guess, the conversation point we've had here today about this room. these community spaces need to be reflective of the people in our community, and predominantly there is one culture reflected in our community resources. Often we then add some artwork or a mat as an afterthought, but I think there's a real opportunity here to consider in the design stage of what these spaces would look like. We do this with our kids, and I would encourage you to do the same. If I was a Samoan parent, if I was a Cook Island family, where I walk, where can I see myself in my community? And some of those spaces are getting harder and harder to find. Our fifth point is around inequity between villages. I actually support the initiative around we support the initiative around the village planning process. For a while there, it's served some villages better than others, and you've recognised that, and I applaud you for taking an action on around that. I think the danger of saying there's been an inequity, we're going to stop and start a new system, locks that previous inequity in place. And I think there's a real opportunity here to recognise there has been an ongoing historical inequity in council resources, going to more of our affluent villages. But there's an opportunity here to address that inequity of council resources before we then start our new system. I'd love to think that the council would consider, no, that's too vague, the council should consider that whatever the new system will be should be trialled within those communities who historically have not received the number of funds that other villages have. You can use that as a trial. The imbalance between those resources can be addressed, and as the trial rolls out, then you open that up to the other communities. It will address an inequity in terms of the skill set that sometimes our village, I know I'm in the Waitangarua Village Committee, and sometimes we've struggled in terms of our skill set to meet council expectations and what it is we're trying to do. And I don't think that struggle exists in all of our villages. It would also give communities like ours or villages like ours a leg up into the new process. So we're not being taught about it 3 to 5 years after it started, but actually we're taught at its inception, and we could help co-design it with you to make sure that there is equity built into that process. There are some other points, but I'm not going to speak to those specifically now, and I do want to open the floor up to a lot of questions, and please feel free. I know number one, around culturally inclusive process, isn't actually what you're asking for feedback on today, but we thought it was too good an opportunity to pass up, and would invite questions around that as well. Over to you. Oh, sorry. Were there any questions from the team? Happy? Great, thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I'll open the floor for questions, and we have Councillor Morell who has a question.
Well, it's around the three waters. I mean, you put a fairly heavy emphasis on local ownership, etc. Do you realise that this annual plan was put together on the basis of the government telling us that we had to put it together, but there's every intention that they're going to take it off us in the next year or so, and it will no longer be our responsibility. So I think you need to be aware of that and talk to the local MP about that. In terms of the village planning, I think one of the successes of Waitangarua was the playground by the which council that came about because of the village planning, and there was over $1 million spent on that. And I remember the conversations that we had with the community on a regular basis, and they put that together. So, whilst I appreciate that some of perhaps the Northern Ward people are more community, sort of get together.
Question, Councillor Morell? Question? Do you have a question?
Okay, well, I guess the question is, I think that the comments are a little bit harsh, that's the point, and I just think that I understand some of your comments and concerns, and I appreciate those, and I accept them. But I think it's I do have to defend it in some respects, because Ranui Heights, etc., and Cannons Creek did get some advantages because of the village planning.
Sorry,
Councillor Trillen.
was there
do you want to
something for me?
respond to that?
Was there a question for me to respond
I don't
to?
think we
in any
want
of
to. I
this?
don't think we want to enter into a dialogue about whether who got money and who didn't. And we note what you've said, and what you've said as well, Councillor Morrell. Councillor Trillen.
Thanks very much.
Question.
Yeah, I have a question around village planning, actually. So one of the proposals that we've heard from some of the residents' associations in regards to village planning is a third option, so one that's not actively proposed in our document, where instead of getting rid of it completely, we sort of do a village planning reboot that would involve, and it was actually the same word that you used, a co-design process with the villages. Is that sort of process something that you would be interested in? And obviously you'd want to see more detail, but conceptually, is that something that you would potentially be interested in?
I think when you include people in the process, you're going to end up with a better outcome. But I think council also needs to be aware that when you do have a co-design process, you often won't end up with one process that's best for all. And I think Councillor Morrell, some of their communities might have a better system that worked for them, and there might be a slightly different process that might work better for Waitangi or Cannons Creek, and I don't think there's a problem with that. I don't have an issue with them being different, as long as we're addressing inequity, and let's not pretend that there is no inequity.
Fair point. Councillor Ford.
Sorry, kia orana, talofa. I just wasn't sure if we got an answer from you. Would you be keen to jump on board with the other residents' associations and actually grow something different?
Me personally, I can say yes.
Okay.
And I'm sure the Porirua Pacific Services Network would support that. I can't speak on behalf of all of the village planning committees, but...
You said yes.
Yes.
Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Wehapi.
Thank you. When you're talking about the communities must be engaged or involved, and particularly when at the beginning you were talking about the long-term plan process, we have found it a little bit tough over the years to engage with Pacifica or community. What are how would we do that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've only got a short time to answer that question.
It's fine, it's going to be brief anyway, because the Porirua City Council was given a Pacific engagement strategy that we released in 2019. And because you're a partner to the Regeneration Project, all the partners received that Pacific engagement strategy of how Pacific communities in Porirua are to be engaged, because at the moment we're suffering from consultation fatigue. And also people come in and it's like they're reinventing how they should talk to us. So we put a strategy in place to say, this is how we want you to engage with each Pacific group specifically within their context, and also understand the cultural protocols around engagement. So your staff member has a copy of that. We can email it to all of you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So that's no more questions I'm going to take. But thank you for coming along, both of you, because, I think you've exposed us to some things that we needed to be exposed to. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you do want to engage more, principal@tairangi.school.nz. Come over for a coffee.
Thanks.
Yeah, at the crossing.
So, Raywin Hales from CCS Disability Action. What? No. Can't help yourself. No. It's all good. I've already got it. Yeah. We don't need to. Yeah. So, Raywin, you've got 10 minutes, 8 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raywin Hales. I'm the Access Coordinator for CCS Disability Action for the Central Region, and Porirua is part of the area of the community that I represent. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And I want to start by saying I've been in the room for about half an hour, and I'm hearing a lot about access, inclusion and co-design. So from me, it will be a little bit of more of the same, but with a slightly different lens over it. So we'd like to see access as a high-level priority in all of Council's plans and projects. So what is access? Access is not only the ability to get into a building or to have a toilet that you can use. It's access to information, it's access to digital processes, it's access to communication, and of course it's access to transport and buildings, education and all of the other usual things. We support the principles driving the long-term plan, Our Place, Our Future and Our Challenge, but would like to see the adoption of an inclusion and access policy across all council work. I've been unable to find anything of this nature in the Porirua website. So 25% of our population identify as having an impairment. It's not just about 1 or 2 people. Disabled people under the age of 65 are 2.5 more times likely to experience material hardship than their peers, and 1.6 more times likely to say that their housing is unaffordable. These people are usually on fixed low incomes, and any increases that they have to cover from council services add pressure to the struggle that they already have. Paying for the basics of rent and electricity and transport don't leave much to feed families. In addition, the ageing population adds significantly to the number of people with mobility, vision and hearing needs. And what benefits people with disability also benefits a lot of others in your community. It's important to consider access issues when planning how our communities and transport systems develop. There are many projects and changes, some driven by Transmission Gully, that will impact on access. There have been positive consultations in recent times, especially through Kenapuru Drive projects, where retirement housing and roading changes have multifaceted challenges. So we'd like to see the voice of disabled people represented across all of these projects through collaboration and co-design. To support the practical decision making, data is needed to show council where disabled people live, where they need to go and what they want to do when they get there. It appears that current decision making is not supported by robust data on disability and access. We would like council to continue to provide mobility car parks, especially in new housing and employment areas, because under the new unitary plan regulations, there is no requirement to provide for parking. So there will be an increased demand in the next few years on public parking. The demand for accessible housing is also increasing, and there is little, if any, stock available. If housing is designed on universal design principles, it benefits all people. Council is able to influence housing design by considering incentives, especially in the consent process. We would recommend that all council projects aim to have a minimum of 15% of stock being fully accessible. And this would be something that could be considered in the Moana Court housing development. We'd also like to see greater collaboration around the development of cycleways and footpaths. We continually see a large investment in cycleways and very little money allocated to the maintenance of our footpaths. Across Porirua, there are many, many footpaths that provide major trip hazards and really are challenges to people in moving around, especially people with mobility issues who use mobility aids. Technology is providing new transport options, and there needs to be some robust conversations on the needs of a multimodal complete street situation. Pedestrians still continue to be the top of the hierarchy for pedestrian networks, but there are so many other technologies that are now on our footpaths, and these do create challenges for a lot of our people with impairments and our older population who do struggle with things like e-scooters and some of the other technologies that we are yet to see, like delivery devices that will not be manned but will use our footpath structures. So removing barriers and improving access for everyone ensures that all people can contribute and participate. Accessibility is an ongoing goal, and there's always room for improvement and innovative approaches as the plans, long-term plans and the projects in them are progressed. Whatever the decisions that are made through the long-term plan process, we would ask that the disability sector is involved in all the consultations by invitation specifically to workshops, by invitations to public meetings, and to include youth and children in those conversations. The world is their future, and many of them have some really great ideas around what's required for them to be involved. The voice of disabled children and youth should be heard. So we'd like to see Porirua be the blueprint for accessible communities and commend the village process to extend the collaboration and co-design. So, any questions?
Thank you, Rowan. Very good. Do we have any questions, councillors? Sorry, yeah, Councillor Hayward. I would have seen him.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora, Raywin. Thank you again for your submission. One question. Can you give some commentary about what would be an appropriate model based on experience from other parts around this country in trying to ensure that those with direct lived experience of the accessibility challenges that they faced have meaningful engagement with the council, and to manaaki the phrase, nothing done to us without us? Kia ora.
Exactly, and I think that's where co-design comes in, that people need to be involved who have lived experience. So there should be some representation of people with impairment on at all workshops and all deliberations that affect the community that they live in, definitely.
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Rowan. I noted in your piece there you spoke about a number of footpath hazards around Porirua. The council has a process of checking these footpaths. Do you alert the council to any that your people find? We
do, and we have a number of people who live off Warspite Ave who come across to the North City Centre in wheelchairs, and especially in electric wheelchairs, and they have reported tipping out of their chairs, not being able to access. So there are quite a number that come across my desk on a regular basis that that I will either forward to council or that encourage people to do so themselves.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Seuli.
All right, just a question. I might have missed it. What's your numbers of people with disability in the city?
Okay, so we host the mobility parking database for New Zealand, and in Porirua there are around 3,000 people with Porirua addresses who hold a mobility parking permit. So that means essentially that they can't walk more than 200 metres unassisted. So it's quite a large number of people, and that is only physical impairment. So 11% of your population will have a significant vision impairment, and there is something like 9% of people will be profoundly impacted by hearing impairment.
And that's only people with mobility
Yeah.
Cards, you said, eh?
Yeah. So, the 25%, that is the statistic, is under Porirua overrepresents in that area. We have a large Pacific community, and part of the health issues of that community is lack of mobility through diabetes and sometimes through obesity. And so those people also, make up this part of the population who possibly would not have a mobility parking permit. But I would suggest that the 25% plus up to 29% is probably fairly accurate in Porirua.
Thank you, Raywin, and thank you very much for coming along and fronting up to your submission.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. So we've got the local government group.
Excuse me,
Porirua.
Mr. Chair, you need to resolve going beyond.
No, I don't. That's all right. Yeah, I hadn't forgotten, but I've been advised that I don't. Yeah. Don't let it stop you from telling me what to do, though. Yeah. Yes. So it's just you, Bruce, is it?
I have my colleagues
as
sitting in
support
the
if you
back
need
row.
them. All right, go for it. You've got 10 minutes, 8 minutes, you'll get a bell. You've heard all that.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors. Now, I think most, if not all of you, will know of our local government group in Porirua by now, so I won't introduce us all. Instead, I'll just go straight. Sorry? Okay, there's a little bit in our written submission on our background, so rather than take up time, I'll just go straight to the specifics of what we would like to see in the LTP. And there's just two things. First, we ask that the projected financials for 22, 23 and beyond, that's beyond the first year, be prominently labelled as indicative or subject to review or something of that ilk. This, we think, is necessary in the light of the major changes to the functions of the council that likely are coming within the next few years. Without prominent qualifiers that recognise those likely changes, not certain but likely, we think the financial projections out to 2051 to be published in the LTP would be misleading. Second, we ask that the LTP include a commitment that PCC, during the next year or so, maybe next year or two, will undertake a baseline review of its cost effectiveness, emphasising effectiveness as much as cost. That is, we ask that this LTP include essentially the same commitment on this score as was included in the 09-19 LTP a little over a decade ago. We have reproduced in our written submission what was included back then, and we ask that it be repeated. So that's our two requests. But if I may, can I elaborate just briefly? Now, we see two reasons why the baseline review is needed at this time. The first is so that the council can be well prepared for the changes that are coming. We see it as being in the community's and in the council's own interest, that these changes are front-footed. Adjustment is always less disruptive when it has been well prepared for. The second and related reason is the extent of the hike in rates, as well as the run-up in debt that is proposed. On what is projected, in just 6 years to 23-24, rates will have increased by 46%. That is 4 times, not double or treble, but 4 times the rate of inflation over the same period. On top of this, the council's public debt is projected to increase by about 70%. Now, in those connections, let me emphasise that we agree that there is a need for increased spending on infrastructure, and in particular on the three waters. Indeed, we think there may be a case in those areas for doing even more and sooner. But what we do not accept is a claim that because there is a need to fix the pipes, it follows that the extent of the increase in rates and in debt is unavoidable. We think that is just not so. It is something that would be the case only if there was no scope for reallocating funding from other areas. And what we see is a fair bit of potential for meaningful reallocation. And we have pointed to some specifics in our written submission. I won't take up time now on the details, but I do think it is salient that close to 40% of the council's operating budget is accounted for as either internal charges, which I imagine in large part will be overheads, or as spending on what is classified as democracy or partnerships or growth. It seems to us that there just has to be a fair bit of at least potential in those areas at least for identifying savings without much, if any, effect on the delivery of frontline services. I also have to say that from our experience, when it's at least a decade or more since an organisation has taken a deep dive into how effectively it is operating, they usually find a lot more scope to lift effectiveness than they had expected. So, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, councillors, before locking in the rates and debt increases proposed to apply beyond 21-22, we ask that you please do initiate a serious look at how cost effectively the council is operating across the full range of its activities. That with a view to seeing where funding can be reallocated from where it is perhaps not delivering as much by real tangible benefits to the people of Porirua as perhaps was hoped for, and to where it could be put to better use. We think that is owed to the Porirua community, first and foremost to those with modest incomes, many of whom, as you will know, will be facing real pay restraint in the next 3 years. For them, an additional $1,000 a year in rates will bite. And that's what 3 years of 8% increases accumulates to for someone with a current rates bill of $4,000 a year. We also think it's important not to underestimate the value from having a cohesive community overall. That is one within which the council enjoys reasonably broad-based support. That requires that there be a reasonably broad-based perception in the community across ratepayers in general that the council is using its resources wisely and effectively. Perceptions to the contrary, and I think there might be some of those out there, tend to make for a divisive rather than a cohesive community. Hence, to conclude, can we ask again, please, that a commitment be included in the LTP that the council will undertake a baseline review of the council's spending and activities. that is the kind of thing we think a council wanting to build a strong and cohesive community would want to do. We very much hope you agree. We think the Porirua City Council is up to it, and we would be willing to provide such support and assistance as we can. Thank you, and I, along with my colleagues, be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Trullan.
Kia ora, thank you, Bruce. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit of extra elaboration in terms of what exactly a baseline review is and how it differs to... Obviously, we currently already have external auditors. We also have an independent chair of the Audit and Risk Committee that provides that oversight as well. I guess, to my mind, I'm just struggling to understand what exactly above and beyond what we're already doing you're requesting.
Without being familiar with the details of the audit committee, I mean, what we're talking about is not an audit. It would be breaking up what the council does and doing it in parts, looking at what's being done, what the purpose is, and most importantly, what is actually being achieved relative to what was hoped for. And in some areas, I am sure you will find that what is being delivered matches, but in other areas, I am equally sure that you will find that you would say, look, if we weren't doing this, or we weren't doing it in the way we were doing it, would it actually affect adversely real people in a tangible way? We heard earlier, just a few moments ago, about consultation fatigue. Now, a lot of what we see in the partnerships area seems to be engagement. I'd be looking at the ratio of talking to doing, looking for effectiveness. Looking at, even if I can use one final example, would be looking at something maybe like the library. What's the turnover of the books? How effective is the service and actually getting real services out to real people? Or is it like the Wellington Library, which seems to be mostly, on the data I've seen, a CBD warehouse for unused books? So real focus on delivery, effectiveness, focus.
Thanks, Bruce. One more, Mike. Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Look, do you think that your organisation's views reflect those of the wider community? Because in your submission, you admonish us that we must not take as necessarily reflecting the wider community views. It's more likely to reflect the views of those with a narrow agenda and those who know how to work the system. So isn't your group one such group?
My response, and thank you for the question, I think it's a good and fair question. My response would be that we are probably one of the few groups who are not coming here asking for more. And indeed, I mean, we're not here for any particular interest group or any segment of the community. We would like the council to be delivering the absolute best for the whole of the Porirua community. And I would emphasise that is the people who are less advantaged, not just those who are advantaged. We're not, if anything, I suspect that we all reside in the Northern Ward, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we'd probably ask that you do not proceed with a community centre in the Northern Ward. We're not here to look after ourselves.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. I'm just going to ask one more question before we finish, and that's, I assume in this effectiveness review that you wouldn't want us to include Three Waters, given that Three Waters will not be in our purview in the near future, yeah?
No, again, a good question. I think was it Councillor Morrell who made the point? I mean, obviously it's complicated by the fact that there is changes coming. We don't know exactly what form that's going to take, although it's reasonably clear what the essence of it's going to be. So, I mean, I think the short answer is
Okay.
I'd probably put that one to one side.
Clarifying that. Yep. All right. So thank you very much, Bruce, for coming in and the rest of the group and giving us some ideas and your point of view.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the attention.
So,
Chair, will other people who are making submissions be given extra time as well, given that these guys were given an extra 5 minutes?
Was it?
But
Well, there were questions asked.
Well over time, and you allowed. I just wonder
Other
if
people
other
have
can
been
be
given extra time,
and
actually.
some have been stopped. I just
No,
want to double check that it's been fair.
We were running behind. Thank you for pointing it out. But I was looking at the timing, and I think that was when Mike Duncan's question was asked. So, without wasting any further time, can I call Michelle Hayward for Nuku Ora? And Nikki. Sorry. Okay, Nikki. Sorry. Silent partner. So you've heard 10, 8 and...
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll save you some time.
No, you don't need to worry about that.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I appreciate your time and attention as we come to present today. I'm Michelle Hayward. I'm the General Manager of Partnerships at Nuku Ora, formerly Sport Wellington, and we'll talk to you about that through the submission. I bring the apologies of Phil Gibbons, our Chief Executive. He is away, unfortunately, on bereavement leave, so I'm sure he'll be back in front of you next time. With me, I have Nikki Sheriff, our Regional Planning Manager and the architect of our submission today. In terms of the submission, we have looked at the submission through a physical activity lens. Our organisation is about equitable access to physical activity for all. And so that's the tenor of the discussion I'd like to share with you today. In terms of multi-use community facilities, we absolutely support those, and they are a core principle of this Regional Spaces and Places Plan, which the region's mayors signed off in 2019. In terms of the removal of the village planning programs, we understand and appreciate the challenges that come with locally led approaches. However, we have seen value in engaging with your regional planning program, particularly in a Usos on Bikes style cycling initiative. As an organisation, we are committed to locally led approaches and bringing co-design when it is relevant to that process. And at Nuku Ora at the moment, we are currently reorganising the way we deliver our work to work through a pod approach, bringing expertise across our business from our health contracts, from our Sport New Zealand contracts, and from our wider funding to enable us to bring what we know nationally around physical activity data into communities and focus on communities where there are opportunities to improve wellbeing outcomes through delivering physical activity activations that communities would like to see themselves doing. We'd be really welcoming of piloting or working with council and delivery of that pod approach here. In terms of the reduced hours that are proposed at Te Reo Paraha Arena, we wonder if there's another approach if those hours are being reduced through usage challenges where we could understand why the usage is lower and work on initiatives to increase the usage rather than removing that opportunity to start with. We would also be interested in working with Council on activations that would encourage more people to be involved in programs, as well as in ways in which we can take Council into the community. We have a fund called Tū Manawa Active Aotearoa that we distribute on behalf of Sport New Zealand. It's a fund that, as Nuku Ora, we do not actively access ourselves. It is about making the money flow through into communities. It's for initiatives where young people, rangatahi and tamariki, who are facing barriers to being physical activity, can have those needs met. At the moment in Porirua, of our 54 funded regional projects, 9 are solely based in Porirua with a spend of about $170,000. And we have 3 further projects part delivering in Porirua with a total of $120,000 there. So there are opportunities for Council to apply directly to that fund for activations, or to work with us around locally led approaches for community groups to apply. Community groups we currently have accessing it are those such as Wesley Community Action, sports organisations, New Zealand Festival, and those types of people. We also have schools in other parts of the region accessing it. At Nuku Ora, we've been through quite a lot of change in the last 12 months. Formerly, we were called Sport Wellington, and with that name and brand was a lot of association to sport, obviously, and sport for sport participation and pathways. What we have done through the development of Strategy 2032, a 12-year strategy, is really realign ourselves back to the purpose of our trust deed, which is around our physical activity approaches for all. This is across play, active transport, active recreation and sport. And it's sport for community benefit. We're not about creating the next Olympian directly. We have a 12-year wellbeing outcome in that strategy, and we have 3 strategic priorities, which are around less active people becoming more active, better quality opportunities to participate, meeting the needs of participants, and a better connected and networked physical activity system. It has a strong inequity focus. Where we find people who are not receiving wellbeing outcomes through physical activity, it's because those communities face barriers that don't exist elsewhere. We're really interested in how we can align our work with the work of Council in the Porirua area, and we hope to see more funding coming through into Porirua through Tū Manawa and our other approaches.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, a question from Councillor Ford.
I'm interested in the Te Manawa Active Fund, and yesterday we had some students come from Karina School, and they were saying that they really could do with a van. Was it Karina? Would you fund a van for schools to get them to the thing was she needed to get to volleyball. She was passionate about it. She really wanted to do this. And there were other sporting teams at their school that couldn't get to sporting different sports. And that was the barrier. So would you...
So our fund is unable to finance capital costs, unfortunately. That's a requirement from Sport New Zealand. What we can do, however, is fund other aspects of that program,
right,
so that we can then support them in applications to other places that can fund capital costs.
Okay, it looks like you've got transport to event.
Yes.
That's covered. Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Duncan.
So the second to last line of your submission, you're looking for $12,000 from us, is that right?
Absolutely, and we've been engaging with officials on that. That is for a regional spaces and places lead role. It's a role that is across the 8 councils, and so we have applied to all 8 councils for a proportional share of that role. And the aim of that role would be around connecting up the community and councils around spaces and places, understanding future provision need, understanding where potential future regional level facilities may be required, networking funding opportunities where resilience issues or regional facilities may be required. Also advocating for a connected network of facilities. At the moment, we do have a number of facilities in the region that are hard to access because public transport, active transport, safe transport, particularly for tamariki and rangatahi, is difficult. So it's someone to really focus on the work that is identified in the Regional Spaces and Places Plan or Facilities Plan for physical activity. As well as we get numerous requests from clubs and other community organisations trying to figure out how to access council and council processes around sports facilities. So supporting that work as well.
Councillor Trillam.
Just following up on that, so if it's a role that's funded across multiple councils, I guess two-part question. One, what happens if we put up the funding and other councils don't? And two, have any other councils already committed to providing their proportion of the funding?
We have secured some funding for this role from Sport New Zealand, and we are committed internally to making it happen. It may just be that we can't go as far or meet the needs across the community as far as possible, but in terms of independent councils committing, I'll leave that to Nikki.
Wow. We haven't actually considered that in a lot of detail, but we would prioritise support councils that have invested.
If it begs a question, absolutely, Councillor.
Yeah, well, it does. Just you guys don't distribute the fund, that fund, the Te Manawa Active Fund, but the council could apply for that fund to cover this, though. Correct? No.
It needs to be...
See you later then. No.
Yeah.
Sorry, just kidding.
No, that fund is around tamariki and rangatahi and communities getting active. Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora kōrero. Thank you again for your submission. I guess I'll try and make this as brief as possible. Is there any commentary that you have on an alternative approach if the proposed role is not funded for a place like Porirua, around engaging those community groups to better engage with council around their needs for recreational spaces within the city?
Absolutely. We would, it would not be available to the broadest community in Porirua. However, through our pod approach, there would be some ways in which we would be directly able to link through to council. It would just be significantly reduced, and the ability to connect in with the National Spaces and Places Network and best practice from Sport New Zealand would be reduced.
Right. There being no further questions, councillors, thank you very much, both of you, for coming along.
Thank you.
And
afternoon.
3:40, councillors. We've had one or two adjustments. We're now going, if you go to page 446, we're going to hear from Heather Phillips and Donald Love. Thank you, Heather and Donald.
Submission 315.
Yeah, 315. Oh,
Dawn Kelly's.
315. Okay.
Are we ready?
So, Paula and Donald, just so you know, you've got 10 minutes altogether. We'll ring a bell or you'll hear a noise at 8 minutes. And if you want questions or whatever, you'll have to think about that.
Yep.
Okay? There you go.
But,
If it's green, it's on.
Green is
we
on.
can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for letting us come a bit earlier. Gets it out the way. I won't bother going through the points there. You'll have read the submissions. It's just to largely say what we covered as bullet points with the written submission. But this is an opportunity to explore in a bit more detail. One of the key items that came out of the Q&A that the council kindly provided after the Residents Association meeting in Pātanui was that there was no specific budget was set, and that's in the LTP. There was talk about working with the Parks Department, but probably a key important part was that it was relying on Greater Wellington's pest plan as your reference. What we're submitting here is that the Greater Wellington pest plan is actually quite poor guidance. Heather, at the top there, that was a couple of years ago. There's a Greater Wellington person in the pest plant area said that basically when pest plants get too hard, they take them off the list. So if you use a Greater Wellington list, it may be too late. And I'll come to that in the next slide. The second bullet point there is the Horizon staffer. This is only going back a few months. Heather had a long discussion with them, and they said that they have huge problems in the area, particularly on the boundary with Greater Wellington. So whatever pest plan Greater Wellington is applying towards Horizon's area is not working. Within the Greater Wellington area, you've got Hutt City Council, and they stand out on their own as saying, well, beyond what Greater Wellington say, hey, if you see these pest plants on your land, we'll do something about it. So there's 5 of them listed there. And these are in handouts that we've printed off for you as well as a reference. So this is a really important invasion curve thing, and some of you have seen this before. Once you're starting to climb up that curve, eradication becomes harder. As you get towards the right-hand side, it becomes impossible, and the control costs go sky high. That's the area that Porirua does end up in with some of the plants, like particularly the wilding pines. They don't get knocked down when they're very young, so suddenly you have a $20,000, $30,000 bill. Really important. What I put at the top of that graphic there is Greater Wellington is tending to work towards the right-hand side of that curve because they remove plants from their pest plan when they become too hard to control. They actually just almost, they'll say, oh, if you want to know about these, you can go here, but they don't really say we're going to do anything about them. Don't say, hey, these are really bad. So the bullet points there, that the public often don't know. There's a general lack of understanding amongst the wider public. Those who are specialists and gardeners suddenly can start seeing that there is huge problems developing, but overall there's not that much knowledge. And there is quite a lot of difference around the country as how different councils handle it. The third bullet point, there is a dirty dozen, and it's actually on your handout at the back there of Greater Wellington's, DOC's dirty dozen list. There's 8 of those that are actually on council managed reserve on Moonshine Road alone. And banana passion fruit and old man's beard are particular concerns. And what I say at the bottom there, we say is, where does Porirua want to be? You've got one local council as being more proactive and trying to address them, get at the early stages. It's relatively inexpensive to actually control it with both information and but on the ground action. Or do we want to let it rely on Greater Wellington for guidance? What happens without action? Old man's beard article. This is just a stock photo, but it's what does happen if old man's beard takes off now. You might say, oh, we don't have that problem yet.
It's not far away.
Not far away.
And when it gets to this point, the only option to control it, as according to Horizon, is to hit it with a helicopter and you wipe out the native bush and you start again. So if you want to get to that point, you're going backwards big time.
And particularly what Heather's talking about is the banana passion fruit. Now that's starting to become rampant in the area. It was starting to become infested up around Battle Hill, Greater Wellington land. It's carried by the birds. As it takes over, it kills the native. And that's where Horizons, I think that was one example, wasn't it? Where they said you just have to bulk spray the whole forest, kill the native, and just try and help the native re-establish. That's what can happen if you follow Greater Wellington's example.
Well, their hands-off example at the moment.
Yeah. Just local examples. So a few days before this, we thought we'd just take some photos, and the corner of Moonshine Road. Heather says, well, hang on, there's Old Man's Beard right there. This is where everybody gathers. It's in the bushes there, and it's just starting to take off. All
the school children see this. They don't recognise it. So you have a whole environment where the whole community could do something about it, but they don't recognise it. It's not publicly promoted, and it's hidden, right? This hiding it away because it's got out of control is counterproductive.
Yeah. Kenapuru Drive, leading up towards the cemetery entrance, all along the top of the bank there. Old Man's Beard. A lot of people said, oh, I haven't noticed that. Then next time you tell them, oh, it is there.
It's all through it. This is coming around State Highway 58 between the Crow's Nest and there, and that's banana passion fruit. I spotted it as we're driving through town, and then on the ground there is ivy. Somebody has dumped ivy. This is a major. I have problems continually with people dropping green waste and the reinfestation or the new plants coming. We have 75 plants plus on Moonshine Road in a very short period, 25 of which will destroy the bush. And I have 100 hectares of bush that I am trying to regenerate. We've been doing it for 30 years. And the infestations, I have enough on my own property, but the infestations that keep coming from road reserve land, I spend, last 2 weeks, I would have spent 20 hours spraying your road reserve land, right? And it's just because nobody is aware and nobody is doing anything, and I am trying to control my own area, but your weeds keep filing at me and in greater quantities now.
So ultimately, this is the last slide with actually bullet points, but I'll quickly go through the next paper as well. But what we're asking for is that rather than what the Q&A said was that there is no specific funding and rely on what parks have, put some money aside. It doesn't have to be a huge amount, but make sure there is enough so that when people start saying, hey, there's a bit of a problem here, you can do it. And I'll leave that slide up at the moment because in the written stuff here, there's a bit of a dialogue I had about banana passion fruit on Moonshine Road. And to be fair to your roading department, they tried. Claire said, oh, I didn't realise that we could do something. And then she said, I think I can. And then I think I can. Oh, no, I can't. And the final thing she told me verbally, she didn't put it in writing. This was after I showed her the banana passion fruit infestations along Moonshine Road. And they were literally dripping onto the road.
They still are.
And they still are. The final thing she said on the road is there is no policy or funding for this work. Sorry, Donald. I can't do anything. That's what your council officer had to say to me. So if there's some hint in the Q&A that's come back to us that somehow the Parks Department can help, we have not seen that happen very much in the past. You'll often get one and it's mentioned, actually I think it is there, cooperation between council departments, where Parks will say, well, actually, have you got the budget for this? Our budget's a bit tight, we're using it elsewhere. The council officers will know this. It's up to the council laws as well to make sure that you've got confidence that there is actually funding to address these issues. Work that in a timely manner, and it's not waiting for later funding. So that's where you say, in 6 months' time we might have some more money. Well, there's another 6 months of growth.
The thing in Hutt City, and Hutt City is part of Wellington Regional Council, but they have a controlling plan above Greater Wellington Regional Council. In the last 20 years, we have been waging war on this nasty invader. They will kill 5 weeds that are not on Greater Wellington Regional Council's lists anywhere at no cost to the ratepayer, even on private land, because they recognise that these things will destroy you're putting out SNAs, you're asking us to do all this. We are doing it all, and the weeds are coming from your environment and Greater Wellington Regional Council's environment too. So, but we have our own weeds as well. We just don't need all this feed through. We need some help that everybody recognises it. I've just talked to 2 guys that do the broadband system in our area, and they live in Plimmerton. And he says, oh, banana passion fruit, it drips down. Do you want some? I really like eating them. You know, it's in the reserves there. It's just, there's one here, there's other comments from guys. I didn't realise it was all through the Ivy Bay. Well, I looked up as I came past and went, oh yeah, I can spot it there. You've got people doing pest control and doing all those wonderful things to protect your bush. Nobody seems to be aware that these things will annihilate the bush you're so hardly pushing to protect. If you don't hit this, you might as well not have done all the other.
Thank you. Do you want some questions?
If
We're just going to run out of time.
If anybody was-
I'll open it up for questions because I think we get your points that you're making. And
yeah.
Councillor Morell.
So there's criticism there of Greater Wellington Regional Council. Are they?
That was their pamphlet in 2002. Yep. It is now taken off the list. This was a site-led thing and everybody was to destroy it. And now it's not that. It's just buried in all amongst their stuff. Their program doesn't even list it on the weeds that they've got on their website. You have to go down and look in the weed buster sites. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to allow. Are there any other questions? No. I just wanted to ask, how much do you think, just quickly, how much would be a realistic funding allocation? Do you have any idea?
Ask Hutt City. Would somebody go and ask Hutt City how they do
we
it?
hear you. All right, thank you very much for your submission, both of you. It does highlight some things that probably most of us were not aware of. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Drew. Drew and Margarita, thank you. Creeksiders. So, did you hear, Drew? You've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Oh, well, a bell will ring at 8 minutes. If you want any questions, you might want to stop before the 10 minutes. All right? So, away you go.
You start. Okay. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for your time today and for the opportunity for community to submit on this. Drew, Hadwin, Creeksider today. Yep. And,
Makarita, talofa lava, everyone. Drew, thank you for the opportunity. Creeksider today.
And although we submitted on quite a few points, we're just going to speak to the one, which may not come as a surprise, but the village planning. Yeah. I guess we had conversations with wider community, our friends in whānau, and amongst ourselves about the village planning program. In short, Creeksiders have a mantra that says nothing about us without us, and we understood that the program was paused for 2 years in light of the COVID response, but we were also told that we would have discussions with council about a review of that, and that hasn't happened. And all we're really asking for is a transparent and inclusive review of the program. What are our points? Yeah, we thought that including 2 options and asking people to indicate which they prefer in the LTP is not a review of the program, and we didn't think that it's not consulting with the affected communities really, because submitting on this isn't entirely accessible to all people in those affected communities. And the actual consultation document didn't mention that there had been conversation of a review of the village planning program that we were all expecting. So we don't think that others submitting had the full picture to consider when they're presented with 2 options. And so that's why we're wanting to go back to what we anticipated, that there'd be a transparent, inclusive, full review of the program, which would also provide opportunity for addressing the inequities with the current program. Do you want to do the geography bit?
No.
No, she's just leaving me. She's just here.
I'm just here.
We both want to speak. No, okay. So yeah, and I guess our second point is the inequities in the program. We know that the council officers have reported to you all regularly on the program and where the money's gone over the years. We know that some neighbourhoods have got considerably more money because they've, on one hand, been involved right from the beginning. Creeksiders or Cannons Creek was applying to village planning for projects back when Aporo Joyce was still with us, and then nothing happened for a while, and then big ups to council, that was recognised, and you got a group of community together, and Creeksiders was born. We don't have the structure of a ratepayers and residents association, and people in our communities have, I guess, call it, perhaps compared.
They don't have the time to participate. They can't always participate in the way that council would like them to. So we'd like, all kinds of participation ways to be considered.
Yeah. And again, that's why we think a review with all of the groups, not just Creeksiders, but all of the groups that have engaged with council on village planning across the city and other affected parties would be the best way to address this, rather than just pick option A or pick option B. And option 2 rather than B.
Again, your council workers are fantastic. We know them, they're approachable, and we just want the opportunity to air what we think, not just choose option A or option B. That's not really a review.
And to collectively come up with a solution.
Yeah.
Right. Look, we hear what you're saying because it's been said by others as well, and I think you make your points well. I just want to make sure whether councillors have got any questions that they'd like to ask of you. So first, Councillor Trillin, then Councillor Weehapi. What? Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm happy to repeat it, but
yeah. I think everyone's got the points. If you want to ask any more detail, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to give more time for questions. That's all.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so just some clarification on that, and we talked about this in an earlier group as well. Some of the other residents' associations had talked about a third option on village planning as being their request, where we would essentially reboot the village planning program in some way through a process of co-design with all of the villages. And so I guess I had a two-part question, and that one, is that something that you would be open to? Because it sort of sounds like that might have been what you were saying. And two, if that is the case, what sorts of things would we need to do to really make sure that groups like yours are able to fully participate within issues like time constraints and things like that you've identified?
Yes, that would be something that we would be into, and utilising community groups that are already in the community, that already have relationships on the ground, would help that process.
Okay. Councillor Weehapi?
Yeah, I think my question was pretty much the same as Josh, and how palatable it would be for you to work with other villages, for example, Rānui and or Waitangirua, if that's something that you'd be open to.
Very open.
Are there any other questions, councillors?
Can I?
Yeah,
so when I heard
go.
Josh, it sounded like all villages that engage in the program, like and affected parties, co-designing a reboot of village planning. And what you just said, Kali, was that like just the eastern? Us?
No.
Oh, yeah.
All of them.
Choice. That's cool.
Cool.
And I don't think we're set.
Although we are
on
East
how
Side
it would
proud.
work.
Yes.
Yeah, well, if I could add to that, that's actually something I'd even be interested in hearing from you, and that this is sort of very amorphous and that we're figuring this out and that it wasn't a specific proposal made in the plan. So I guess, yeah, do you have any specific thoughts on that, and that would you like to work across all of the villages within the city? Do you think it would be more beneficial to work specifically with other Eastern Ward villages, or what sort of... Yeah,
I think we've got the key points, and we need to look at where we go from here. So we'll contemplate that. Thank you very much for coming in and making those Very valid points.
Thank you again.
So can I ask Mark James to come forward and talk to us? So Mark, you've got, if you haven't heard, 10 minutes.
Yep.
8 minutes, there'll be a bell or a warning.
Yep.
A warning buzzer. And if you want some questions, give yourself some time.
Yep. Thank you. Kia ora, talofa lava, malaulele, kia orana, bulavanaka, ni hao, namaste, and any Aussies, g'day. So, look, I'm a Titahi Bay resident. I've paid rates for 25 years. My parents, up to of late, have lived here all their lives. I love Porirua City. I love who we are, and I love where we are. But I am concerned, first time you've ever seen my face here, concerned about where we're going. Okay? I'll touch on the things that I want to present on, and some of those things are the underinvestment in Titahi Bay. I agree with your $4 million investment, good on you, but I've sat there out there for 25 years and watched the neglect of Titahi Bay, and it concerns me. That is the apple. That is the jewel of the crown, in my view. I might be one-sided, but that is my view, so I support it. But I say it's been neglected for too long. I don't support the investment in Whitby. I've driven up Whitby. I've worked up there. I've seen the investment. What is the difference between them and us? What is it? It dismays me to be able to drive up there and see the investment there, but lacking of investment in Titahi Bay. We are all one city. We're all one group of residents. We shouldn't be any different. So I want to see that carry on. The other thing I'm really dismayed with is your ideals about selling the Moana courts. It is, you know, the government has tried to sell this sort of housing. You talk about selling it to housing providers. They did not take it up. Because why? It was unfeasible to them. If it was going to be feasible to them, they would have to lift the rents. How are we improving the lives of those individuals who have paid rates all their lives probably? And when we, as a result, and you can't control, sell those properties to someone that has, because of the nature of the business in which they do, have to raise the rents. We further exasperate the poverty that we have in this city and in this country. We all pay for the price of poverty. If you don't understand that, I think we've lost touch. That then leads into my concern about not wanting to pay the living wage. Every worker in this city deserves a living wage. Every worker. If you don't understand that the money given to those workers is spent in your community, in your businesses, who are feeling the pain themselves, I go and get my haircut from a local businessman who tells me he is upset at the continual rate increases that he faces. And yet the very people that will spend the money in his business, which will bring income into his business, you don't want to give them the extra money. These are the jobs that you won't do. I'm being honest with you. I look around. You won't do these jobs. I know those workers. They deserve every single cent. They deserve the living wage. Let's be the city of the family. That's who you say we are. Let's practice what we preach. Let's pay a living wage to everyone. It's not that hard. I will pay more rates to put money in the back pockets of those workers, food in the stomachs of those children, books in the bags, and all those things. I will pay. We should lead by example. Wellington has done it. Auckland, Christchurch. Let's do it. Pay those contractors. They're worth it. Look, I've lived here all my life, and I know we've got a housing crisis, but we're not the same as Auckland. And if you look at Auckland's problem, you put a pin in the drop, you go a 20-mile radius, it's predominantly sea, and they can't build on sea. We don't. We've got to look at North Plympton. You're already developing huge rafts of land there to build additional houses. I don't believe at this current time that we should be allowing someone to buy my next-door neighbour's house, bowl that house down and build 8 houses on top of it, probably impeding my view, my sight, my sunshine. The only way I'd agree to this is as long as we stick to our current building codes, around 7 metres of height and not impacting people's view and that. But we don't have the infrastructure to support this already. We've got our beach leaking already. We can't swim in our beach because the infrastructure is broken. I understand we need to fix this, but I think we should fix it before we allow people to further grow in the existing stock. Go further afield. Whitireia Park, Pikarere, Plumerton, ample places for us to start to think about addressing those housing crisis issues and building more stock, allowing that to happen. But I just don't think, and I'm sorry, struggling for the word, that the intensification of our current housing stock, I don't agree with that, not at this point of time. So I've finished.
Oh, thank you very much, Mark. Passionately put.
Yes, I'm a very passionate person.
Well done. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Very impassioned. Look, you say it's disgraceful that Porirua City Council is going to sell, looking to sell Moana Court, even though we're talking about passing it on to a group of social housing providers skilled in the management of that housing and able to access government funding to keep those rents cheap for them, which Porirua City can't. So at the moment, 19,000 ratepayers are subsidising that. How is that disgraceful?
Oh, well, I think it's just the nature of what we've heard in the past about those providers actually can't do it. They don't then do it. And then it ends up, they don't. If that was the case, we'd have all these providers, because the government was at one stage talking about releasing the stock to those community providers, Salvation Army, the works. They came back and said, we can't do it. We can't purchase it, we can't operate it, and therefore we won't, because they knew themselves that they would then have to move away from that model around providing that cheap social housing. I think we can't control that if we sell that.
Councillor Hayward. Oh, you've got a secondary question, or we've got time.
Yep.
Now, Mark, in your comment you say all families deserve the living wage. I agree with you there. So why then don't you see that the living wage should be something that central government should do? Because at the moment you're asking pensioners and you're asking people on benefits who don't get the living wage to actually have to pay extra rates so that some others can get the living wage.
Yeah, I understand, but again, I think the thing is we need to lead by example. We need to show that this is the model to utilise, to take that bold step and do it as a city. Show others that we can do it, and then you can go out into the... Yes, the minimum wage has gone up to $20, I accept that, but the living wage is $22.75. We need to take that and be bold and simply say, let's do it and show.
So be bold by strangling those pensioners and beneficiaries to actually get the extra money out.
Well, I would simply say those pensioners and beneficiaries get now a CPI indexed increase every year. Well, I understand that, but for some of them, they still are in a position where they own their own houses, aren't burdened with mortgages, and have rates, and are burdened with rates. And of course, yes, those rates will go up. But if you do the calculations on what it would pay to pay those contracts, it's minimal in a rate increase. I think in knowing that those, well, to be quite honest, I think it is minimal in a cost. Half, well, yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll end the discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate your open view, and that's what we're here to talk about. Really appreciate
Councillor Hayward, you have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll try and be brief. I understand your views about Moana Court. There was a apartheid that was put out as part of the LTP public submission process, which actually was, should council play a role in providing solutions to social and community housing in Porirua? If they do, what role do you think that they should be playing?
Well, it should be what they are currently at the moment, owning those flats and providing them to the people who occupy them at the moment. As I said, many of them would be ex-ratepayers or people that need them. What's wrong with being a leader in this sort of respect and showing the sort of the sort of city we are? We can lead by example. I think that would be a great thing to do. We are a great city, a very diverse city.
Thanks. We've got time for one more question. Councillor Weehapi.
Hey, Mark. You're talking about underinvestment. What do you see in Whitby that you don't see in Titahi Bay?
Oh, nice parks, mowed berms, mowed lawns, good. Hedawini's a classic example. The street in which my mother's nearly tripped on a number of broken paths. The roads aren't maintained. The Titahi Bay Road has got divots and holes that have sat there unfixed for ages, where people have to avoid them by driving around. It's just, there is a natural underinvestment in Titahi Bay. I've seen it for such a long time. I drive up Whitby, I don't see anything like that. I'm being honest. You might not like what I hear, but that's what I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along, Mark, and giving us your views.
Cool.
That's
Thank you
great.
for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And John Murdoch.
Okay. Okay, can we have Rane Winiera Parai and John Murdoch? Thanks for Mana College, Rangatahi.
Second or third one, is it? But nice.
Don't make it sound so negative.
Okay, so you know the deal, Rane, in terms of timing. 10, ballot 8.
Kia ora koutou. So, ko Rane Winiera Parai, Takuingoa. In this capacity here, I am the chair of Mana College, which is one of our colleges here in Porirua, and this is Mr Murdoch, John Murdoch, our principal. And so we're supportive. We're here to talk about the redevelopment of our school and how the redevelopment of Mana College can actually support Porirua City Council in providing community-based services within Western Porirua. So John's going to start by just telling us a little bit of history about the redevelopment of and redesign of Mana College.
Nā mahi nui kia koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai, ki tēnei hui. Thanks, Rane. Yes, just a little brief background into the school's redesign investment. So it's been a long process, but we can confirm that we have a staged construction for the next 4 to 5 years to the tune of roughly $44 million. If anyone's ever been to Mana College, it just means that the gymnasium and the hall will remain, and everything else is getting flattened and rebuilt. So that is really super for the school community. One of the things that's been, Mana College has sort of risen and fallen like a little nation for many, many years, but people may appreciate that it was the first secondary school in Porirua, built for 1,000 kids. And due to various fluxes of role, it got down to a very sad state of about 300. It's now nearly 500. The build roll capacity is for 750, which I think we'll reach before the construction finishes. But the project brief and the business case relates to a community asset, as Rane said. So not a school bricks and mortar from 9 to 3, but more facilities for a whole community of Western Porirua, Takapawahia, Elston, and Tatahi Bay, of course, in terms of library, cafe, gymnasium. The turf and the sports thing is up there now, which is beautiful. If you haven't seen, go and have a look. Full technology block, construction school. The construction school is a school which the students build houses, and they complete the house, and we have a contract with Kōrero, and the houses next year will not go off for sale, but will actually, the plan is that the houses will then get built in the community. So local kids building local houses, and that's very much the kind of curriculum that we're after. So, just back to the spirit of the brief, which is through detailed design, so it's not a figment of our imagination. It started, and phase 1 construction starts next May. So we're putting our hand out to say, why wouldn't we connect and use, my breadbasket of 44 million, and I've got the money in the office, and your breadbasket of how many, whatever it is. 44 million can make a full meal for this community. So we're pretty excited, and that's why we're extending a hand out to connect with council.
So one way we want to do that is that in the long-term plan, it talks about having a community facility in Western Porirua. And so we've got a proposal for you, really, about how we could do this together as part of the rebuild of Mana College. And so when we first started doing the consultation around the redesign for Mana College, we went out to the community, and the community spoke about it wanting to be a community asset. And so that's been the basis of our development. And so we have actually worked with our architects to create something that looks like this. And we are happy to koha our designs to the team so that when you are ready to look at something in attached to Mana College or with Mana College, then we've got something that we can start working on. And so this is talking about having so this is the gym, the current gym. You'll notice that those who know Mana College know that this is the current gym. And so the architects have designed a space that goes next to the gym. So it could be used as a gym, or it could be used for events or activities that happen within the community, and then there's a spine through that joins the two facilities together. And so there's enough space on the school grounds to do this as it is. It means that we would remove which we were already removing anyway, was the changing rooms that are currently there, because we're moving those into the current facilities. So we just wanted to offer our kind of opportunity to work with the council in relation to the long-term planning about creating a shared community asset on Mana College.
That's right, and I'd just add there are a number of poor and good examples of community assets with schools, we're in a very sort of buoyant and positive and optimistic position at Mana, where we certainly we want to share and we want to work with community, not just Mana College students.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have questions? First, Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Sayuli.
Kia ora rānei me John. Thank you for your submission. I'd be remiss of me to point out that Greece is playing at Mana College this week. And in the context, my partai will be in the context of Greece, Principal McGee. It's about timing of this project. You expect us to dawdle on this, or would you think that if we miss the opportunity to do this sooner rather than the 17 years away, that a session of banging blackboard dusters should be required for us?
Yeah, if I may speak to that, Rane, it certainly depends what the investment is. If it's looking at a multi-purpose arena with both sport and cultural facilities, then sooner rather than later is going to be better economically. We've already got the plans for starting the gym, and in partnership, we could wait and move that to a different stage, but we're not going to wait for 10 years and stuff. I'll be retired in 4 years. No, it's sooner than later. Absolutely.
Okay, Councillor Sayuli.
Thank you. Awesome. Sounds like awesome project. Just a question regarding the school use compared to the community use. So is is the gym that you got currently is still going to be there, and that will be used by the school? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But the extra space would be a community space. So how we would see it is that when the community didn't need it, then the school moves in. Not, the school's got it from 9 to 5.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And just follow up with that. So who would manage? Who are you foreseeing as managing that whole facility?
I think the school has the capacity and the facility, personnel-wise and economically, to actually run this. So, and that's also an important consideration, not only in terms of administration costs, but in terms of heat, light, water, insurance, admin, those things. And we believe that we can manage that within our existing operation budget.
Okay, we've got Mayor Baker, then Councillor Morrell.
Sorry, hey, you'd spoken to the community. We've had Tito Bay residents in today and yesterday saying they would like us to recite the Surf Lifesaving Club, obviously, as the new community facility there. You're giving me a different story. So how far in the community have you gone?
Our project, our remit around the project brief was around the community that serves Mana College students and parents. So we haven't gone to every single association and talked to them about that. We've talked to parents mostly, but also iwi and some sports and community groups. So not extensive at this stage.
And it does raise the issue about our kids going into other schools outside of our community, that if this was attached to the school, then we see that it could encourage our kids to have more reason to stay local for education.
Councillor Morrell.
What are the rules around the education department? Because I remember when we tried to do something with AAT College, it got too complicated because of the requirements of the education department for after hours use. Do you see that as an issue?
Speak to that. Oh, look, I think, yeah, I mean, I thought about Aotea College when we sort of were thinking about this, and I think that's, yeah, not necessarily the best example around the school's needs, but I think this is a different context in terms of that, and I don't see, in answering your question, I don't see any legislation or expectations because our project brief is different. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, councillors. Thank you both for coming along and presenting this opportunity to us. I'm sure there'll
Do
be
you
more
want us
dialogue.
to leave this here or
For officers and...
I'll give it to
Yes.
our
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Do we have now Tony DeBar for Wellington Jet Sport Club? Thank you, Tony.
There's two of us, so we're presenting together. This
Absolutely.
is Chris McCarthy from the Parramatta Boating
Sorry,
Club.
that...
Chris McCarthy.
Chris, Chris, yes. Okay,
Thank
Chris.
you. I presume we just use the pointer here to move things forward, do we?
On the right, I think.
The right one? The one
Yeah,
that's
the right.
well worn. Okay.
18 Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you've got...
We've got 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll give you 18. If you want questions, yes.
We'll try and be out of this sooner than that.
Fine.
So yes, gentlemen and ladies, councillors, Chris and I here today really want to talk to you about the Porirua Harbour sedimentation issues and why we believe that the council here, and obviously the Greater Wellington Regional Council as well, should act. So as I said, my name's Tony DeBar. I am a committee member of the Wellington Jet Sport Club. I've also had the privilege of living for 17 years within the Porirua area. It's my home, and it's my home to my family as well, and we love it. And this is Chris as well.
Hello everyone, my name's Chris McCarthy. I'm the Commodore of the Parramatta Boating Club. I've been involved as a volunteer there, the admin side of the club for about 20 years. Our club's got about 150 members on average, and we teach 25 to 50 kids to sail every year. The club's coming up for its 100th year anniversary, so it's been doing that, doing its business for quite a long time, pushing sailboats off the local beaches into that beautiful piece of water of the Pāwhataunui Inlet.
And we're also here on behalf of Johannes Bull van Hensbroek, which I've taken a long time to learn how to say his name. Unfortunately, he can't be here today, but he would have been representing the Minor Cruising Club, so we're here on his behalf. So I guess straight into it, obviously, as the story goes, you can't beat Wellington on a good day, and that's exactly what the one-eyed Wellingtonians will have you believe. But of course, we know different, because if you move 20 minutes up the road, you can see absolutely outstanding environment there, and this is their area. These are one of the most beautiful natural harbours in New Zealand, and we're hoping to keep them that way if we can, and I'm sure you guys all are as well. That is, of course, unless the tide's low. Unfortunately, as you can see, it's pretty muddy there, we have some pretty serious concerns about the long-term sedimentation and silt build-up that you can clearly see here.
And and this mud here this is on the north side of the inlet, which definitely at its worst. And what you see there, of course, is not the seabed. That's mud or pollution on top of the seabed from sedimentation. I believe beneath that mud there is a solid base of shell and shingle and sand, and that's what makes a lot of those beaches there almost unusable at low tide or anything but the highest tide.
Absolutely. Although I can say that my feet were very, very soft after being in there the other day.
Yeah, so this is there's an awfully wide range of people, of course, who use the Pāwhataunui Inlet. That's the Pāwhataunui Inlet arm of the Porirua Harbour that is used by an awful lot of different people. We've got waka ama and paddlers and rowers and kayakers. We've got sailors. We have recreational sailing and competitive sailing almost every Sunday scheduled in and throughout the whole summer season. We have Wellington Schools Regatta, where sailors come from all over the lower half of the North Island, from Wanganui down, to take part in the annual schools event. We have power boats, of course, and water skiing, and the jet skis as well. And almost everyone who comes to our club comments how absolutely beautiful it is, what an absolute wonderland of beauty it is as a place to take part in water sports of all kinds. They don't always comment quite so well when the water is stirred up from mud and pollution, of course, because that happens fairly regularly, even without rain events, just from the wind. The wind and the wave action stirs up an awful lot of mud to make very muddy water. But almost exclusively, people sort of comment, every visitor comments how beautiful it is and what a wonderland it is.
And I guess not only those that use the inlet, there are people that obviously walk around the inlet as well. I'm one of many of those that do that. And as I said, when the conditions are right, it's beautiful. When they're wrong, it's a bit of an eyesore.
It's certainly not just for the lucky few, though. We have hundreds of people who come down every season to use our jetties to go swimming and fishing. Taking their children fishing for the first time at Parramatta seems a very popular way for local kids to grow up, and picnicking down at our jetties and at the beaches.
Absolutely. And I think Chris will totally agree with us that when sailors and waka ama and kayakers and SUP users team up with us bloody jet skiers, there is something that we really need to talk about. So we do have serious concerns about how much sedimentation is going to that harbour and how it's just remaining there.
That's true. I think waka ama and paddlers and rowers and sailors don't agree on much, but I think we all agree there's a special place in hell reserved for jet skiers.
So we've skirted around the problem, but we know what the problem is. It's sedimentation, and it is real. And you guys say it yourself. It doesn't take much looking or searching on the internet to see that there's been articles written about it. There's plenty of reports being written about the issues of the sedimentation and the build-up over the years. The Greater Wellington Regional Council and their environmental teams, they are all concerned about, not just the sedimentation, but everything really, about how it's affecting the diversity of the marine life that's in the estuaries there.
And as the reports state, the Pawatanui arm of the inlet's the one that suffers the most. It's easy to see why, of course, because it's got a far lesser tidal flow than the main body of the harbour, especially once you get down past the end of Seaview Road. And the reality is we're actually watching that inlet turn into mudflats in front of our eyes. It's a lot of our older members, and even those who've only been with us for 10 years, have noticed and comment on it. Its tidal flows are far less in the harbour, particularly as you move east in the harbour. And one of the long-term problems, of course, is the as pointed out in the April 2019 report, the Aotearoa report, even with a reduction in sediment flows from the wider catchment, the level of overall improvement in sediment levels is constrained by the existing high levels of sediment, and those high levels of existing mud will constrain the potential for improvement in the overall level of mud in the harbour and overall health, even when the sediment's reduced. So the problem is both the sediment coming in, but the sediment that's there now that has just turned so much of it into a muddy wasteland. Our sailors go aground now in shallow water where we used to be able to sail. We can stand up easily where we could not stand up at all except in the lowest tides 20 years ago and some of the channels on the eastern end of the inlet. The quality of the beaches has deteriorated even in recent years, in the last 5 years. We now wade through thick mud on many of the beaches. And despite all the promises and stringent conditions of the Transition Gully resource consent, it just seems to have got worse in recent years. Even small, modest rain events seem to turn the water muddier than it has in the past, and everything about this issue seems to be getting worse, not better.
And we know that that there's a problem there. Obviously, Mayor Baker, this is a quote from the news from yourself there, that we've had 150 years of neglect of sending sediment and things into these harbours, and just relying on tides to take it out. But the fact of the matter is, the tides aren't doing that. They're not capable of doing that, not anymore. So we need to actually action and move to do it ourselves manually. And as we said, look, reports have been written, a lot of reports. To be fair, we searched up within a short period of time. Probably the only thing that we've got more of other than sedimentation is reports that are about the sedimentation and what to do with it. Yeah, you agree with that? Thanks. That's great to hear. Look, and we know that a healthy harbour, any healthy harbour or estuary, should only have 1 millimetre a year of sedimentation coming into it. Porirua Harbour over the last 30 years has been up to 9 millimetres in the Pawatanui arm. Slightly less in the Porirua Harbour because, fortunately for that harbour, It does have a good tidal system, but the fact of the matter is, in another 30 years' time or 50 years' time, we're going to start to be in a position of significant issue. This is your one, Chris. Sorry.
Yeah, so the major issues in the inlet, and the Powhatan Marina, as well as in the main body of the inlet around the marina, so boats cannot get out of the marina at certain tides now, and that's getting worse. The only a long-term plan that includes a plan to address these years of sediment issues and inactivity will address the problem, in our view. And yes, we are talking about removing sediment build-up, and obviously this has its own problems, as we know from reports on the subject. But what other option is there to keep a usable harbour? The only reason not to do it, I think, is that we don't value the harbour that we've got there, and we do value it greatly. And mudflats are the only other future of the harbour. Sediments removed from harbours all around the world for water quality reasons and for depth of water reasons to keep harbours usable. This is a solvable problem, despite what reports have found it unfeasible. Of course, it's largely unfeasible because of the cost of getting resource consents, but that was a decision that can be reversed, and we think the council should work with the regional council to get that decision reversed, so it is a compliant activity to dredge the inlet and find out how to do it. I think it's the only solvable problem. Sediment traps and controls are clearly not working and haven't worked for years. And that problem's not going to go away unless we remove the sediment that's there over the years. This is an image from reasonably heavy rain, but it doesn't take a great deal of rain or a storm to make the inlet go this colour, as we know. We see it regularly at sort of at moderately heavy rain now, almost every rain event. And it often doesn't even need much rain. It just needs wave action to stir up the mud on the bottom of the inlet. It's a heartbreaking sight to see. It's gone on for years.
So look, we know that there are answers. There are answers in your bylaws. There are answers in report recommendations, and you yourself say that the Porirua's biggest asset is this harbour, and it is in jeopardy if we don't do something about it. The trouble is, these bylaws are written into the back parts of your websites, and they're not obvious. It's not a public domain that we're actually looking at to try and encourage people to do the best to prevent sedimentation coming into the harbour. And it doesn't encourage people to think like-mindedly that's what we want to do. So the problem is still getting worse, and if we don't act now, as in today, we really must consider that there'll be nothing that we can do, but we must do everything we can to stop the sediment reaching the harbours, and we must do something to remove the excess sediment that is already affecting the users of these waters, and that's human and other. That's the animals, the wildlife that use the harbours themselves for their own lives. What we need, or what we're looking for, is you to put this into the long-term plan, put quantifiable actions, realistic timelines, and have some accountability for those not meeting these timelines and these actions. Because so far we've seen from our research there that, as I said, the reports are written, nothing's done, and then 3 years later another report is written. But you guys have done some great things to make the harbours what they are. The walkway around the inlet is brilliant, it's amazing. It's a great popular draw card to encourage people to come and visit our area, and the wildlife reserves and the natural habitat it has an abundance of wildlife. But these are legacies of previous councils and previous councillors. We want to know what your legacy for the preservation of these harbours will be. So we'd like you to make a firm commitment, please, to preventing further sedimentation from entering the harbours, from removing excess sediment already polluting these harbours, and to make those actions firm with their timeframes and with some accountability, please. So that our grandchildren and children and other generations can enjoy what is essentially a beautiful outlook. It's not going to look like that in 100 years.
Thanks for the chance to talk to you guys about the long-term plan and particularly this beautiful wonderland. If there's anything you'd like to ask about how you plan to protect our harbour and this beautiful harbour, we'd be happy to answer.
Thanks, Tony and Chris. Do we have any questions from... Yes, I can see the Mayor.
Sorry. You know we can't legally dredge the harbour because of Greater Wellington. We can't get in there and do what we'd like to do, obviously, even if we could afford to.
Yes, but we'd like you to work with the regional council to reverse the decision to make it a non-compliant activity, so dredging is a compliant activity.
They have only just done that, and they worked really hard on that. We do have our new bylaws in place for sediment, but okay, just as long as you knew that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll already add to that, but what we're not suggesting that dredging is the answer, but an answer has to be given to get some of that sediment out of the inlet. Whatever that is, we don't know, but we're not saying you must use dredging. It is obviously a choice, but it's something that we need to consider.
I can't even get in there with my shovel because, believe me, I said that Councillor Waddle and I would do that to the sandbank down at, or the gravel bank down at Duck Creek, to which I got slapped from Regional Council. So it's not as simple as that. I wish it was.
Well,
we will keep trying.
We will be presenting to the Wellington Regional Council next week as well.
Excellent.
So we hope that, we'll tell them that you're in if they're in. How does that sound?
Because if we, yes.
That sounds fine.
If we don't do that, of course, we're just accepting doing nothing. And it seems like it just watches the inlet turn into mud banks.
Yeah, we understand your frustration. We have the same sense of frustration, I think. And I think, you're going to go to Regional Council, which would be a good thing. Councillor Hayward.
Kia ora koutou, he patai. I want to know, your presentation did not mention at this point, the verbal one, around the riparian planting being proposed. Are you in support of it? Do you want to expand on that? Or do you feel that there's an adequate level of investment as detailed in the long-term plan? Kia ora.
I think we're in support of anything that's going to help this inlet to survive. And if the reparation is part of that, then absolutely. But is that the answer to reducing sedimentation in the harbour? I think the answer is no.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hayward, another question.
You're probably going to give exactly the same answer, but also what would be your comment to, and this is again for council officers to pay attention to, what would be your view about increasing the resourcing for enforcement measures of the silt and sedimentation bylaw that we passed as well around those developments?
I would be greatly in favour of that. We've about a year ago I talked to council officers about the same issue, with a view actually to get that mud bank at the end of Duck Creek actually actioned and removed while it was so close and accessible. And after being assured how much teeth the legislation had, then they asked us to ask our members to let them know if we saw any sediment running off building sites around Whitby. And I thought, well, that's certainly there's a bit of a gap there if they're relying on members of the public to report, and there must be some controls on building sites and inspections that prevent that happening without relying on members of the public to dob in pollution from building sites. So we're strongly in support of greater teeth on legislation that supports that.
Okay, thank you. I'll allow one more.
Well, it's really, to be fair, we have already asked the officers to come back with stricter guidelines and for our bylaws. So we're actually already doing that. But that sandbank, we have been told, is council's responsibility because the CE and I have discussed that at a very high level, and they have told us it's up to our council to remove that via resource consents and everything else. So I'll be interested on the reply from you. Thank you very much, because most of that gravel has come from one place.
Thanks for the question, Mayor Baker. Sorry. Do you have a question, Councillor Morrell?
No, but
what?
I have to concur with these guys because for 20 years we've been talking about this and nothing happens, and it's like hitting your head against a brick wall. And I mean, my kids grew up there, the bottom of Spinnaker Drive. We used to go swimming there. You can't even walk there anymore, and we just talk about it. He's right. We've talked about it for 20 years.
I think Tony and Chris have made those points.
Yeah, well,
really
we don't listen, or somebody else doesn't listen.
But we're here to ask questions, so they've done a good job at.
If you don't mind, guys, I have one question. What can we do to help you to solve this problem?
Get some funds from Regional Council or get the consenting free.
You're going to Regional Council, so you should ask them some hard questions about this sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah.
They make it really hard for us to do things and expensive to do things instead of working together.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. Until it doesn't require a consent, it's not feasible. For 45% of the cost of doing it was just the cost of the resource consents.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So thank you guys for coming along.
You're welcome.
Reinforcing those issues again to us. Good luck at Regional Council. So, councillors, that concludes our hearings, and I'll formally declare them closed. Thank you. We have a meeting.